Welcome back to King Abdulaziz Racecourse here in Riyadh for the first of 3 days racing here from Saudi Arabia. We are the English-speaking channel of the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia, and we love your comments and thoughts as we go through the afternoon on our YouTube channel. 12 races to look forward to. It's actually the final meeting here before the Saudi Cup meeting, which gets underway 2 weeks tomorrow. It's come around very quick, but this is meeting 100 of 113. We're coming towards the back end of the season, and we're delighted to welcome back Tom Collins, who's back with us. Tom, good to see you.
Yes, good to see you too. It's been a long time since I've been here. 4 weeks. It's a long stint for me at home, but glad to be back. Lovely weather, which we can't say about the UK right now.
And I always think as well, it's always nice to be at these big race courses just ahead of a big meeting. You can just start to see and feel the presence of that big meeting coming. The developments are going on, the improvements, and the Saudi Cup's not far away.
No, there's a big structure just being put up over our shoulder, which you can't see right in this shot right now, but that wasn't there when I was last here, so all of the preparation is underway, getting ready for the big day. I won't be here for the big day, but I'll definitely be watching at home. I know you're going to be staying.
Yeah, I'll be here, and we did actually have the Jockeys Challenge announcement yesterday, the 14 riders for that, and tomorrow I believe we may well have the likely fields for the 2 days of that Saudi Cup meeting. But today, 12 races on the programme, and Tom has given us 3 horses that he's looking forward to seeing throughout the course of the afternoon. The first of those is in race 6. Uafika Allah, who was a battling winner on debut here 2 weeks ago in a maiden. Luis Morales on board once again as that horse goes into open company, this well-bred sort of Malaglia Doro. The race after we see Seba Al-Mokatara, who goes for the red stable, goes in that 600 metres local bred fillies maiden, second top rated for Prince Faisal, was in handicap company last time, and later on I think we'll see Zocco in the winner's enclosure in our final race, race 12. 2 goes here so far, second both times, 1400, then the 1600, handicap debut today over the 2,000 metres. Well, our first race isn't too far away. We're just under 15 minutes away from the first, which is a local bred horses maiden. But to get a full flavour of our 12 races here in Saudi Arabia today, let's welcome along our commentator. It's a very warm welcome here to the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia feed to Darren Owen. How are you, Dazzler?
I'm in good form. Yes, nice to be with you, Martin. Yeah, looking forward to today's card. 12 races to look forward to. Let's have a look at that programme. We're beginning in around about a quarter of an hour with that race over 1,200 metres for the 4-year-olds, the locally bred thoroughbreds there in action. That is over 1,200 metres, as I was saying. Race 2 is coming up there on the hour. It's a 1,200 metre fillies race for the 4-year-olds fillies there. And then the third race, we're going a mile, 4-year-olds in action. It's a maiden. Race number 4 on today's programme, 3-year-old fillies race, 1,400 metres is the journey there for the fillies. 5th race, 1,400 metres, locally bred thoroughbreds in action on this particular occasion, and we're looking at a field of 4-year-olds. Race number 6 is a race for the 3-year-olds. Again, it's a 1,400 metre contest. 7th race is a mile race for the 4-year-old fillies. 8th race is for the Arabian breds, 1,400 metres there. Race number 9, we're going a mile, 3-year-olds in action. The 10th on the card, we're getting better courses, we're getting to more competitive races here. Handicap coming up over a mile, that's race 10. 3-year-olds going over 1,800 metres in our 11th, and a 2,000 metre finale for the Arabian breds, a maiden handicap. That is what we're looking forward to. Have a look at the first race today. First race then coming up for the locally breds. It's over the 1,200 metre journey. Number 1 is Gaydar, and Gaydar's partnered by Jose Rodriguez. Number 2 is Mabdana and Fawas Wanas. Number 3, Habub Al-Adia and Ricardo Ferrero. 4 is Hero Keen, and Hero Keen is Abdullah Al-Credis. Number 5 is Majar Alain and Khaled Al-Mimoni. Number 6, Majad Salah, Abdullah Al-Khamis. 7 is Aiz Mafatan and Mohammed Al-Hubail. 8 is Tassaneh and Ayad Al-Tirisi. 9 on the card is El Shahabab Al-Kaza and Alexis Marino. Number 10 is Daria Alexis Al-Sharar. 11, Ibn Al-Jazeera Eddie Castro. Number 12 is Taja, and Taja, we're just waiting for the jockey to be confirmed there. Number 13 is Shiblat Stat and Nawaf Al-Madari. 14 is Estime. 15 is Mez Dana and Luis Morales. 16 is Migwara, Osama Sharani. 17, Nabad Al-Riyadh and Yasser Al-Bakawi. 18 is Quality Path and Abdullah Al-Saidi is aboard. They are the 18 runners. Here's Martin.
Thank you, Dazzler. Just to confirm the jockey there on the 12, Mohammed Al-Daham rides Taj. That's number 12 on debut. Mohammed Al-Daham is on board. Take you through the field though. Number 1 is Gaydar in shot, who's had the one run back after a bit of time in Taif. As we move on to number 2, Mabdana.
Yeah, back to Gaydar. This filly's never done better than 12. She drops in trip today. And horse number 2, Mabdana. Best efforts came in Taif. Very one pace. She beat just one rival here last week.
Abhub Al-Riyadh is number 3, who's had 3 goes so far, drops in trip today.
She was overhauled late when she made the pace over 1,400 metres last month. She's unexposed though and represents good connections.
Okay, so we see it in shot number 5. The other member of our team, as always here in Riyadh, is Shamila, and she's where she normally is, a colour coordinator with me. Good to see Shamila in the paddock.
Thank you very much, Martin. Happy weekend. Thank you for joining us. And it's an exciting weekend as well here at Meeting 100 because this is our last weekend of racing before the Saudi Cup as well. But we're going to start off today with a local bred maiden, and my paddock selection for this race is horse number 12. I'm chancing my arm with a debutante here. She's a filly as well, but she looks really well. She's partnered with Mohammed Al-Daham, who is on fire at the moment. And I just really loved the way she was going around the parade ring, looking very confident and strong as well. I do have to say the horse number 10, Daria, who is the highest rated filly in this race at 60, looks really well as well. But, you know, I'm going to take my chances with a debutante and keep my fingers crossed for this race. I am looking forward to race number 8, which is an Arabian maiden, and we'll see Saab Athba for Lucas Gaitan, first time out here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Previously trained in France, highest rating in the race. I cannot wait.
Thank you, Shamila. Yeah, we look forward to that. And, well, going out with a bit of a price, 25 to 1 on the international markets. Shamila selection here. Number 12 on debut. Mohammed Al-Daham was the jockey confirmed on that. 25 to 1 for Shamila in the opener. Let's continue down the card, Tom. We got towards number 4, Hero Keen. 3 goes so far.
Beaten just 3 rivals out of 55 that this gelding has faced. Usually cries enough on the turn for home, so not for me.
Number 4 is Marjar Alien, who's had just the 1 run so far, but that was quite a while ago.
Hasn't run for 15 months, now a 4-year-old coming in without a prep. Best run was 3rd of 7 here over course and distance. Represents new connections today.
We're going to get down to number 6, Marj Saleh, who has been over 1,400 metres the last few runs.
Just a short striding individual, doesn't seem to stretch out enough to win a race. Very one-paced as well. One solid piece of form in the book when 3rd over course and distance last March, but yet to replicate it.
Number 7 is Ayez Marfatin, 0 from 3.
Lightly raced, all the runs have come over further. He generally lacks early speed, so this might be a bit sharp.
Tassaneh is number 8 on debut.
Yeah, interesting filly. She's an unraced 4-year-old by a Grade 3 winning sprinter called Canadian Frontier, out of a Rock of Gibraltar mare. So you'd suggest that further might be the aim in time.
Al-Shihab Al-Qasir is number 9, 0 from 5 so far, and down, well, I suppose midfield here last week.
This is the first try at the 1,200 metre trip. Second start for Gaith Al-Gaith. 7th over a mile 6 days ago, quickly coming back.
Daya is number 10, one of the top picks on the international markets. In fact, is the 2 to 1 favourite on the international markets. A horse who has got course and distance form, but was up in trip last time.
She's interesting on the cutback for sure. She just didn't stay the 1,600 metres last time up. She was second on her debut over this distance. My big concern with her is that she's a very small filly. Those types of physical specimens don't tend to improve with time, so I want to take her on.
Let's take a bit of form as well, as we're going to have a look at one of the runners here. This is Haboob Al-Darai finishing in 2nd place. That was the run here at meeting 92.
Yeah, as you can see from these images, she broke nicely from the inside gate, rousted up to take the lead, was in the lead with 200 metres to run, and then just got overhauled late. But this came over 1,400 metres. She's dropping back to the 1,200. If you stop that race at 1,200, she's in front, and she's drawn well again today. So there's every chance that Riccardo Sousa Ferreira goes straight to the front and tries to dominate against the fence.
Yeah, and well drawn to do so in stall 3. Habib Al Duraya beaten 3 3/4 lengths that day. But as we saw, Tom, on that bit of film there, was nicely clear of the rest as well.
Exactly. And to be honest, looking at most of the horses in this field, I think it's probably a weaker race today. So if she can replicate that performance, she'll go very close.
Well, we got down towards number 11, but I mean, we've got 12 through 18. Going through them, it was hard to make any real positives about those towards the bottom end of the race card.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. The 12 that Shamila mentioned, we should probably touch on briefly. Just a local bred first-time starter. The sire is 32 years old, hasn't had a runner since 2016 from his progeny. So this is an interesting horse just on that factor alone. The mare has had 1 winning foal out of 4. She's not for me, but interesting that Shamila says that she looks nice in the paddock. Of the others, maybe the 15, Mezdana, ran okay for Gaith Al Gaith previously in Taif earlier this year. Just needed to run last time over a trip that was way too long. Louis Morales rides.
You sort of respect that purely on connections alone.
Exactly that. When Louise takes the ride, you have to give the horse a second look. I know she's only rated 45, but as I say, this isn't the best of races.
And that is a 12-1 chance, Mazdana. You say the sire is 32 years old?
32.
That's older than you.
Yeah, it is.
Must be one of the few sires in the world that's older than Tom Collins.
It's very true. 4 years older as well. I'm not even close.
Yeah, a bit younger than me, though. And I suspect a bit younger than Darren Owen as well, who's commentating for us today. So Dye is the top pick on the international markets, currently around 9-4. Easy to back against it, though, is Habib Al Duraya, who I thought was entitled to be the top pick on international markets.
Yeah, I think she should be favourite in this race, the 3, for Riccardo Sousa Ferreira. This filly should go straight to the front. She's rated 54, which isn't overly high. And on official figures, she has £6 to find with Daria. But she performed much better last time than Daria did on her last start. I think she's open to more improvement than that runner as well. And when Riccardo Sousa Ferreira and Sami Al-Harabi team up, they should be given a second look because they've got a very good strike rate. Riccardo came over to Saudi Arabia to be the stable jockey for Sami. So I think they can get another winner on the board here with the 3, Habib Al Aradia.
And are you surprised that the 5, Madja Alian, is the 3rd pick on the international markets? After such a long layoff, there's a whole degree of uncertainty about it. To be, 3.5 to 1 is a bit of a shock to me.
Yeah, I think they've got that wrong, to be honest. I would have her a lot bigger price. Coming in off a 15-month layoff is enough for me to suggest that you should put a line through this horse. Very tough to win here first time up, given the way the track rides. And his form, isn't even overly good. You have to go back to his 2-year-old efforts and where he finished 3rd out of 7, but that race hasn't exactly produced a number of subsequent winners. First time up for New Connections. Yeah, not for me. I think there are 3 or 4 at least with stronger claims than he does.
And also towards the top of the international market, again, there's nothing really attracting a lot of support here, is the 6, Majd Salah, who, 3 runs this season, have all been over further, but does, if you delve back at the form, have a bit of course and distance form back in March.
Yes, but even then, the runs this year are too bad to suggest this horse has got a chance of winning. Plus, as I said in the runner by runner, he's a very short striding individual. You kind of want to see a horse that lengthens when they're asked for maximum effort, and he just doesn't do it. So again, he'd be one I avoid. And the fact that both he and horse number 5, Marja Alain, are up there at the top of the market shows how weak a race this is. I think this is a match between horses 3 and 10, and Habib Al Aradia just has better claims.
Yeah, I'm with you as well. I think it's got a convincing profile. The debutant, though, Tajra, who Shamila touched on as a paddock positive, 25-1 down to 14. So Shamila's spoken and the market's moved.
Yeah, unsurprising in a race of this nature, that's for sure. Good jockey booking as well with Mohammed Al-Daham on board. We've seen him to great effect on Tharma Al-Dahani's horses in recent weeks. So, it's good to have an experienced and prolific rider on board, a first-time starter. She won't have to be great to win this race, but her pedigree doesn't suggest she is going to be great. So, I don't know, she's a bit of a watching brief for me.
And she's a late comer as well, making a debut as a 4-year-old.
Yeah, that's a major concern. And it's towards the end of this season. We've only got a few weeks left before the Saudi season's over. So something must have gone amiss in the past. Maybe she's a late developer, but I presume that there have been a couple of setbacks along the way. A couple of the horses we didn't mention drawn out wide, horse number 15, horse number 18, they've all got early speed. as does our selection horse number 3, Haboob Al-Aridia. So maybe they'll go hard up front. I imagine Ricardo Souza Ferreira will dictate against the fence, but whether the pace can hold up, we'll see. I hope so.
Okay, well, you hadn't got, of course, in touch through the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia YouTube channel. Hi to George, one of our regular contributors, number 3 for him. He knows George's with the winner.
He does, yes, come on.
Well done to you, George. And of course, we said last week, if you are watching us around the globe, of course, we are an international feed, do let us know in the comment section to the right-hand side where you're watching from. I think last week we had people watching from Greece, not just the producer, who actually is here.
Yeah.
People from Greece. We had people from Portugal and Australia as well.
And the US, obviously. I presume Jose Martinez was back in the comments, as per usual. So, yeah, it's a wide range of viewers and countries, which is great because we want to get Saudi racing out there to the main public.
And I was making the point to Rory as well, these overhead shots give you a beautiful shot of the racecourse. I mean, we're in the middle of the desert, but so much greenery, and I think that the track here at King Abdulaziz looks fantastic.
It does. And the last time I was here, which was 4 and a bit weeks ago, we hadn't run on turf yet. So just looking over and seeing the turf course, obviously I've been watching the stream while I've been at home.
Of course you have, yeah.
Turf, but it
on
looks,
repeat.
Yeah, well, don't know about that. It looks luscious out there. So I'm looking forward to watching a few turf races later in the week.
And of course we've got some of the turf form replicated tomorrow. Honky Tonk Man, who was second on the turf, he's back tomorrow on the turf.
A horse that you love.
I do, yeah.
It's going to be good to see him back. And obviously he's trained by Jimmy Jerkins, who has lots of fans in our chat usually.
Well, I saw Jimmy earlier on. He wasn't despondent about the horse's chances. I thought Jimmy could have a winner later on today as well.
Yeah, there's a very good chance for that. And actually,
Al Nahel in race 3.
Exactly that, yes. And the Red Stable who own Al Nahel, Prince Faisal bin Khalid, he's got a lot of chances today. If you're a fan of the Red Stable horses, you'll be hoping that Daria gets that owner off to a perfect mark in this first race.
Well, the 11 has been taken out of the ring. The circle at the start, okay. Not the parade ring, the circle at the start. The 11 has been taken out of that circle for the time being. Don't know why. So a couple of runs back this season. Not been seen there since meeting 63. George back in touch. If number 3 fails, I think number 10 should pick up the win. Don't worry, George. You're good on the 3. Haboob Al-Aridia, Tom and I are both with you.
Yeah, you can't choose both the favourite and the second favourite there. Yes, I am with the 3 as well, Haboob Al-Aridia.
And Shamila is with the newcomer coming from stall 12. So do get your comments onto that YouTube Jcsa international feed. They're about to go forward. Daya back into a clear favour. The money, though, has come for Haboob Al-Aridia, near enough joint favourite. As we go back for the first of 12, delighted to say we're back to Darren Owen for the call here on Race 1.
Thanks, Martin. Yes, runners then going into the stalls for our first race of the day. This is Hero Keen, number 4. Hero Keen just taking some persuading to go into the stalls, but goes in. We're now looking at number 12. This is Taja. One of the newcomer in the field, Taja. So Daria, I think around about 2-1 on the international markets. The market leader is there in shot number 10. That's Daria. Daria's in, and Haboob Al-Aridia, number 3, the second favourite on the international markets, and around about 9-4. So pretty tight at the top of the international markets between 3 horses now: Daria, Haboob Al-Aridia, and number 5, that is Marja Alain, who's around about 4-1 on the international markets. Tassane, number 8, they're going forward. And there is Ibn Al Jazeera. We did hear that Ibn Al Jazeera was taken out of the main circle as they were milling around down at the start, but is in the field. That's confirmation. Number 5, Marja Alain, in shot in the red and white diamond jacket. So, third favourite internationally, this horse. Tassane about to go in. So Marja Alain is in. Number 2, Mabdana. 16th career start for Mabdana. Excuse me. Goes in. It's Mabdana. So 1,200 metres for the 4-year-olds here for our first race of 12 today. Just a couple more to go in. Number 9, Al-Shahab Al-Qasa. Al-Shahab Al-Qasa going forward, along with number 14. That's Easter May. That's it, all in, ready to go. Stand by for a start. And they're off and they're racing, and away smartly is Mabdana up along the inside with Habub Aladia racing prominently, and also there is Maja Lane, who's currently 3 wide. The leaders are followed by Majd Saleh. They're racing 4 wide at present. Just off them is Al Shahab Al Qassar as they head now towards that turn. Running to the outside is Quality Path, the grey in the green and yellow jacket, looking for Daria. Daria is currently in mid-division, but it is Habub Aladia who has backed the inside running rail and has got the lead from Majd Salah in second place, and then back in third is Al Shahab Al Qassar. They're the leading 3. They're being followed by Mahaj Alain in 4th place. Quality Path is next, and further back then to Mabdana. No sighting of Daria at the moment. That one in mid-division, heading down towards the last 200 metres, and it is Al Shahab Al Qassar who has got the advantage. They head down towards the closing stages now. It is Al Shahab Al Qassar, but here comes Maja Alain throwing down a big effort and is wearing him down, and Maja Alain has won it. Second place Al Shahab Al Qassar, and those two kicked away from Habub Aladia. Not many really got into the race, in truth. So it was number 5, Maja Alain, who has gone on to win. This is a horse who was fancied on that international market front, was around about 3rd in the market there, 3rd favourite. But to be fair, the number 9, Al Shahab Al Qassar, took some clawing back, but Daria has got there. Alexis Al Sharar, sorry, not Alexis Al Sharar, who was I talking about? Khalid Al Mimoni, the successful jockey on number 5, Maja Alain. Maja Alain has worn down Al Shahab Al Qassar in the end, so it is 5 the winner, 9 second. Number 3, Habub Aladia, made a good fist of things from the front, finished in 3rd place, and 4th, best of the rest, was number 2, Mabdana. 1 1/4 lengths and 5 lengths, 1 1/4 lengths and 5 lengths the margins. Time of the winner there, 1 minute 13.54, 1 minute 13.54, but they were well spaced out from a very early stage. Not many of them really landed a serious blow, but Maja Alain really did hit the line well to take race number 1.
Well, the winner's not been seen since November 2022, but reappears here with a win and sees off Al Shahab Al Sakir into 2nd place. The horse Tom and I thought had a big chance. Abu Baldaria finishes back in 3rd place. But the international market suggested this horse had a bit of a chance. Tom was 3rd best in and has come home strongly.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised. I didn't think he deserved to be that high up in the international market, but Khalid Al Mimoni is a rider in good form, tends to ride winners in bunches, so maybe he'll have another couple today. This colt seems to have come back fresh and fit off the 15-month layoff. I didn't think his form was there. He's also had to prove his fitness, but he did it and proved me wrong.
But his one sole run was a decent second here over the course and distance.
Yes, but then his 3 previous efforts, other than that, were pretty terrible. He also came from slightly off the speed today. Look, in these early races at this track here, you need to be up with the pace, but generally not right on the front end. Maybe Ricardo Sousa Ferreira went a little bit too hard in the early stages on our selection, Habib Al-Aridia, because as we see it from the start, horse in blue with a red cap, briefly misses it. Horse number 3 down at the bottom, has to be rousted up to get into the early position against the fence. Maybe just use a little bit too much petrol in the early stages.
They get a good early position along with Maja Aliyen, who was up there as well through the early stages, and the eventual winner, say, up there handy as well. Also adopting a good position was the 6 Majed Salah, but yeah. I thought for a long way that we were on the right horse here. Habib Al-Diyar travelled well into the closing stages, but when we saw it into the home straight, there's not much of it. She's quite a small filly.
Yeah, exactly. It was the same kind of scenario in terms of physical specimen with her and Daria, who was the favourite in the international market. We were both dead against Daria, despite the fact she was the favourite. She'd never played a part. At least Habib Al-Aridia was up there with the speed, but as we saw, turning for home, she's already relinquished the lead. Horse number 9, Al-Shahab Al-Qassar, has already gone on with Alex Moreno, who was probably pretty hopeful at this stage. He was going to cling on, but Khalid Al-Mamoni loomed up large on his outside, and this horse just had more stamina.
Habib Al-Diyar has been over further 1600 and 1400, was down to 1200 today. Has she maybe just been done for a bit of toe?
Potentially, but she had every chance from this point. I mean, she's travelling better than
she looks the winner there.
Yeah, travelling better than any other horse. You can see the winner, the eventual winner in 4th, kind of being rousted along by Khalid Al-Mamoni just to keep in touch, whereas Ricardo Sousa Ferreira's basically motionless on the 3, but she had nothing left when he asked for maximum effort, whereas the others were picking up for pressure.
And you can't knock the winner. It's a likeable performance, and it's really found for pressure.
Yeah, picked up nicely. Quite clearly could stay further than this 1,200 metres. Quite a small individual though, as you can see on the outside, this 4-year-old colt. Maybe today was the day. The trainer, I don't know anything about the trainer, Mr. Alakala, but I just had a look at some stats, and now he's 3 from 8 with his runners this season. Looks like he's got a small barn of horses, but he's pretty prolific.
On the eventual second was the 9, Al-Shahab Al-Qassar, who had 3 runs so far, had shown very little, but that's an improvement in form today from this 45 rated 4-year-old.
Ran just 6 days ago over the mile, so this was a big drop down in distance. And when he took the front under Alexis Moreno, maybe you were thinking, well, this horse has proven stamina over further. He's going to be able to hold on and, if anything, just increase that leading margin that he had. But he was run down late. He's a much bigger horse than some of these, so maybe he's a longer term prospect. There'll be a race in there for him at one stage, I'm sure about that.
And a bit of a no-show as well from the newcomer that Shamila highlighted, and did attract money on the international market. I never really saw where Tasha was through most of the run.
No, me neither. Just didn't play a part in this race. It's generally, I would say that's what you kind of expect with these first-time starters, unless they're white stable representatives or you get the odd good horse from other stables. In these races where it's an older horse maiden, 4-year-olds and upwards, if you've got a horse making their first start, something's generally gone wrong in the process before today. So it seems to be more of a learning curve, and yeah, the 12, it wasn't to be today.
Just looking at the numbers I noted down through the early part of the race was 4th last, so it was obviously out the back early and didn't make much progress from there. So the international market 3rd best in goes in our first race of the day. Maja Aliyen had been off the track since November 2022, did have a second over the course and distance to his name, gets off the mark at the 5th attempt. That was race 1. We're swiftly on to race 2, which is a Fillies Open for 4-year-olds and upwards. Full details of this race over the 1,200, back with Darren.
Thanks, Martin. Yes, let's have a look at this race then, 1,200 metres, and we've got a full field. Number 1 on the card is past time. We'll see the graphics shortly for this first race then. Second race. Full field then, 18 runners. By the way, I'm feeling the pressure. I've just had a message. We've got a very keen viewer in Melbourne. It's the voice of the Melbourne Cup, Matty Hill. He is watching and listening. Oh, I can't be doing with this pressure now. And let's enjoy the weather here, because I know that Doncaster is looking like Cheltenham Gold Cup 1987 when the Thinker won in the snowstorm. Number 1 past time then is Ahmed Al Azari. Number 2 is Punterel and Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Number 3, Unagi and Khalid Al Mimoni. 4 is Al Husharaya and Camilo Ospina. 5, Dora Penny Mohammed Al Lajmi. 6, not even close, Alexis Marino. 7, As It Was, Fawaz Wanas. 8 is Wassam Al Riyadh Ayad Al Turisi. Number 9, Consensus de Vega and Abdullah Al Credis. Number 10 is Kabusaya and Nawef Al Mudani. 11, Clodovia Asil Al Sahani. 12 is Nagar Al Mali and Naif Al Anazi. 13, we're hearing that 13 is Tawaka and Ricardo Ferreira. 14 is Kips Gariz Makti and Fahed Al Faradi. 15 is Al Rahaj Mohammed Suleiman. 16 is Foz Alata Abdullah Al Khamis. 17, that is Taraha and Youssef Al Hussein. And 18 is Dahaka and Mohammed Al Habib. All 18, confirmation there that all 18 do go as per the original programme. 1,200 metres, race 2. Let's enjoy the weather.
And enjoy the weather we have been doing, Darren. It was quite cold here last week by comparison. Still a little bit nippy and still the air temperature quite cold, but when the sun comes out, it is lovely. But we do have to say hello and a very warm welcome to the Jcsa International feed to Matty Hill. Who'd have thought the legendary voice of the Melbourne Cup's watching us, Tom?
Yeah, well, what time is it in Australia? That's what I want to know. Is it 11 hours ahead?
It's 11 hours from the UK, so we're 3
8 hours ahead.
Yeah, 8 hours, yeah.
Yeah, it's a difficult time zone to watch this, but I'm glad you tuned in. We've got some good races, albeit not the class that we're used to.
Must be nearly midnight there.
Yeah, it must be late. There is an open race coming up, this race right now.
So I was down at the Melbourne Cup this year. We went up and did a little piece for Sky Sports back in the UK with Matty Hill from his commentary box. And what a view that is, looking across the Flemington track back towards Melbourne. It's beautiful. Anyway, let's move on though to our second race here. This Fillies Open, 4-year-olds and upwards. Number 5 in shot. We're just talking about Dora Penny, formerly trained in the UK by Dave Evans.
Yeah, 10-time winner in the UK, super prolific. Most of those came over sprint trips, so the 1,200 metres should be fine. Faced better opposition, both runs here. Must have a solid chance in this race.
6, not even close as we move on to 7 As It Was.
6, Dundalk winner for Donica O'Brien, finished 7th in a non-winners of 2 event on the local debut, now drops in trip. And horse 7, As It Was, a one-pace closer who's 0 from 11 in Saudi Arabia, better suited to longer distances.
Number 8 is Wassam Al Riyadh.
Strong late run to win a course and distance maiden in November. It's just found life tough in higher grades since.
Number 9, Consensus de Vega, dropping down from 1,600.
Definitely the horse to be on form, albeit she's better suited to 1,400 or 1,600. She finished 3rd in this grade 2 starts back. The one issue with the 9, the international favourite, is that she's gone 11 months without a victory.
We then move on to number 10, which is Kabusia, who's had the one run back.
15 months since her maiden win. She's generally struggled since, now just against her own sex after facing the geldings last time up.
11 is Clodiva, who's had just the 1 from 26.
Former British trained mare who just hasn't trained on since her 2-year-old days. She was with Nick Bradley Racing when she won, but her starts in Saudi Arabia just haven't been at the same level.
Gahar Al Malali is number 12.
Finished 4th in a non-winners of 2 event last time up. Has plenty of early speed, so we'll look to cross over and get to the rail from stall 12.
Number 13 is Tokaha, just had 1 win from the 10 starts this campaign, but has been keeping good company and has course and distance winning form.
Yeah, she won her maiden back in September. Fair form since. I don't hate the cutback in trip with her either. She's definitely a player. Ricardo Souza Ferreira looking for another winner.
Number 14's had just the 1 run back. That was at meeting 88.
What a name for this horse. Cupid's Charismatic Cutie. I look forward to saying that all day. Brilliantly named the mare. She's sure to improve for the comeback effort when she was 11th. She needs to, though, to play a part. 15
is a 12-race maiden.
Winless, as you say, but twice placed in opens. Doesn't find much off the bridle and has a lot of headgear on.
16 is another filly in the lineup here who has had 3 wins from 10 starts and had a couple of good runs here before dropping back to 1,400 last time.
Far more prolific than most of these horses in the race. Number 16, Fozzolator. Finished 11th in the Ministry of Media Cup last time up. Easier company today. I think she wants further than this, though.
Number 17, Taraha, was over the course and trip last time.
veteran mare who recorded her first win for 3 years when she was successful back in July. 0 from 14 since, and hard to make a solid case for.
It's Taraha, and 18 finally with a mark of 68 has just had the 1 win from 16 starts.
Another filly with plenty of early speed. She was 5th in a non-winners of 3 event last time up. Has a tough draw today. She'll try and get across. I don't think she has enough speed to do that. She also struggles in opens, which she's running in again this afternoon.
That is the Harker, number 18. Consensus de Vega is the international favourite, and a warm order as well at around 2-1. Shamila, Consensus de Vega for you, or have you got a bit more value for us as in our first race?
I've gone a little bit against the grain here, Martin, with this fillies open. I've decided to go with horse number 13, Tawaka, for Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, and trained by Abdul Rahman Al-Otaibi. She's been really consistent in her last 3 starts. I'm meeting 96. She was 4th. I think she can go a few places better today. She looks really well, and she's partnered with, of course, Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. Another horse that I really liked is horse number 3, Unagi. Khalid Mamoni is chasing that double, and of course horse number 16, who's having a very quick turnaround. She was last seen at meeting 99 back on Saturday when she was 11th, but she does look very fit and ready to go. And of course I have to give a shout out to her jockey Abdullah Al-Khamis, who is just back from a back injury. This is his first meeting back. I think he's had 8 to 10 weeks off. He hasn't been on the track, so it's great to have Abdullah Khamis back, and fingers crossed he can get a winner.
Well, I'm with you, Shamila. I think the 13's got a big chance here. Tawaka, that form with an Argy last time out doesn't read too badly. Ran 3rd over the 1400 a few times back, and has got that course and distance winning form to its name as well. But Consensus de Vega, Tom, international market leader at around the 2-1 mark.
Yeah, it's definitely the horse to beat on form. I can see why the traders have put her in as favourite. You scrap a line through her last run and she's pretty consistent with a couple of placed efforts. You go back to meeting 75, she was 2nd. The only concern I have with this filly is that she hasn't won for 11 months. As you can see her in shot right now, she's looking nice as she goes out on the track. She's just not been the most prolific. 20 starts, just the 2 victories. When a horse is a short price in the international market like she is, and she's not prolific, I want to be opposing.
Well, we can see her run 2 starts back. She was 13th last time. She was 3rd back at meeting 93 as well. She backed up quite quickly between those 2. But as well as that, you look through, arguably her best form has been over further. Yeah,
1,400, 1,600 metres is her ideal trip. So this is short today for her. I imagine she's going to try and adopt a similar stalking role, as she was 3rd this day behind, I think that's Sail on Silverbird in the lead, who is another ex-Brit import. Look, if she replicates this, she'll be in the top 3 or 4, but she generally finds 1 too good, and I think that could be the case again.
I think we will see Sail on Silverbird tomorrow as well, won't we, in the last race?
Yeah, exactly. A nice promising horse as well, Sail on Silverbird.
Who was beaten here a couple of weeks ago. So the runners are arriving down at the start. Consensus de Vega is 2-1 on the international markets. We then have Al Hasharaya at 5-1.
We didn't talk about Al Hasharaya because we missed her in the runner by runner.
Oh, we did, yeah, sorry.
Horse number 4. She's a 1,200 metre specialist.
All 3 wins over this trip?
Exactly. Racecourse regular, ran at meeting 96, 93, 85, 71. She's rock hard fit. She gets Camilo Ospina, who she generally runs best for. Arguably that's because Camilo's super aggressive in the saddle and wants to go forward on all his horses, and she's a front runner, so they're well suited. But also he is one of the best jockeys around. This is her 4th start in 2024 already. As I say, she's fit, but sometimes that, when you run so often, it can make a horse dip in and out of their best form. She'll need to bounce back to her best to win. Obviously, she's quite high up in the market, so she's got to play a part in this race.
Yeah, 5-1 alongside Tawaka, who's got to Ricardo Sousa Ferreira on board. Dora Penny had touched on 12-1 on the international market. 7th here on debut, but that was a hot race last time. I think that dirt sprint qualifier will turn out to be good form. The winner Rebellious Stage looked good.
Yeah, he's a very good horse, Rebellious Stage. He's represents the White Stable, used to be trained in the US by Brittany Russell, and just has come into his own since he's come here. He's going to be one of the leading fancies in the dirt sprint. So that was a good piece of form. And albeit Dora Penny was beaten a fair way, this is a marked drop down in company for her. So I think she could play a part in here. Look, she's not going to be near the early speed. She will look to rally late. But these connections do well recently. They won a race last week as well with Broome.
And that is a 12-1 chance. Who do you like are the top? We've got 9, 4 and 13 top picks on the international market.
Tawaka would be my selection out of those, though I wouldn't be surprised if Al Hasharaya made it a good case from the front in this race. As I say, I'm going to stick with Dora Penny, but look, it's a wide open race. I would just be against the 9 purely on the factor that she doesn't win all that often and isn't running over her ideal trip.
Well, Tom, it's been really good to have you back. I do have bad news for you, though.
Go on.
The producer has backed Dora Penny.
Well, Dora Penny can't win.
I can just see the wind came out of your sails.
Life has gone. The life has gone from me. Yeah, that is a big negative, and everyone at home should note that. When the producer's on, these horses don't win. As he's talking in my ear right now. He also likes the Athbar horse later on in the Arabian race, so scrap a line through that one as well, I guess.
And anything for Lucas Gaitan today, he'll be all over that as well.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Well, there is the overhead shot here of the wonderful racecourse here at King Abdulaziz. We're just 2 weeks out from that Saudi Cup meeting, the Jockeys Challenge on the Friday. Got the full 14 jockeys announced yesterday, including, just talking about Matty Hill there down in Australia. He's called, I'm sure, Damien Oliver home. And would he have been in the commentary box for Fiorenti? Maybe not quite by that stage, but
maybe.
3 times Melbourne Cup winner Damien Oliver coming out of retirement. Glenn Boss did the same a few years ago.
Yeah, a really good story having him over here. Lisa Allpress coming over as well. There's a whole selection of brilliant jockeys. Ryan Moore as well.
First time he's ridden in the Jockeys
crazy.
Challenge here.
He's going to be very hard to beat. It doesn't matter where he rides, he's the best.
And those 4 races as part of the Jockeys Challenge on the Friday of the Saudi Cup meeting. So we are down at the start then for our next. Just confirming selections, I think Shamila and I both with the 13. Unfortunate for you, you with Dora Penny, but the producer's there as well with the 5.
Yeah, I'll stick with Dora Penny. She's a big price in the international market. She's prolific in winning, 10-time winner. If you look down the list in this race, not many horses in here have got anywhere near that. So she knows how to win. I know she's a 5-year-old, probably not improving as much as some of the others in here. But 3rd time up in Saudi Arabia, maybe we'll see her run to something like her best.
Dora Penny, 12 up to 66. I'm only joking. With that, how many runs would you like ideally to see for a horse to acclimatise to racing here, coming across from a different jurisdiction?
So when I do US racing back home and there's a horse from Europe, I would give them 1 start before I'm interested in them. Over here, it will be the same 1 start, but it depends how long they've had to acclimatise between being sold to race over here and then their first race. Dora Penny's had a fair while. I think her last run was back in May of last year or something similar to that. So she's had a fair time to acclimatise to the different conditions over in Saudi Arabia. She's had 2 quick-fire runs, not ideal, but these connections do like to race their horses quite often.
Well, what about Indication Call last week? It had sprint form in the UK. It was bred to get no further than about 1,200 metres, up to the 1,800, made virtually all, won by half the track.
Yeah.
First time in the country, but Tamer Al-Dahani, I guess, is a genius bringing these horses across and getting them to perform at their top level early.
He's one of the best, that's for sure. Anyone that's watched me on this broadcast before will know that I love Tamer Al-Dahani. I'm sure he's going to have plenty of winners this week. He's actually got lots of runners tomorrow. And I was having a look at the leaderboard. He's entered the top 5 trainers in the standings for the first time this year, so he's doing very well this season.
He wasn't very complimentary about the way the UK Tyrrells are trained last week. I don't know if you got his comment on that.
I think that might be through the owner, who has also shared similar kind of comments about that.
I was saying to Rory, it'd be great to get Tamer and say someone like Mark Johnson in to discuss the relative merits of how to train 2-year-olds. It'd be fascinating. Anyway, they're loading forward then for race 2. Darren Owen, with the pressure of Matty Hill watching down there in Melbourne, has got the call on race 2.
The man should be in bed. But anyway, the runners are going into the stalls. That horse looks absolutely magnificent there. That is Kabusea, number 10. Really does take the eye. Consensus de Vega, as the guys were saying, is at the top of the international markets. So runners continuing to move into place. There is Not Even Close, number 6. Not Even Close going in the green jacket. Red epaulets. Not Even Close drawn next to Dora Penny. Last couple moving into position now. 1,200 to cover here for the fillies. Set to go. Starter holding them. And they're racing. So 1,200 metres in front of them, and Al Hasharaya breaks the line very nicely. That one is racing about 4 wide and tacking over. Past time is up along the inside. Also showing up brightly is Kabusea, who is coming from the outside berth, along with Gar Al Malia as they go into the first turn. Right on the speed as well is Not Even Close as they now go into that turn, and Not Even Close is coming through to match strides with Al Hasaraya. Those two together. They're about a length and a half in front of Dora Penny, who's being followed to the outside by Kabusaya. And then comes Gar Al Malia as they now prepare to head to the turn. Trying to get into it is Punteral. That one around about 6th place, followed by As It Was as they head on down the straight. And the one kicking away is Not Even Close. Not Even Close by about 3 or 4 lengths now, with Dora Penny in 2nd place, followed to the outside by Kabusaya. And then staying on to the wide outside is Al Raja, but they're going to have to fly to get it to Not Even Close. They're not going to get close to Not Even Close. Not Even Close has won as Tawakar comes through to take 2nd place from Dora Penny in 3rd. So it is number 6, Not Even Close, who goes on to win, has absolutely destroyed them, pulled them apart, and that is 2 from 2 now for number 6. Alexis Marino in the saddle. Aboard Not Even Close was soon there. So by the time they got into that first bend, Not Even Close was matching strides and has pulled away in the home straight. Number 6, Not Even Close, the winner there, wins by wide margin. Number 13, Tawakar, seemed to be running on there right at the finish to take 2nd place from Dora Penny, who attempted to go with the winner but was just no match. Number 5, Dora Penny in 3rd. 4th place went to number 15. That was Al Raja, another one who was staying on at the end. 6, 13, 5, 15. 6, 13, 5 and 15. 4 lengths and half a length, 4 lengths and half a length of margins, 1 minute 12.11, 1 minute 12.11. But ultimately, Not Even Close, unbeaten, has absolutely destroyed this field.
نحقق ثاني أشواط أمسيتنا وحفلنا لهذا اليوم مع الخيال أليكسيس مورينو. Well done, Alexis. Tell me about the race, Alexis.
Thank you, Salman. مبروك تو سلطان. Fihan team. Salman, Naif, everyone. Well, she's a nice filly. She ran 2 weeks ago. She was preparing herself. So today she was a good performance. She did it very easy. So, مبروك to everyone, you know. Thank you, buddy.
First winner of the weekend for jockey Alex Marino in the second race of the day. This is a Fillies Open over 1,200 meters with Not Even Close. And us and the guys in the studio, we were a little bit close with our selections coming in second and third. So very well done to us. But I didn't even think about Not Even Close in this race. She was 7th last time at a meeting, 96 under Tariq Al Mansour over 1,600 meters. So they dropped her back in trip a little bit. She was previously trained by Donica O'Brien in Ireland and won on debut in Dundalk in September, but has not yet revisited the winner's enclosure up until today. She was so strong in this race. All the horses didn't even look close, coming like they were going to come close to her. but jockey Alex Moreno is just weighed out for this race. Congratulations, Alex, for your first win of the weekend.
Thank you very much.
And how was she in this race? Obviously, it's only her second time in Saudi Arabia. She was 7th last time out, but she looked like she enjoyed the step down and trip.
Well, she's one of the good filly we have now. She was really good today. No filly with her. So she did it so easy.
And what do you think they're going to do with her next time? Because obviously there's not many races left until the end of the season. Do you think that she could even improve next season?
I hope so, you know. She will be a great filly. So, you know, what I have to say.
And she looked like she could go a little bit further. I mean, you barely touched her in that race.
Well, she can go a little further. Plus, the 600 will be great for her. I think she can run in the Japan Cup. So we will see what the next step for her, you know.
And you spoke to Martin Kelly before racing today, and you said you'd keep me busy because you'd have 3 winners. So is this the first one of your 3 for today?
Yes, the first one. I missed the first race, you know, but the second I did it.
Well done, Alex. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Alex was in the gym this morning, as was I, Tom.
Oh yeah, nice to get that out there to the
Yeah,
public to know that you like to work out. Yeah.
Well,
You also went for a 6 kilometre run or 6 mile
6
run.
miles. 6
Sorry, 6
I
miles.
am trying. Not even close, though, as a bit of ready winner. Always prominent and has really put them to the sword.
Yeah, it was a good performance. This much better than her Saudi Arabian debut, where she was 7th. You know, she showed some promise when she was trained in Ireland by Donica O'Brien, and as Shamila said, and that we said previously, she already had that all-weather form. Winning at Dundalk, briefly missed the kick, as you can see, but
She wasn't the best away.
no, quickly refines her stride. Alex puts her in a nice position.
Yeah, handy early, along with the 4. Pastime was also up there early, but as they head down towards that first bend, she's already got right up on the speed.
Yeah, exactly. Alex at this point is already trying to basically win the race, just blitzing them in the early stages, using this horse's natural pace, and she's gone maybe 3/4 length up at this part of the event. Dora Penny, who eventually finishes 3rd, is in 3rd currently in the white and the red silk. She ran very well at a good price in the international market, much better than when we saw her last. She seems to be coming into her own. And your selection and Shamila's selection, right at the bottom of the screen right now, yellow, green, white silks, just moving in between runners, is eventually going to run home well for 2nd.
Didn't have a bad position early, seemed to drop away off the bend, but has come home strongly.
Yeah, a really nice finishing kick from Tawaka under Ricardo Souza Ferreira. He's now had a 3rd and a 2nd in 2 rides. Maybe he gets off the mark soon and gets that elusive victory. But this filly ran nicely. She maybe needs a stronger pace up front. As you can see at this stage of the race, she's quite wide on the track. 3/4 of the way back with the yellow bridle, but she will duck into the rail in a minute and make a big late run.
She does have form over that a little bit further. She was coming back down in distance as well. That's almost told in the run today.
Yeah, exactly that. She kind of got outpaced, and yeah, I don't think the draw was ideal for her, given that she was giving up a lot of ground on the turn. But she definitely stayed the best. She was the only closer in the race that played any part in the finish.
But the winner was really tidy. Was sold for 40,000 guineas out of Donica O'Brien's stable, and makes its 2nd time lucky after a run here a couple of weeks ago over 1,600. And as Alex was saying, she wouldn't have any problem probably going back up in distance at some stage.
No. Everyone here is very obsessed with getting further. I know the main races are over longer trips, but she's very good over this 1,200 metres. Yeah, she could get further, but do they need to? She could be farming these lower graded Fillies Open races over this distance if she wanted to. Lots of early speed, all round speed in fact, because she missed the start but instantly found herself in a good position. If she was mine, I'd keep her over 1,200, but obviously they want those bigger prizes.
And her form back in Ireland was generally over the 1,400.
Yeah, you know, she can stretch out, but why would you stretch out with a filly like this? I know they're going to be looking for the better races. She's not going to be a 100+ horse, so she's not going to be running in the main races. She could be farming these Fillies Opens.
And interesting as well, they tried both blinkers and cheek pieces on her on the last couple of runs in Ireland, but no headgear today.
Don't think it's needed really, based on what we saw there. Just a noseband or a shadow roll if you prefer, just to maybe, it could be aesthetic, or it could be that she's got a slightly high head carriage without it. Other than that, they just let her run, and Alex is the perfect jockey for a horse like that. He just sits nice and calm and composed in the saddle, lets the horse do the job, and he did it perfectly in this race.
And Alex did say he would keep Shamila busy. He reckoned he'd have 3 winners today. That's the first of them. Off the top of your head, can you think of what else he might have as a big chance later on the card. Just having a scan through the international markets and seeing what his fancy runners would be.
Yeah, he's got a few later on. I mean, there's no
standout, is there?
No huge standout, but Alex seems to ride winners no matter whether they're favourites or not favourites. So he's one of the best riders here.
Okay, here's Darren. Details of race 3.
Martin, yes, so let's have a look at the lineup there. Number 1 is Ascari and Naif Alanasi. Number 2, Microburst, Ricardo Ferreira. 3 is Al Shamek and Mohammed Al Yami. 4 is Zaid Al Keel, Abdullah Al Saidi. 5, Bobby's Freedom, Asil Al Sahani. 6 is Al Sahira, Abdullah Al Khamis. 7 is Saif Thiab, partnered by Mohammed Al Hubail. 8 is Nomas Nasser, Jimmy Carrion. 9 is Al Hazem and Tariq Al Mansour. 10 is Rez Camilo Espina. 11 War of Courage and Abdulaziz Al Musa. Number 12 is Dubian and Alexis Marino. 13 is Satam and Khalid Al Mimoni. 14 is Asafa and Osama Al Sharani. 15 Falek Zain Abdullah Al Credis. On to number 17, Mushtag, just waiting for jockey confirmation there. 18 is Al Nahel and Mohamed Al Shamani. 19 is Mosagadea and Mohamed Al Nevzi. And 20 is Sabah and Mohamed Zaid takes the ride.
Thank you, Darren. And the horses making their way into the parade ring for our third race. Number 17 is the mount of Rad Altaish. And number 16, Abdullah Al Farouz on board the 16, Abo Al Hafrat. But let's take you through the cards. So the runners are just making their way through. Number 1, Ascari, just the one run so far. In this country, formerly trained in the UK by Huey Morrison.
Yeah, it was 0 for 6 for Huey Morrison. Barely raised the gallop on the Saudi Arabian debut. That came in an open race, though. This is a big drop down to Maiden Company. Negative, gets the inside stall, not the quickest away.
Yeah, one run so far, rated 69 here in the Kingdom. Microburst number 2, Ricardo Souza Ferreira on board. Course and distance form, last time out at meeting 76.
5-year-old maiden, never really something I like to see. It was a 27,000 guinea purchase from Kevin Ryan after finishing 4th on debut in the UK. Slowly improving here, 4 good connections. As I've already said, Sami Al-Harabi, Ricardo Souza Ferreira team up for a lot of winners here. So you can't write this gelding off, but I think there are 1 or 2 that have stronger claims.
Al Shamika is number 3, 0 from 8 so far.
Tried a variety of trips in those 8 starts, was very strong late over 1,200 metres last time up. Now stepping back up to the 1,600 metres, might see him in better light.
Zaid Al Kale, rated just 36 coming into this as number 4.
Failed to beat a rival last time, cannot win this race.
One of the ones with a better chance is Bobby's Freedom, who's rated 67 and was second here over the 1,800 last time.
He's bred for turf. All of Bobby's kittens' progeny want turf. That's not to say he can't win on dirt, but he preferred the grass. 2 nice runner-up efforts this season. Closes from the back of the pack. Can make a big run today. You can't put a line through him, but I won't be siding with him until he meets that green stuff.
You probably can put a line through number 6, Al Sahara, rated just 43, and a 4-race maiden.
Nice pedigree, but just yet to show anything on the track. Finished 15th in an open last time. The only positive is that the connection deciding to go down in class with her.
Number 7 is Saif Thayab, who's rated 61. The first run since October 22 was a second here at meeting 82.
It was a pretty good effort off the 2-year layoff, but there's now a big factor about whether this colt will bounce from that run. He also has a very high head carriage, which is a bit of concern.
We then have number 8, Nomas Nasir, who was rated just 40 and is very exposed.
Yeah, 19 starts, too many for my liking. Plenty of those runs have just not seen him feature in the top 10 either. Just regularly fails to get involved.
Number 9 is Al Hazam, 0 from 9 so far. 3 runs back in Riyadh this term.
This year's form makes a pretty grim reading. The trip should be perfect. That's the positive, judged on the pedigree for this horse by More Spirit, who is a very good horse in the US.
Number 10, Rez, who is 74. Top rated in the field. Had a 3 goes for Richard Fahy back in the UK. Over the 1600 today, but overall probably bred to be a sprinter.
Yeah, and those 3 runs in the UK were in sprint races. Was owned by KHK Racing, who have lots of very talented horses, including Van Dijk, who in the UK is one of the best young horses in training right now. This Rez has faced tough tasks recently. Stepping up in distance, as you've already said, has to be the concern.
Yeah, a bit of a 1400 and 1200 the last couple of starts. War of Courage, number 11. Conversely, he was over 2,000 last time out, but is a 28 race maiden.
Yeah, had way too many chances to have any confidence in.
Number 12 is Dubyan on debut here in the Kingdom.
First time out by a good sire in Tajaweed, but hard to know what to expect. Alex Moreno on board. He's already ridden a winner and was it second or third in the first race, so he's riding well so far today.
And his horse there, a 10-1 chance on the international market. Es Satam is number 13, 2 runs back this campaign, finishing 4th on both occasions. They've both been over 1400.
Deep Closer has been running very well recently. This step up in trip could see this horse in much better light.
Okay, well, that's a horse who is 7-1.
Yeah, that's probably
on the
about
international markets.
probably
Yeah.
a fair price on what we've seen so far.
Azafa, number 14, debutant, 4-year-old filly.
Connections are just not known for first time out success. I think there'll be a better day further down the line for this one.
Number 15 is Falek Zain, who's had as many starts as the number he carries today.
Yeah, hasn't proved he can run so far.
Okay, well, at the top 15 in the race. I just wondered, Shamila, whether it's going to be one of the exposed horses down the bottom of the field that might come to the fore. How does Al Nahel look in the paddock?
Well, funnily enough, Martin, that is exactly my paddock selection for this race. Horse number 18, Al Nahel, the 4-year-old son of Australia for Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz. Second last time out, impressively, at meeting 70 for Jimmy Jerkins. And he looks absolutely stunning here in the parade ring. I couldn't take my eyes off him. Lovely round hindquarters and dapples all over him as well. So he's very happy within himself and just a really good looker as well. So I couldn't not choose him for my 3rd paddock selection of the day. I do have to say that horse number 2, Microburst, looks really well, and horse number 13, Es Satam, as well. One horse to note down, horse number 4, very much on toes and getting very sweaty behind the back legs in the preliminary stages.
Well, given Shamila's picked it, I thought was the most likely winner of the race. It is the international favourite. A quick win on the 18, Al Nahel.
Yeah, he's a horse I like in here as well. By Australia, suggesting that he will get further than this mile trip. Jimmy Jerkins' horses always improve for their first run. Showed plenty of speed on that debut over 1400. And actually the form is working out really nicely as well. The winner, the 3rd and the 5th have all come out and won since.
Al Nahel is just about to come past us here in the studio, Tom. He's a big, tall individual.
He is. He looks really nice as well. Calm, composed so far in the prelims. Just looks like he's taking everything in his stride. And his form is definitely the best on show in this race. Hopefully he breaks well, because the only negative I have for him is the fact he's drawn an 18.
Yeah, 1 start so far at meeting 70. That was over the 1400 metres, stepping up in trip today. But the winner from that race actually got on to win again since. There is substance to the form.
Yeah, exactly. Winner, 3rd and 5th, as
really?
I say there. Yeah, have come out and won since. So there really is some good strength there. And if you look back at the other horses in this race's previous runs, there's nothing that's anywhere near of note as that run that Al Nahel showed last time. And as I say, with Jimmy Jerkins' horses, they're only going to improve for their first start. So I imagine Jimmy's pretty hopeful of getting a winner here.
We will see the form of Al Nahel very shortly. You'll just see he was picked up quite late in the day. In shot there is number 19, looking to get off the mark at the 10th attempt.
Thought you were going to pronounce the name. That'd have been interesting. A long name, Mota Gadheya. 5-year-old filly with 9 starts that's finished 18th and 16th in 2 runs this year. Not for me.
And number 20 has had 13 starts in total, 5 this campaign, but does drop in grade after being in the Phillies Open last time.
The issue with her is that she's drawn out in 20, she doesn't have any early speed, so it's unlikely that she's going to get into a good position early.
Well, Al Nahel is the international favourite, currently at just under 2-1. It's 5-1 for number 5, Bobby's Freedom. Rez is also a 5-1 chance. And then a Microburst, a 7-1 chance. Ricardo Souza Ferreira on board. Es Satam is a similar price. War of Courage at 10s. Dubyan also at 10s. Saif Thayab at 12 alongside Sabah. Mushtag at 14, 20-1 and bigger on the international markets. There he is coming out onto the track. Al Nahel in what is a is a weak race. He's the one horse who's got the pedigree and the potential to be better than these.
Absolutely. He looks lovely as well going down to post. Nice stride on him. Looks good in his coat. Looks very aware of the situation as well with the earplugs in. I don't see a single negative for him going down to post or walking around the paddock. The only negative I have is the wide draw. Now, that's not because it is a wide draw. You can win if you're 4 or 5 wide coming for home. There's no doubt about that. The camber on the track helps those wide drawn horses. It's just what position this horse can get himself in the early stages. If he can get near the front, which on debut he did over the 1400, it'll be very hard to pass.
He will hopefully be hard to pass. How impressed have you been with Jimmy Jerkins? I mean, he was a big name in New York before coming across here. Comes from a big racing family. His father was a famous trainer.
Yeah, exactly. Alan Jerkins. I'm sure plenty of people will know the Grade 1 memorial race that's named after Jimmy's father. Yeah, I mean, he's one of the best trainers here, if not the best. He hasn't had lots of chances to prove that just yet, but he's won a Grade 1 already with My Frankel, and he's doing very well for Prince Faisal bin Khalid and his famous Red Silks at the moment. He's very much known for horses with lots of stamina. He's had a handful that have run over the 1200, 1400, but...
Namely?
I can't remember. I cannot remember the horse's name. Come back to me on that one.
You can't remember the horse's name?
Well, Alna Hell in this race, but he had...
Hell, yeah.
Yeah, he had a better one over the 1200 metres that ran in the Grade 1.
No, here. In the sprint qualifier. The thing...
Yeah, I can't
It's
remember.
called Honky...
Oh, Tonk Man.
Come on, anyway. Back to this
First Minister was the one I was trying to think of.
Just overhauled late here.
Yeah, exactly. He showed good early speed in this race. The winner, as we've already touched on, has come back to win a much better race, and the third and the fifth have gone in since too.
Yeah, it's a good performance, the longer trip like this. Honky Tonk Man was one. They also had a horse who won a sprint race here. Was it Fell,
but that's not trained by him.
No, well, he had another horse in these colours who had come back late on turf this year, and he thinks he could be next year's big sprinter, but opportunities for him were quite limited. But he's had over 20 winners here, hasn't he, since he started?
Yeah, he's doing very well. We had an interview with him maybe 6 weeks or so ago. Shamila did a great interview in the paddock, and he just trained a winner of a maiden race over 1200 metres, and Shamila said, is this horse going to be a sprinter? He said, I've got no sprinters in my barn. Well, he's already proved that that's not the case, because he's trained a fair few winners over the 1200. So all of these horses are longer term prospects for him. They all want to get further, or he wants them to get further. And he's going to do very well in this country for a long time.
Maybe a task to the producer, just try and find that horse. Won on turf here the other week, about 2 weeks ago. One word, and he just given it a bit of time. They had one run in Taif, maybe they'd given it a lot of time. But said options are running out this year, but I think he was mid-80s, the sort of horse who could go up to be a 1351 sprint horse for next year if he was to progress. I think maybe 2 weeks ago.
We'll have a look and hopefully get that name.
It was last week, in fact, because the week before was the qualifiers. So it was last week, early on last week. And of course, Honky Tonk Man, who was in the qualifiers, runs tomorrow.
Yes, and has a good chance of winning tomorrow as well. I think it's the highest rated horse in that race.
103?
103, yeah. So,
well, the back end of tomorrow's card's got a real degree of quality to it.
It's weird, isn't it? Fridays have become the Saturdays.
Yeah, same last week.
Weeks. Yeah. It's an odds. Previously, especially in Taif, Saturdays were the big day, and Thursdays are very much maiden filled. Fridays you'd have a mix of opens and good Arabian races, but recently Fridays has been the proper cup day, whereas the Saturday's taken a bit of a backward step.
Well, you go back a few seasons ago and they only raced here Friday and Saturday. This was a meeting that was imported, wasn't it, the Thursday meeting?
Yeah.
Which is why you get a lot of maidens, as we have today. And Al Mahel topping the international market. They are down at the start then for our third race of the day, the first of 12 here from Saudi Arabia this Thursday. Meeting number 100 of the season. There's a break next week before we're back with the Saudi Cup meeting a week Friday and Saturday. The jockeys revealed yesterday. Likely fields due out in the coming days as well for the Saudi Cup meeting, featuring that $20 million Saudi Cup. And of course, your comments are more than welcome on the YouTube chat. If you're watching on the Jcsa international feed, do give us your selections in the chat area. And do tell us where you're watching from as well. George getting involved along with Jose, who says good morning. So one would imagine he's...
In New York. Definitely in New York.
Yeah?
Yeah. His son, Joey Martinez, rider.
Oh, you know that, you know.
Yeah, he could come. Well, he wants to come over. Apparently, Joey does. So hopefully he can get a ride or two. If that's still the plan, Jose, let us know.
I think it was all your friends watching.
Well, I've never met him in person, but he's a regular contributor.
He is, yeah, a regular viewer as well. As is Darren Owen, who's got the call here on race 3.
Thanks, Martin. Yes, runners going in. This show seems to be a cross between Give Us a Clue, Mastermind and University Challenge. So runners then moving up into the gates for our third race. It's a 1600-metre maiden. There is number 13 in shot. That is Jcsa. Just to confirm, number 18, Al Nahel. Pretty warm order internationally on those markets. Around about 6-4 at the moment. Number 10, Rez. And number 5, Bobby's Freedom are the joint second favourites. So they are loading with about 3 or 4 more to load. And about to go in there is number 12, Dubian. One in the striped jacket. Still out of line is number 16, Abo Al Dafrat. And number 5, Bobby's Freedom, is the one in shot. Bobby's Freedom goes in. Bobby's Freedom's in place. A couple more to go in outside stalls. This is number 17, Mushtag. Mushtag out of line. And so too is Falek Zain, number 15. Jockey just, I think, getting aboard there in the starting stalls. That was Abdullah Al-Kredis. Last one's going in. That's it. Ready? 1600, the mile. And they're off. They are racing, and one of those out very smartly in the centre was Al Hazem as they form their early order, dashing down the far side of the track. Up along the inside is Microburst, who's showing up brightly to the inside running rail, and Al Nahel in the red colours is racing wide of the field as Abu Al Dafrat is also handy, being chased by Mushtag. Going on down the back, leaders are being followed by War of Courage, but they're well spaced out. Must be a good 20 lengths top to tail, and it is now Al Nahel who has got the lead, bags the running rail, goes on by a couple of lengths. Rez in second place is up along the outside, being followed then by Al Hazem in the third position, also trying to step forward then behind the leaders as they approach the turn into the straight is War of Courage, got a few lengths to find, and then being driven along back in mid-division is Jcsa, but off the final turn it is Al Nahel who is trying to slip them. Al Nahel is the leader. Rez is giving chase. So too is Microburst. They are the leading 3. They've kicked away then from Al Hazem in 4th place, followed by Saithiab, who's on the inside. Then staying on down the outer is Jcsa. And the question is, can Al Nahel keep going? Rez is the one who is finding the ground, but still has about 3.5 lengths to find. Make it 2.5. And Al Nahel is now beginning to tread water. Rez is coming. Rez has got there, beats Al Nahel, and they're a few lengths on from Microburst in 3rd, and they were followed home by Jcsa. So it is Rez, number 10. Again, it was one of those races where not many really landed a blow. There was already about 20 lengths covering them after 400 metres. And it's horses at the top of those international markets, not necessarily in that order, though, that have dominated the finish. Number 10, Rez, has worn down Al Nahel, who stole that march at the top of the straight, but began to tread water with 200 to go, was running on fumes in the end, and Rez has won it. 10 Rez wins, 18 Al Nahel second, 2 Microburst in 3rd, 13 Jcsa stayed on 4th place. Best of the rest was number 3 Al Shamek. So it is 10, 18, 2, 13. 10, 18, 2 and 13. 1 length and 4.5 lengths. 1 length and 4.5 lengths the margins. Time of the winner 1 minute 39. That's 39.52. 1 minute 39.52. So it is Rez who takes the money. It's a 4th career start, and it's a winning one. Camilo Espina doing the steering. Number 10, Rez. You can see the aerial shot there of Rez getting to Al Nahel and wearing down and asserting towards the finish. Rez, the winner of race 3.
Camilo, the second time with him, how is he?
Yeah, you know, the first thing always, thank you very much to leader as well. You know, always he giving some chance, thank God. For a long time no win with him, but today, thank God, we won. This horse is in that race. He
Tried him and the 6 furlong, but today...
Yeah, he run the 6 furlong, but I told him it's better you put the mile. You're looking for more distance, and today, thank God, he's coming very good. He's coming third behind the pace. And when I asked him in the last meter, he responded very good. The pre-special horse, he keep going. It's too strong, but thank God he can pass, yeah. Thank you very much.
Third race of the day goes to horse number 10, Rez, who breaks his maiden third time asking here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Last time out at meeting 83 came 12th over 1,200 meters and was over 1,200 meters before that as well. So they stepped him up in trip to 1,600 meters. Camilo Ospina's second ride on him as well, and it was a winning one. So that's really great to see. A really perfectly time ride by Camilo Ospina, might I add, because I thought the horse in second, Al Nahel, who we all fancied before the race, had this race wrapped up, but Camilo Ospina was just waiting to pounce on the winning line, and he absolutely did do that, and very well done as well to the trainer Bin Nasabai for this horse winning fourth time out, and hopefully we'll get a word with Camilo Ospina. Congratulations, Camilo. That was a perfectly timed ride.
Yeah, long time don't see, you know. Last week, no win, but thank God we are good, yeah. And yeah, that's how I run in 6 furlong. He finished behind, but I spoke with bidding. It's better you put a mile. Today he's good race for him. It's maiden race, and thank God he ran very good.
Is that what happened? They were hoping he would be more of a sprinter, but you think he's more of a long distance horse?
Yeah, you know, the pre-special horse is coming very strong in front, you know. I was thinking, the last meter, I was thinking I doesn't catch, but thank God he stole a little bit and my horse is coming a little.
Do you think he could be good over 1,800?
I think so, yeah, because he has one pace and strong pace. Maybe he can go mine.
Did Bidden tell you any instructions before the race, or he just let you knew the horse from last time out and you just knew what to do with him?
No, you know, always when I ride with a bidding horse, he never told me. He said, John, and you know, because I rode a long time for him, and this horse is easy to ride, you know. He's young good, and then try to put him in good position, and then we'll see.
And it was released yesterday that you're going to be one of the jockeys riding in the International Jockeys competition, so you must be excited for that as well?
Yeah, it's a big surprise for me, and I just say thank you very much, you know, thank you very much to the Print Meet, Talan bin Talan, they giving support, and all people here in Saudi Arabia. You know, it's a big challenge for me, and I rode in the first edition, but we come back this year, and we come back more strong, and inshallah, I hope.
Well, fingers crossed for you. Thank you so much, Camilo.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, the Jockeys Challenge made up of 6 men, or so I should say 7 men, 5 internationals and 2 locals, and 7 female jockeys. Camilo and Adel Al-Faredi both confirmed as the local participants in the International Jockeys Challenge. Camilo, an 8 times champion here in Saudi Arabia, and Adel, the reigning champion, both been called up to take on the likes of Ryan Moore and Damon Oliver as part of the male group. Safi Osborne, another one of the female jockeys from set right. But let's take in this race. Just watch it out from out wide. We can see the international favourite, Al Nahel. He breaks well here from stall 18, and after 200 metres or so, he's taken control of the race.
Yeah, it was very messy towards the inside there. You just saw lots of scrimmaging. You can just see the horse in the blue and orange. Horse number 6, Al Sahira. Jockeys lost the irons briefly, gets them back, but that horse was pulled up on the track, didn't complete. So obviously the incident caused some sort of injury. But as you say,
he did trot back though with the outrider.
He trotted back and was looks a-okay, but jockey obviously didn't think everything was all right there. As you say though, the international favourite at this stage, Al Nahel, 2.5, 3 lengths clear, and everything looked to be going very swimmingly.
He's away and gone by this stage. He's put 4 or 5 lengths between himself and the rest of the field as they turn in. And it just looks a case of he's started to get a lot of them under pressure in behind, and if he can keep this up, he wins.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know whether he didn't keep it up, or whether and slowed, or whether he just didn't stay. I don't think there was anything wrong with the ride. I know people will say, "Oh, well, he's gone too hard too soon," but this horse has so much natural early speed that if you rein back a speed horse, the end result will be far worse than if you let them go a little bit like he did here. So.
And just to say, Tom, look how far those 3 are broken clear.
Exactly. I mean, take the winner out of the race, and Al Nahel has won comfortably by however much from microburst, and they were miles clear of the remainder. So it was a race where Al Nahel had it at his mercy. He just wasn't able to get the job done. Camilo on the strongest stay out, Rez, coming from Richard Fahy's yard, the son of Dandy Man, makes it 4th time lucky in Saudi Arabia.
And you say the strongest stay out, which is bizarre because it is by Dandy Man. The pedigree suggests speed, and he was raced as a sprinter in the United Kingdom. Yeah,
it's confusing. Everything suggests sprint about this horse, but maybe he does want that little bit extra ground. He stayed perfectly well there. I mean, he outstayed a horse in Al Nahel, who I thought was going to stay the trip fine. So
I think he has.
Yeah.
He's beaten everything else off and just been beaten by the top-rated horse in the field.
He didn't empty completely, did he? It was just he was collared slightly with about 50 yards to 100 yards to go. There will definitely be a race in Al Nahel because he's got so much early speed. He can blitz fields, as we saw there, except for Rez, and Jimmy Jerkins will just have to bide his time with his son of Australia. You know, that Al Nahel, being by Australia, you'd suggest would get 1.5 miles, but step up to trip today, and he just got collared late. It's a bit of a mystery race there because the winner is a non-stayer that stayed, and the runner-up is a stayer that hasn't stayed as well as the sprinter.
But it's been a carbon copy of what happened on his debut, albeit over shorter. He's gone from the front and been nabbed late. I mean, maybe a slightly less aggressive ride is going to allow him to finish his race off a bit better.
I don't know. No? I quite like it. I quite like the ride because it got every other horse out of their comfort zone early, and he hasn't completely capitulated. It's not like he stopped. You know, in that race where he was second last time, he was beaten by a horse that's pretty talented. Rez isn't as talented as the horse that beat him on debut, so I don't really know what to make of it, whether he underperformed slightly. I think the trip should be fine for him, so it's a difficult one. I think Jimmy will go back and scratch his head over what happened there.
Well, if anything, he should get a mile on pedigree at least.
Yeah, definitely. It's a bit of a disappointing defeat if you were on the international market leader.
Yeah, international market leader comes off second best to the joint second favourites. International market, big prize winner of the first race, and a reasonably big price winner of the first as well. We move on though to race 4. Phillips Maiden, 4 3-year-olds, runners and riders, back with Darren.
So let's take a look at this lineup for our 4th race. Number 1 is Banedeg and Luis Morales. 2, Garden and Mohammed Al Nevzi. 3, Bint Al Ria and Ahmed Al Sharaf. 4 is Alanud Camilo Espina. 5 is Ragda Naif Al Anazi. 7 is Gardak, and that Mohammed Al Hubail takes the ride. 8 is Dalali Abdullah Al Saidi. 9, Claros and Jimmy Clarion. 10 is Cole Al Dalal and Abdullah Al Kredis. Number 11 is Purfleet and Turkey Alofi. Number 12, Al Sharek Hamza Saad. On to number 13, Bidea Kia, and we'll just get the jockey confirmation for Bidea Kia. I'm hearing that Mohammed Al Frady takes the ride on the 13. 14, Al Nakaya and Tariq Al Mansour. 15, Corinthia Palace, Mohammed Al Yami. 17 is Azar and Iyad Al Tarisi. 18, Ruan, Mohammed Al Daram. 19 is Aswira and Ahmed Al Azari. 20 is Al Safura and Khalid Al Mimoni. 21 is Hugger Tree, Osama Al Sharani, and 22 is Wabar Asil Al Sahani. So confirming 21 and 22, Hugger Tree and Wabar respectively are in the field. Scratch numbers 6 and 16.
And the 23, also the third reserve, comes out. Just confirming, it's Fahad Al Faredi on board, number 13. Bayad Kia, who was well beaten here a couple of weeks ago. This filly, as they start to make their way into the paddock. So over 1,400 for this. Filly's maiden for 3-year-olds, local and imported horse. And there is number 1 in shot, Banadek.
Yeah, 40,000 guinea breeze up purchase. Badly missed the start on both outings so far, but gets a bit of class relief today.
Number 2 is gone.
Going the wrong way of late. Didn't beat a single runner last time on the Riyadh debut.
0 from 5. Bint Al Ria's number 3.
Cost $174,000. Bred to sprint. Showed lots of speed on the debut at Taif when finishing 3rd. The second in that race was Daidan. Subsequently came out and won a Group 1.
So the form looks good. Number 4 is Alanud, 0 from 2.
Good second on the debut at Taif, but never involved on the comeback. Should be a little bit fitter now.
Number 5 move on to is Ragadar.
No show on both runs, finishing 16th and 13th. Nice jockey booking, that's the only positive.
Scratch the 6, which moves us down to the debutant, which is number 7, which is Gardark.
Relatively tough spot to make the debut. There are a couple of nice horses in here. Pedigree doesn't stand out either.
Delali, 1 start so far, drops in trip.
Beat 3 from a wide draw on the debut. Yet to really prove the talent. Gotta love the owner colours though.
Because?
Looks like Michael Table.
It does. Number 9 is Clara Rose, who's coming back in trip after a couple of runs over 2,000 and 1,600.
Rated just 35, looks overmatched here against better opposition.
Moving down then to number 10, Kol Al Dalala is on debut.
Trained by Abdulrahman Al Fassan, who we know pretty well on the channel. He does very well with his horses, not necessarily first time up, they're usually longer term prospects. This one you'd hope would run at least a fair race.
Polit's had 6 goes so far, one of the better rated in the field of 62.
Has plenty of early speed, should go forward in here under Turkey Olofi. Ran just 6 days ago, better suited to 1,200 metres rather than today's 1,400 metre trip.
12 jockey on board is Al Shaeka.
Yes, mid-division finishes so far. Comes off the layoff today, last seen at meeting 75, bred to sprint.
As we see number 13 in shot and pot batter, Shamila.
Thank you, Martin. We have a fillies maiden on our hands here. And it took me a while to find a paddock selection. I wasn't keen on any of them to start out with, but I have landed on this chestnut filly here behind me, horse number 11, Perlite, who is the highest rated in the race as well at 62. Turkey Olofi on board. She was 4th last time out at meeting 98. So pretty quick turnaround for her, but she does look very fit and very well here in the parade ring. I will give you 2 more highlights. That's horse number 3, Bint Al Ria for Jimmy Jerkins. The only reason I was put off choosing her is because we haven't seen her since she finished 3rd at meeting 38, so I wasn't too keen on her first time out of Riyadh here. And horse number 17 is a debutant as well. Beautiful 3-year-old filly by Frosted, and she looks really well. But I will stick with horse number 11, Perlite, hopefully to get me that second winner of the day.
So we missed a couple as they went around the paddock. We'll move on to number 15. We'll pick up those that we've missed. 15 is Corinthia Palace.
Yes, by 1,200 metres specialist advertised, but more stamina on the dam side. It was a quiet debut.
We then have the twice race number 18, Ruan.
Yeah, horse number 18, Speedily Bred, now steps up after finishing 10th over the 1,200 metres. Maybe we'll see some more improvement over the 1,400 today. 19
Swiraz on debut.
Local bred debutant, not a lot to say, aside from the pedigree, doesn't exactly scream first time out winner.
Number 20, he's had 4 goes so far.
One of the lowest rated horses in Saudi Arabia, rated just 23. Lowest rated horse, incidentally, is rated just 19, so £4 above that. Yeah, won't be winning.
Couple of reserves getting the first of those is Hugger Tree, ran here last week, finishing 10th.
Daughter of Maymas, who's bred to, well, progeny's bred to sprint. Maymas was a very good 2-year-old sprinter. Gets into stall 6, so has a nice starting point.
And Wabard, the reserve who gets in as well, also ran here last week, finishing 6th.
That was a fine debut performance as well. Drawn in 16 today. You'd expect some improvement, but I don't think she's good enough to win.
Well, they're making their way out onto the track. We've seen Jimmy Jerkins just losing out in the previous race with a horse that Tom and I thought would do the business. And his Bint Al Ria is the international favourite here. From Alanud at 11 to 2 per lead, attracting good money. 5 into 4 to 1. Lots of support around for the 11. Wabar 7 to 1 and it's 11 to 1 and bigger the remainder. The potential's there with the 3 here. Bint Al Ri, big connections, good pedigree, good run on debut, but on the con side, the form looks good, but was beaten 8 lengths that day and hasn't been seen since way back at meeting 38.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about the layoff than I am the finishing position or margin that this horse lost by. She's got the best form in the book. She's a very nice looking type, as you'd expect for Prince Faisal bin Khalid and Jimmy Jerkins. And we'll watch the footage of that debut in the next couple of seconds. And as I say, the runner-up in the white stable silks, green cap, white jersey, and then the red stripe down the sleeves, that's Daidan, who subsequently came out to win a Group 1. He's won 3 starts, finished second on the other 2 out of 5 outings. So he's a good horse. And Bint Al Ri wasn't beaten too far by him. The winner, I think, is 1 win from 2 starts. Maybe not seen since this day.
That's nonsense.
Yeah.
It's not nonsense.
Yeah, that's the horse.
Called nonsense.
Exactly.
I'd never say that to you.
So, you know, it was a relatively strong form. Also, that race was in Taif, much deeper surface. You needed to be able to stay the trip. And if you weren't fit, you would get found out. This horse, first time up for Jimmy Jerkins, ran pretty well that day. I was anticipating a worse performance from a horse that probably wasn't 100%. I imagine she's probably around the same fitness as she was there. Smoother, softer track here in Riyadh. She can use that speed, and I think she's going to win this race.
I just thought, watching it back again, she just looked a little bit one-paced.
But what horse in here is not one-paced, you know? It's quite a weak race.
I think it's the weakest race on the card.
Yeah, definitely. I would say that Bint Al Ri has the most potential. She has the best form in the book. Okay, she's short on the international market, there's no doubt about that. She's by no means a banker, but she's definitely the most likely winner of the race, in my opinion.
Well, she's yet to get a mark, as has Al Nud. The one who has got a mark is Perlite of 62. Are you thinking that Bint Al Ri is better than a 62 rated horse?
I think so, just because she was only beaten 2 lengths by Daidan, who's rated 101. I know you can't say literally Daidan ran to 101 there, because that was early in Daidan's career, but still, to get that close to a nice horse suggests that she's better than 62. Perlite is definitely going to be in the first 3 or 4. Because she has early speed. We've seen speed hold up in every race so far today. Usually always holds up in the first 3 or 4 races every day when the sun's shining, track rides faster. She'll probably go to the front. I'd be surprised if she wasn't reeled in by 1. But look, we don't know what happens in these early races. There's been a few shocks already today.
And they just can't seem to work out her best trip. She's been 1,200, she's been 1,600 Perlite. Maybe the 14 is going to be the key to her.
Maybe. This is the intermediate distance, isn't it, between sprinters and milers. Sometimes you want a sprinter that wants further but doesn't stay a mile. So she should go forward. I think she'll play a big part, but I'll stick with the 3, the favourite, Bint Al Ri.
OK, Tom is with the international favourite, Bint Al Ri. I thought Perlite's got a big chance here. Should well be in the frame. Bint Al Ri goes forward. Shamila's selection
Was Perlite as well, I think.
It was, yeah, number 11, Perlite, yeah. We've been in agreement so far, Shimla, right? It's not worked out too well, but hopefully things go a little bit better here. So loading forwards, we're over the 1,400 here. The international favourites coming from stall 3. Jimmy Jerkins missed out in the previous race. Can he go one better here? The man will tell us. Is Darren Owen.
Thanks, Martin. Yes, so top of the market is Bint Al Ri, and I can tell you that internationally there's quite a bit of support coming for the 11-horse Perlite as we speak. So runners then are going into the stalls. In the orange jacket there, number 1, Banadeg. Banadeg has had 2 starts so far. Luis Morales in the saddle. Here's 5. This is Ragdar, Naif Alanazi. So Ragdar is in. Garden, number 2, is loading. And this is Banadeg, number 1. Banadeg about to go forward. There's another one out of line as well. Claros, I think, is out of line. So too is Gardek. Jockey's not on board. Gardak at the moment, number 7. Here's number 4. This is Alanud, Camilo Espina, looking for a second success on today's program. So last couple about to move into the stalls. So that is number 4, Alanud going in, and Claros number 9. And they are all in. Stand by. And they're off. And still in the starting stalls is Banadeg. Number 1, Banadeg, doesn't fancy it, has fallen asleep and is still in the gates. So all the others are going through the first 200 metres, and Bint Al Ria began sharply on the inside, with Garden showing up prominently as well. So too is Alanud, and wide of those is Al Sharek as they head towards the first turn, and also Hug a Tree. So as they go into that first bend, Perlite is around about 4th place at present, followed by Wabar, who's in the green jacket. They leave the back straight behind them, and they're still very well spaced out, as you can see at this early stage. Al Sufira is trying to make ground. Another one who's trying to make ground but edges over to the inside is Ruan, heading now towards the turn, and it's Bint Al Ria in front. Bint Al Ria by about a length and a half, being followed in second place by Alanud, with Hug a Tree about 2 lengths away. Pearly Yellow Jackets just in behind them, and on the inside, a running rail is Al Sharek, and they're trying to get a split now between horses is Ruan. Heading down towards the last 200 is Bint Al Ria in front, but Perlite is the one coming home really well down the outer, and Perlite has got to the lead now. Perlite from Bint Al Ria. Bint Al Ria, they're 1 and 2. They're being chased down by Ruan, but Perlite takes it. Bint Al Ria second place, and they're followed in by Ruan. So it is Perlite, number 11. This is a horse partnered by Turkey Alofi, who was attracting a bit of support internationally before the off there, Perlite. Perlite has worn down number 3, Bint Al Ria. They're partying here, the team, for partying. Martin and Shamila both siding with Perlite. The money came for Perlite as well. 11, Perlite has won it. Second was number 3, Bint Al Ria. Third was number 18, Ruam. And in 4th place there was the green colours of Wabar, who really stayed on in the finish, number 22, Wabar. 11, 3, 18 and 22. 11, 3, 18 and 22. 1 minute 28.30. 1 minute 28.30 the winner's time. 3 1/4 lengths and 1 length the margins. 3 1/4 lengths and 1 length the margins there. That's a first success for Perlite from 7 career starts. Turkey Alofi doing the steering there on the well-supported winner, and a horse who hit the line really well.
Well, there's the winner. Perlite has come back in front, rated 62 off the mark at the 7th attempt. Beaten here last Friday. Turkey Lofi on board. Beat the international favourite Bint Al Ria into second place. Jimmy Jerkins had a look with his second runner here today. But the winner travelled well into the closing stages and has gone clear. First go over the 1400. We're talking about maybe this was going to be the ideal distance for her.
Yeah, it's worked out perfectly for Turkey Lofi. She wasn't ridden as aggressively as I was anticipating. She has lots of early speed, but she was reined just in behind the pace. They did go hard in the early stages. The second furlong of this race was 10.88 seconds. Anything sub 11 seconds is pretty quick. So maybe that worked against the international market leader in the Red Silks against Inside, Bint Al Ria, who eventually finished second and got tired late. But at the same time, Perlite was the best horse in the race. There was no reason why Bint Al Ria shouldn't have held on to the early position and early advantage that she managed to get.
It was a weak race coming into it. There were bits of form with Perlite that would suggest that she might be going to have to play a hand here. A quick turnaround. Just look how she's got to come from stall 11. The international favourite Tom, though, on the inside stall 3 makes a beeline for the inside rail.
Yeah, Perlite actually jumped really well, but just didn't have the natural gate speed from the first stride to around the 10th stride to maintain that position. Meanwhile, Bint Al Ria took advantage of the fact that horse number 1, Banadeg, refused to race, stayed in the stalls under Luis Morales, who definitely won't be a happy bunny coming back in, that's for sure. Bint Al Ria at this stage has already gained the advantage, a length up, and is actually setting a reasonable fast fraction to get there, but once she gets there, she steadies the pace down a little bit, and from here, I thought she was going to win the race, but Perlite, who's currently in 4th, proved stronger late.
Now, the first 3 starts got a break on the field. That's just maybe indicative of, you say, that hot middle part of the race that's seen the front 3 come back to them.
Yeah, exactly. Look, the closers haven't exactly come through. It's been more the stalkers. Perlite currently 4th. The eventual 3rd place finishers in the blue with the white chevron in 5th. So they've moved through the pack from, a stalking to midfield position. Perlite actually lost a length there, being interfered with by Hug a Tree, but it made no difference in the end. Bint Al Ria is 2 lengths up at this stage, but you'll start to see that she hangs slightly to her right when the jockey changes whip hand around now, and it's not running in that forward motion with real, staying power. She just gets overhauled by the race fit Perlite. Maybe fitness really told in the latter stages.
Yeah, she's been off the track since the early part of September, Bint Al Ria. Trip-wise, would you be content to see her again at the 1400?
I think so. She showed early speed. She shows that she can put in a middle race move to suggest that she can get half the field or maybe even more off the bridle. And she hasn't completely capitulated in the closing stages. I know she wasn't the strongest of finishers. I'm going to put that down to fitness rather than actually stamina. But yeah, I'd stay to 1400. I would be surprised if she isn't a longer-term prospect over the mile. And therefore she must stay this trip.
She does wander around a little bit in the closing stage. It allows them at the inside to make a bit of ground on it. Are you putting that down to her getting tired or greenness or a combination of both?
Maybe a combination of both. I'd say more greenness in this stage. Also, she only started hanging when the jockey switch whipped to the left-hand side. If he kept it in his right hand, maybe she'd have kept gun barrel straight against the fence and had a better chance. Saying that, Perlite has actually put quite a big amount of distance between herself and Bint Al Ria once she went past in the last 200 yards.
And her official mark of 62 gives you a good gauge to the level of form. It wasn't a strong race,
no.
And a 62 rated winner winning in that margin is a good indication of where the rest of them are. Yeah,
I think Bint Al Ria is around the same level as Perlite, just wasn't able to 100% show it today. Perlite probably ran to 62-ish. The 3rd place finisher, Rouen, doesn't have a mark. In fact, most of these don't have a mark, so it's hard to really gauge the level of form in behind. But let's say Perlite ran to 62, she'll probably go up 4 or 5 pounds. She'll be able to run in 0 to 70 handicaps, which will be good. I imagine Jimmy will find a similar weak maiden, maybe towards the end of the season in the next few weeks for Bint Al Ria. Some of the others are going to find it tough to win.
And if Bint Al Ria could get a mark just under 60, should be attractive for one of those 0 to 60 handicaps.
Definitely, yeah. Should definitely be the international market leader for one of those.
She was today, but she has been overhauled, and it's Perlite who makes it 7th time lucky to win race 4. As the sun starts to set here in Riyadh, the lights will come on shortly, and we still have lots more to look forward to. Race 5, we stay with maidens and go towards local bred horses for race 5. Local bred Colts and Geldings maiden for 4-year-olds. So once again here over the 1400 metres, and once again, runners and riders back with Dazzler.
Yeah, let's have a look at the lineup then for our 5th race of the day. So, number 1 is Mishwahi and Abdullah Ilham Hussein. Number 2, Red Host and Mohammed Saeed. 3 is Motreb Zamanoa and Mohammed Al Yami. 4 is Al Katim, Mohammed Al Daham. 5 is Yarab Asil Al Sahani. 6 is Asab, Mohammed Al Shirimar. Note no number 7. Number 7 has been scratched. Number 8 is Black Power, Alexis Marino. 9 is Motaked Abdullah Al Saidi. Number 10 is Kia Al Saad. 11 is Afa Halha and Thurb Al Mitiat. 12 is Shibil Al Reymeya, Nawef Al Mudiani. 13 is Bishkek Ali Al Mimoni. 14 is R Kadli and Fawas Wanas. 15 is Al Zala Mawi, Ayad Al Tirisi. 16 Al Metan and Rayan Al Turesh. 17 Nasir Al Anaya, Abdullah Al Rashed. 18 is Wafi Al Wood, Youssef Al Hussein. 19 is Kabat Abdullah Al Credis. 20 is Mukhtalif Leia Mohammed Al Nevsi, and 23 Barira is also in the lineup. So note numbers 7, 21, 22 are out. 23 Barira is in the field.
So the first of them into the paddock then for this, our 5th race of the day. And Mishwahi on debuts number 1. As we move on to number 2, Red Host, who has had 2 runs, but the last of those a long time ago.
Yeah, finished 7th in a similar race when last seen, but first run for 15 months. Quick word on horse number 1, Mishwahi. The sire was 3rd in the Grade 1 Woodward back in 2010. Probably wants more distance, and I don't love the draw.
Motreb Zamanoa is number 3. He's had 3 starts so far, 2 back this campaign, once over the course and distance.
Hasn't factored in either run this year, and it's hard to suggest today's going to be a different story.
Number 4 is Halkateem, 0 from 8.
Plenty of opportunities, yet to go close. However, the recent run was his best.
And drops down to the 1400. 5 is your Arab.
By a fantastic sire, Constitution. I love Constitution. He's the sire of Tis the Law. Brilliant horse in the US. Could play a part if he's got any talent. Obviously, we don't know what level he's going to run at his first start today.
Asab is the 6, Winnerson 2.
1 Paced, however, is the market leader in the international market by Tajaweed, representing the White Stable. The form is relatively strong, but he does come off a break.
8 is Black Power.
Placed in a maiden back in December 2022. It was a fine run on the return after a long layoff. He could bounce today, but Alex Moreno's on, that's a positive.
Number 9 is Motakayed.
Quiet debut, I can happily overlook him.
Let's move down to 10, Kia Al Sahad.
Another horse in here that I just make a winning case pretty hard to find. Rated just 35, which is perhaps generous on what we've seen so far.
Number 11 we can see in shot is Halha.
Not the nicest looking type, hasn't really come in his coat. Mid-division efforts so far, and there are stronger candidates in this race.
Would they include the 12, who's yet to win in 5?
Nope. He lacks any kind of speed, finished 17th on the 4-year-old return.
Number 13, Bishkek, just the 1 run so far, 10th that day.
There was some promise on that debut run. Maybe he improves today and could finish in the top 5.
Cadley is the 14, 0 from 9 so far, 5 starts this year so far, mark of 65.
Deep closer, he needs further based on his previous efforts. You can't rule him out for a place though.
Number 15 is the 2nd best on the international markets, Al-Zahal Mawi.
Consistent performer who deserves a breakthrough. He has gears in the middle part of the race, but he just struggles to really step up in the final 200 to 400 metres. The drop back in trip definitely helps him. I think he's arguably the horse to beat, but he is pretty exposed.
Yeah, 3rd over the course of distance, meeting 76. Okay, jockeys in the paddock, alongside Shamila, who's got thoughts here on race 5.
Thank you very much, Martin. We have got Local Bred Maiden coming up here now, and the horse that I'm walking alongside here with the cameraman Ricardo is my paddock selection for this race. Horse number 17, Nasir Alanaya. I think he's very deserving of a win, has been very consistent in his last few starts. Fourth last time out at meeting 94, and just a really nice big type as well. I really love the look of him, and I think that he should run really well. My only concern is stall number 17 a little bit wide, but hopefully he can get his head out in front nice and early and get in a good position to be in the placings. I do have a lot of horses noted down, as I liked a lot of them. Horse number 6, Asab for the White Stables, looks stunning, but like the last race, hasn't been seen since the Taif meeting season at meeting 52, so had to stay clear of him for that reason. And horse number 15 looks really good as well. Two horses to note for you that are getting very much on their toes and boiling over just a little bit in the preliminary stages is horse number 1 and horse number 20.
Thanks, Shamila. Let's just take you through the back end of the horses we could see in shot. Kabat, number 19.
Yeah, I just took a backward step last time. Tough post today, drawn out and still 19. It needs to go back to that run back at meeting 88 when he finished third.
Number 20 is winless in 4, 3 starts back this campaign, beaten double digits on each occasion.
No shows this term, makes confidence very hard to muster.
And Baira, number 23.
Yeah, interesting reserve that gets in here, not because he has a chance of winning. What we've seen so far, he doesn't. He finished 19th on his seasonal reappearance, but rated just 43. You don't usually see the third reserve get in the race, but connections will be happy this horse has.
We missed out a couple of these. Number 16, Almeton, 0 from 13 so far, had 5 goes this year.
Needs further, hasn't gone this short since his debut when he was outpaced, but there has been the odd bit of form in Taif that suggests this horse has a chance.
Nasser Al-Enya is number 17, had 7 goes so far this year, was over further last time, but was second over the course and distance 2 back.
Another horse that has the talent to win a race like this, it's just will he put it all together. My main concern with him, horse number 17, Nasser Alanaya, is that he hangs away his chance. When he gets there looming up large on the outside, he either hangs left or right and throws away victory. He's done it 3 times now in his career. Again, if he looms up large today, I think there'll be 1 or 2 that will fancy themselves in a battle.
And that was very evident at meeting 83 when he was second. There were 4 horses involved in the finish, and he looked like he was going to win, but he got beaten in the neck in the end.
Yeah, he loomed up, hit the front, and then went left, went right, threw it away.
Okay, well that is the main body of runners as they start to head out onto the track. Asab is the market leader, just under 2 to 1 on the international market. We can see in shot number 3 there. He was 3 goes so far. Was over the course and distance a couple of runs back, but was well held on that occasion. Asab would be the correct horse the international market's got at the top.
I think so. Look, I think the horse to beat is the 15, Al-Zamahawi, but that doesn't mean he deserves to be favourite. I think Asab probably deserves to be favourite on the basis of potential as well as what we've seen. The runs so far have been strong, finishing 5th and 3rd, both in Taif. We just haven't seen him since Taif, which is a concern. I mean, the last 2 Jimmy Jerkins trained runners that were favourite in the international market in races 3 and 4 today, they both finished second, beaten by 1 horse coming off the layoff. This horse has a very similar profile to those. I'm looking to oppose him, but I wouldn't be surprised if a sub won.
Well, I just thought the angle with him as well, these 2 runs had both come over 1600. He was ridden quite aggressively on that occasion, and just the drop back in trip, having just been worried out of it late on both occasions, looked a positive.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe this track will suit him as well. As I say, deeper surface in Taif, so horses can get tired a lot quicker. And also the form of Asab last time up, when he was 3rd, it's relatively strong. We'll see the footage right now. And the winner of the race subsequently came out and won a Group 3. So the form is relatively good in here. You can see Asab, he was in the lead in the early stages against the fence with the white blinkers. Just kind of gets run out of things. He doesn't stop, but he just gets outsped in the closing stages by 2 horses with better turn of foot.
Yeah, this trip could well be more suitable, and he's had a bit of time to mature as well, this 4-year-old. Last seen back at meeting 52. Easy to back, drifting out to nearly 3 to 1 on the international market is the 15. Not from 10 this year. Been over 1,600 metres the last couple of starts, and was 3rd over the course and distance a few starts back, finishing 3rd that day, and was doing his best work at the finish, as you'd expect a horse who does stay further.
Yeah.
But having a look though at that bit of form with Nasser Al-Anaya in there as well.
Yeah, you can see them finishing 3rd and 4th. Al-Zamawi makes a nice move in the middle part of the race with the blue cap, moves up into contention and looks like he's really going to go through and probably beat this leader, but he just kind of stops and can't sustain his run. Meanwhile, Nasser Al-Anaya in the green, in the yellow and black is hanging away again, left and right, and just doesn't go forward when under pressure. So they kind of run similar races. I prefer Al-Zamawi by quite a way. I think he made a big move, couldn't sustain it, and rightly so for a horse of his quality. Maybe today, if he's closer to the speed, he could actually make that move into a winnable position and then from there hold on. But look, we'll find out. It's a wide open race again, full of horses that don't really possess that much talent.
No, and from those that have got the majority of the experience, don't seem to find winning easy either.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, the case that I'm making for a 0 from 13 4-year-old geldings shows that, really. I like the 15, but not with loads of confidence.
There is the 10 down at the start. Kia Al Sahad, who's one of the international market's bigger priced horses in the field here. Do we expect Al Sahab to do what he was doing at Taif and push forward?
Yeah, I think so. The 6 has to go forward. I think Nasser Al-Anaya would be ridden a little bit more aggressively than he has been. Maybe Al-Samawi in around 4th, 5th position. And, you know, pace is usually going to hold up in these kind of races. So the rider of Asab, Mohamed Al-Sharima, will look to be pretty aggressive.
OK, well, that's the 3rd reserve who did get into the field arriving down the start. We'll take out the 7 here. So Black Power, number 8, rated 63, one of the higher rated in the field. Had 7 goes last year, just the 1 run back this year. That was over 1,600 metres when finishing 8th at meeting 72. Even on the balance of last year's form, pretty hard to recommend.
Yeah, it was a fine run after the long layoff. It's just whether the horse will improve from that or bounce. We see a bounce factor quite often with some of these horses. I like the jockey booking though, with Alex Moreno taking the ride on Black Power. Maybe he'll ride his 2nd winner of the day and live up to that 3-winner standpoint he said he was going to be by the end of the afternoon. But there are 1 or 2 in here with stronger claims, Asab, Al-Zamawi. And just talking about Asab, David Bollon's been in the chat. He says, I'm going to choose number 6, which is Asab. But then, just before, he says the white stable horses almost get tired by this part of the season, which seems reasonably contradictory based on the fact you're selecting a white stable horse here. And also, we saw, what was it, 2 weeks ago? White Stable had a great spell of things.
But maybe it's saying they get tired by this end of the season, but number 6 hasn't raced in Riyadh this year, is a fresh horse.
Maybe that would make sense. And if that is the angle, then fair enough.
Yeah, George also with number 6, 15 looking at danger. Do get involved if you are watching on YouTube, the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia's international feed. You can leave your comments. And as we were saying earlier on today, if you are watching in a different jurisdiction, it'd be good to know where you are tuning in to the action here from. So moving on to race 5, heading towards the halfway point. We're back tomorrow with another 12 race cards. And the same on Saturday again. Selection for you, Tom?
Horse number 15, Al-Zamawi, mainly just default pick on what we've seen so far, no real confidence.
I'm going to go with 6, Al Sahab, to make all here from stall 6. That's the last kick I'll go forward. There is the 3rd reserve also heading into the stalls. The action to be called here over the 1400 once again. Back with Darren.
Thanks, Martin. Yes, and Yarab goes in. Yarab number 5. Favourite internationally then is number 6, Asab. And it was a horse well supported who won the previous race. Being supported now internationally is number 15, Al-Zamawi. Last few going in at the 1400, still out of line, is Moktalef Leia, number 20. Also Motreb Zamanoa. And Kabat going into an outside stall, and Barrera. Watching number 6, Asab going in. That's it, they're ready. Stand by. We're ready to run here for our 5th race. Bit of a hold. And they're off. So 1400 meters in front of this lineup, and Red Host has grabbed the inside running rail. Motreb Zamanoa in the red jacket is shifting forward early, with Al-Khatim showing up prominently, as is Black Power in the purple jacket, reading out to Almaten, who's right there to the wide outside now is Cabart, who's showing really good speed, going right around the field. Look, note Cabart's early move with Almaten. Those two are being followed into that turn by Moktayed, with Black Power still going the shortest way up along the inside. Al-Khatim is just in behind the leaders, and they are being chased then to the final corner by Wafi Al-Wood as they approach the final bend now, and being unleashed to the outside, the yellow and green jacket on the wide outside. Up along the inside, Black Power between horses. Almaten is showing really good speed as they hurt their homeward bound. Almaten, Black Power is right there as they head now down towards the last furlong or so. Almaten is in front by a couple of lengths and coming home really well. Down the outside is Nasir Al-Anaya. Here comes Nasir Al-Anaya, who's really coming home really well, going towards the finish. And up the line right there, Nasir Al-Anaya with Moktalef Lalea. Let's just confirm what's won this. Over on the far side, Almaten has dug deep to win. It is Almaten, number 16, has come home in front in the yellow headgear. Down the wide outside, flying home was Nasir Al-Anaya in the yellow and black. We're looking for Asab. Asab was running on just in behind them, and Asab has got second in the end. Almaten has won at 16. Second place, number 6, Asab. Back in third was the one running on the yellow and black, Nasir Al-Anaya. That was number 17. And then in fourth place, they're just creeping through there, length and a quarter and a neck. The margins, Black Power, who was always prominent, has taken fourth. 16, 6, 17 and 8. 16, 6, 17 and 8. The numbers there, 1 1/4 lengths in the neck, 1 1/4 lengths and a neck. The margins, 1 minute 27.67. 1 minute 27.67 was the winning time. So Almaten, coming 3 wide off the final bend, has run on strongly to take out race number 5 in good style.
horse number 16, Almatin, wins the 5th race of the day for local bred colts and gelding maiden. Finally breaks his maiden. A little bit naughty here in the parade ring post-win, but he is very still only a 4-year-old, very green. So they're just getting their final winning pictures with this horse before we can speak to the winning owner, Saad Ahmed Abdul Wahid. So hopefully once this horse has left the parade ring, I'm not going to get kicked. That is not the plan for today, but we can speak to Saad, our winning owner. Congratulations, another winner for you.
Thanks God.
And what was the plan with this horse? Because he's had a bit of an up and down season, but you've brought him back down in distance and he looks really well.
He's the most stubborn horse I saw in my life. Like, he's always good. Last year he was very good. He's always second, third, fourth. He always plays. But this year he wasn't that good. But last race he ran after a long time, and Alex said he's good. Like, he needed that run. And today we brought him to 1,400 and he did well.
What's your plan for him for the rest of the season? Because there's only 13 meetings left, I believe, now.
Yeah, actually we'll see. Like, we'll go for the same distance. We will see where we can put him in a race that suits him.
And you've had a bit of a quiet season, but you're flying the last few weekends.
Thanks God, thanks God.
And do you have any other horses for the rest of the weekend that you're looking forward to, or anything like that?
We have Saturday Rustum Basha. Hopefully he can do great. That's it for this week.
And are you looking forward to the Saudi Cup meeting? It's come around so quickly, hasn't it?
Yeah, actually. We have, like, in the sprint race, we have Faisaliya. Hopefully she will do great.
Well, fingers crossed for you. Well done, Saad.
Thank you, thank you.
Well done.
Back to another winner, as he did about 2 weeks ago. Al Metin beats the favourite Al Sahab into second place, with third going the way of Nasser Al Anaya, once again hitting the frame, as he did over the course and distance a couple of starts back. But
that horse wants no part of winning. Nasser Al Anaya wants no part. He had every chance again, and what did he do? Hang right, hang left. One of the comments, actually, David said he bit another horse. So we'll have to watch that back on the replay.
Okay, well, let's take it back from the start. Key here for the horse who was the international favourite.
Yeah, he missed the start. Assad, you can just see white silks, green cap. He's currently 6th last, towards the inside, 3 off the rail. And, you know, this is a horse that's been forwardly ridden in the past. Connections wouldn't have wanted him to find himself in this spot early. Then he gets really keen in behind runners, and he still finishes second. It's a tough beat if you're on the international market leader.
Because what we'd seen him in Taif was over further, make it all. He was back in trip today, so things really against him. He had a bit more pace in the race over a shorter trip when he wasn't able to dominate.
Yeah, and it gets tight for him at the bottom against the rail there. You can just see he really had to push his way through. At this stage, he's still travelling really well, but the eventual leader's making his way for home already out in front, and he just can't really get into contention until it's too late.
He does stay on exceptionally well in the closing stages, still about 7 lengths off the pace at this stage, has to be switched out for his run as well, ends up challenging towards the inside, so he's been around the houses as well.
He has. He was definitely the best horse in the race, Assab, and look, if you run this again and he breaks better, which he generally would because he is a fast breaker, things just went wrong again today, he would win this 9 times out of 10. He's way the best horse in here, and it's just a tough beat. That's not to take anything away from the eventual winner, Al Metin, who's run back to his best where we saw him in Taif, and he quite clearly just needed the run last time up off a long layoff.
His form he did have some decent runs in Taif, but he was kind of patchy, good run, bad run, good run, bad run.
Yeah, super inconsistent. It's key to him to get out and into a good early position. I actually thought he needed further, but the intermediate 7 furlong, 1,400 metre trip today has worked a treat.
Nasser Al Anaya back in third place, the international market leader, coming off second place with Black Power. Actually, you said there were bits of encouragement to glean from the comeback run last time. He stepped forward from that.
Yeah, he didn't bounce, which was a good thing. Some of these horses do perform very well on the comeback off a layoff and then really underperform next time. He actually built on that reappearance 8th place finish, and Alex Moreno will be happy with how his horse ran. He just wasn't good enough to win today. There were no proper excuses for him.
Do you think we'll see a chance for Al Sahab to gain compensation before the end of the campaign? There's not many meetings left.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if we didn't, because they've got him ready after this long layoff since Taif. They'll want to get that win under his belt. He's an older horse now. He's a 4-year-old. Look, if you're going to be playing around in maidens going into next year as a late 4-year-old or an early season 5-year-old, then you're going to be struggling. I think the white stable will want to strike and strike soon.
Okay, one for the notebook then. Al Sahad coming off second best in race 5. Heading towards race 6. We can get more back with Darren.
So, race 6 coming up then for 3-year-olds. Let's have a look at the lineup. Number 1 is Al Nouri and Asil Al Sahani. Number 2 is Joe Fan and Thurb Al Smiat. 3 Zmo and Fahed Al Faredi. 4 is Fel Alexis Marino. 5 Foreign Exchange Hamza Saad. 6 Mawazi Rayan Al Tuash. 7 is Batal, partnered by Abdullah Al Rashed. 9, note 8 is non-runner. 9 is Yufiq Allah and Luis Morales. 10, Al Amari, Ali Al Mimoni. 11 is Damis and Tariq Al Mansour. 12 times ticking, Camilo Espina. 13 is Bartarik, and Bartarik partnered by Jose Rodriguez. 14 is Al Shahs and Mohammed Al Hubail. 15 Talrim, Abdullah Al Kredis. 16 is Midrak partnered by Naif Al Nazi. 17 Sultanat Al Hijaz, Abdullah Al Aruz. And then over the page, no 18. 18 is a non-runner. 19 is Al Rashkar and Iyad Al Turisi. 20 is Major Mohammed Al Jimi. 21 and 22, both in the lineup. So 21 is Lahab Abdulaziz Al Musa, and 22 is Kifan Abdullah Al Khamis. So note that those 8, 18, 23, they're not in the field, but 21 Lahab and 22 Kifan are running.
Into the paddock they come then for race 6, this open race for 3-year-olds, and we've got a bit more quality to look forward to here, Tom.
Yeah, a little bit more quality, open race for the local and imported horses, and plenty of ex-Brits in here, plenty of horses that have shown some level of form in Saudi Arabia, and we have an unbeaten runner in here as well, horse number 9. So we've got a mixture of different types of horses, but that's what makes these 3-year-old open races pretty good.
We've got to spin through them one by one in a second, but just touching on that 9, he was a horse we touched on in the menu at the top of the programme.
Yeah, I was at home that day. I wasn't here. Rory was in my seat, and I watched this race from the comfort of my own sofa, and I was confident on Tharma Al Dahani's first-time starter. They had a big battle all the way up the straight, and unfortunately for me, but fortunately for connections of the winner, Yual Fikuk Allah got the job done in a very good finish. I like it when first-time starters show a great level of tenacity and gameness in a battle, and he did that. So
well, that's exactly what, if you could read my horrible writing.
Brave.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
exactly
stuck his
that.
neck out and
It's what you like to see, isn't it?
Yeah.
Especially with young horses, because they can shirk the issue. They don't know what racing's all about early in their career, but this colt, who's very well bred, certainly wanted to win.
The international markets have 3, Sumo as the market leader. You can see why, given the rating he's got.
Yeah, rated 94. He's the form bearer in the race. He's, he's the horse that's proven at this kind of level. He beat the Golf Cup runner-up when he was an Open winner here. So he's already won at the level. That's why he's favourite. But is there a horse that's got more potential than him? Maybe.
I think there probably is, and Luis Morales on board. The runners then in the paddock for race 6. We'll take it through them one by one in just a moment. Sumo is the international favourite, just under 2 to 1. It's about 3.5 to 1 for the 9. We then have the 20, Major at 4s. 4 is a 6 to 1 chance. The 1 is at 12 alongside the 12. Times ticket, but 1 is Al Nouri.
Yeah, won a 1400 metres, 7 furlong, Epsom Maiden in the UK. Finished last on local debut, went 10th. It's drawn inside, which isn't ideal for a horse that lacks early gears.
Joe Fan was over this trip on debut, but stretched up by another 400 last time up.
Hasn't really raised the gallop in either run so far. Faces better rivals today. Connections will be hoping that this Son of Showcasing takes a step forward, but it's the 3rd quick-fire run. Don't really like to see that.
Sumo, who we just touched on, top rated off 94 here, is horse number 3.
Definitely the best form in the race from that victory back at meeting 72. Last 2 runs haven't been as good, but Farhad Al Faredi be hoping that Smo can reproduce his best in a race that we know he has the quality to win.
Comes back a bit distance as well today from the 1200 last time. Fel is number 4, 1 win from 8 starts, has been over 1600 the last 2.
Late running type, he won a dramatic race in Taif when half the field was taken out by a loose horse. Lacks early gears. Alex Moreno takes the ride today. It's usually Roberto Ramos on Felfel, so a jockey switch.
Does have winning form over the 1400 in a local bred maiden. 5 is Foreign Exchange.
Finished 18th on the debut back at meeting 94. That was obviously the Saudi Arabian debut. Previously raced in the UK. Was 0 from 4 for Carl Burke.
6, the grey, is Mo Arzi. 2 starts so far, well beaten on both occasions.
Very well bred type by Omaha Beach, who's having a phenomenal time, especially with first season progeny running as 2 or now 3-year-olds. However, that hasn't translated to the track just yet.
Move on to number 7, another grey. This is Batal, 0 from 3, just a rating of 42.
Yeah, not done too much so far. By Hit It a Bomb, who was a good horse for Aidan O'Brien. Yeah, I just don't think this gelding's got what it takes today.
Tuafikuk Ala, the horse we touched on, a winner on debut.
Got lots of early speed, tenacity, determined in a battle. Progression likely from the debut run. Maybe the horse to beat.
All comments you can maybe apply to Shamila.
Thank you very much, Martin. I didn't have to look very far from my paddock selection for race number 6. It's horse number 4, Falfal, a beautiful 3-year-old called by Patriot Act. Third last time out at meeting 99. Is partnered with Alex Moreno on board. He's looking to get that double for today, his second winner of the weekend so far. And genuinely, I just really like this horse in the parade ring. A really nice, well put together horse, super consistent this season, and I think he is deserving of a win. We haven't seen him in the winner's enclosure since meeting 41, but that could all change today. Now, obviously, the highest rated horse in this race is horse number 3, Samo, who is partnered with Fahad Al Faradi. Also a really nice looker. I just think Felfel looks a little bit much better than he does today in this contest, so that is why I am deciding to go with horse number 4, Felfel. And I do have to say that horse number 16, Mid-Rack, also looks really well inside the parade ring.
Thank you, Shamila. Let's pick them up then as they go around. We can move on to the 10 here. Has had the 1 start so far. Al Amari.
Slowly away, never sighted on the debut. Looks quite nice as a physical specimen in the paddock right now, but you'll need to see a lot better performance today to play a part in the finish.
11, Damis, has a rating of 70, but has been racing over further the last 5 starts.
Has at least been consistent in defeat, finishing in the top 5 on his last 4 starts. His son of Twilight Suns, bred to sprint, 7 furlongs should be fine.
Number 12, Times Ticking, is on debut here. We just lost shots of Times Ticking, but had a couple of goes on the UK for Ollie Pears.
Yeah, first time up in Saudi Arabia. What's interesting is that Camilo Ospina rides as son of Time Test. He wouldn't be seen on too many of these horses from the Al Safir stable or for this trainer, so it's an interesting jockey booking.
Raced over 1,800 metres in the UK. The Damlo was a winner over this 1,400 metre trip. Of the rest of them, let's have a look at 14, Al Shahs, for a trainer that you do like.
Yeah, I do like Thama Al Dahani. He's a very good trainer with all of these Sheikh Abdullah Amalek Al Sabah horses. This horse showed early speed on debut, weakened quickly. That has to be maybe something amiss that day. He was expected to run a lot better. Connections will be hoping that he fares much better than 18th today.
15, Talrim, ran over 1,200 metres on debut a couple of weeks ago. That was in behind a Street Stanley, who goes in a better grade tomorrow.
Yes, it was an okay performance as well for a first-time starter. Is by Acclaim, who was a sprinter, so this trip should be absolutely fine for him. Again, just needs to take that step forward from the first run to play a part.
We then have number 16, Mid-Rack, who was a winner in handicap company over this 1,400 last time.
That handicap was a 0 to 65 event. It was a big bunched finish that day. Needs to do much better today. When it's a bunch finish in a weak race, you suggest they're all around the same level.
And here's this brave game international second favourite making a winning debut here.
I feel like in my head I'm still cheering on Thama Al Dahani's horse on the outside. At this point it looks like Ricardo Sousa Ferreira is going to get the job done, but no, Luis Morales on the inside on Yafikok Allah just manages to hold him off in a very tight finish. I had 2 out of 3 that day and that was the loser. Not happy.
Well, just watching that back as well, Tom, they've not only beaten the 3rd comprehensive, but he himself is a mile clear of the rest.
Exactly. It was probably a good race. I think the second's a nice horse, the winner's obviously a nice horse. Hopefully he can take a step forward from that. He looks very nice out on the track right now. Louis will probably adopt that front-running tactic if he can get across to the rail, because when you have a horse that wants to win as much as him, you've got to give him the best shot.
And of those further down the list as well, Sultan Al Hijaz, number 17, did have winning form 2 starts back in maiden company.
There's a very weak maiden over the 1600 metres. Struggled last time, but it's probably a player in this grade. This is a step down in class for her, sorry.
And we have to mention number 8, Major, as well, with a mark of 84, second top rated in the field.
Yeah, source number 20, that is Major. Yeah, 1 from 7. Look, this horse hasn't won since meeting 64. That victory was in a 1200 metre open race. Finished behind Smo in the Golf Cup. It's hard to suggest that Major, especially from this wide post, will be able to beat Smo. We both like the 9, Jcsa, who we think has the potential to beat Smo, so therefore Major is not for me in here.
Yeah, that 84 rating is what, £10 below Smo, and they were 5th and 8th when they clashed in the Golf Cup.
And only gets 1 kilogram today weight allowance, which suggests that Smo should really confirm that form.
Okay, they are at the start. We'll soon be underway then for race number 6. Samo is the first pick of the international market. Jcsa second best at around 3.5 to 1. Major at 4s. We just touched on Major's chances here for connections. That form that ties in with Simo. Fell around 6 to 1, and bigger prices the remainder. Times Ticking's quite well found in the market at 12 to 1 for a horse on debut here, but the jockey bucket, as you say, is eye-catching.
I think if it wasn't Camilo and more one of the journeyman riders here, it'd be a lot bigger price. When Camilo, who's obviously leading the jockey standing, is booked up on a horse that he wouldn't usually be paired with due to connections, owner, trainer, etc., then you have to give the horse a second look, which is probably why he's so high up in the market. I don't think he'll win this race, but as I say, you have to give the horse another look when it happens like this.
And you were saying last time you here the turf track was still under development. Well, just look how amazing it looks on those shots now.
Yeah, it looks great. Do we know if the rails come down yet? Because I saw in the first few meetings there was a rail, wasn't there? Kind of separating the inside part, keeping that bit fresh. It looks like the rail's not there right now, so maybe they're really preparing for...
Well, I know from when I was out running around the track before the meeting last week...
You went for a run, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Was it 6 miles?
A bit less last week. But they were pushing the rail out on the top bends, whether it's something they do and take down...
Yeah, keeping that fresh bit of ground on the inside.
Yeah.
Because, well, the inside is going to be the part to be on, no matter what now, because obviously the outside's a little bit chewed up. There hasn't been much rain to suggest that the outside's going to be terrible, but when they dole off the inside with a temporary rail, and then that rail comes down, that inside is going to play super quick.
Well, one would imagine that's going to be kept fresh and lush for 2 weeks, Saturday and Friday for the Saudi Cup meeting, 23rd and 24th of February. Do check out the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia Twitter feed for the latest on the International Jockeys Challenge. The 14 riders there announced yesterday. So Shamila, she goes here with horse number 4. Fell. Shamila definitely with Fell rated 77. Ran 3rd here last week over the 1600. That was in behind Indication Call, who was a winner on debut. We might see the same here from Times Ticket, who's also on debut, having come across from the UK. Tom and I, though, both with the 9. Come on, Dazzler. Come home and call this 9 in front for us.
Well, we'll give it a go. Jcsa, number 9. The money has come for that horse as well internationally. So the last few then going in. Stand by. 3 rolls, 1400. Ready to go. And they're off from the 1400-metre start. One of the first ones away was Batal in the centre, along with Mawazi. Those two showing up nicely. Foreign Exchange also getting a position with Fell closest to the running rail. Of course, quite a bit of speed on. Jcsa is also right there in the firing line, with Alamari getting a posse, and then further back to Bartarik. So they go towards the end of the back straight, and it is Mawazi disputing the lead with Batal. Those two now joined 3 wide by Jcsa. So they are 3 deep. A length and a half behind those is Alamari, who's currently holding 4th place. Leaders are being stalked by Fell. Just behind the leading bunch is Damis as they now approach the turn into the straight. Also right there to the wide outside now, stepping forward is Al-Shaz. Al-Shaz has now moved into 3rd, heading towards the turn into the straight. They have 400 left to go, and it is Jcsa Ufakik Allah, who's gone for home, goes about a length and a half up now. Ufakik Allah in front, giving chases. Damis in the green jacket. Fell has now moved into third position. These are being followed by Lahab, who's staying on. They're inside the last 200. Ufakik Allah, the leader, by 4 lengths. Damis can make no impression, and Ufakik Allah goes on to win. Damis second place. Fell will be in third. Big distances between those horses, and they're followed by Lahab. So there for number 9, Ufakik Allah. They are celebrating again. The celebrations have already started, and that horse didn't half win. Ufakik Allah, the money came for this horse as well internationally in the number 9 horse, so it's unbeaten. Luis Morales in the saddle, 2 from 2, then Ufakik Allah, the winner. And look at that, winning in splendid isolation. Damis, number 11, in second place. Fell showed up nicely enough. There was it's a nice run from Fell in third. Lahab, best of the rest, number 21, taking a 4th place ahead of number 17, Sultanat Al Hijaz. So it was 9, 11, 4 and 21. 9, 11, 4 and 21. 4.5 lengths and 2.25 lengths. 4.5 lengths and 2.25 lengths, the margin. So another easy winner. 1 minute 26.14. 1 minute 26.14 winner's time. But this horse was always prominent, was 3 wide in the early stages, but really kicked down the home run. Number 9, Ufakik Allah, going on to win in really good style. Damis, all credit to Damis, tried to go with this horse, but it was no match in the end. Number 9, Ufakik Allah, coming home the easy winner of race 6.
Well done, Luis. Luis, tell me about the race.
Thanks God, and thank the team. Alhamdulillah. No comments. No comments. Thank you. Sorry, don't take it personal.
Race number 9 goes the way of race number 6, I should say, goes the way of horse number 9, Ufakik Allah. And ridden by Luis Morales, this winner. And he rode this horse on debut and won first time out at meeting 94 over the same distance. So this horse has 2 wins from 2 runs. That's 100% strike rate for Prince Saud bin Salman Abdulaziz. So very well done to all the connections involved there. A really nice run. And a really nice win as well. And as you could see from the pictures, that Luis Morales' kids are still here supporting him 100%, which is lovely to see as well. So hopefully we can get a little bit more from Louis Morales after this really nice winner. This looks like a really nice horse and could be a nice one for next season as well, in the Taif season and when he starts his 4-year-old campaign for the next Riyadh season as well. So hopefully you can get a word with Louis Morales. Congratulations, Louis, your first win of the weekend.
See, I'm gonna be like selfish, but not really happy with the club. So I will start not having comment to anybody. Not for that one, not for over here. And I'm sorry for you because I love you so much. You are a really good reporter, but things happened that I didn't like, and I just refuse to talk.
Would you prefer not to comment what's happened?
I'm not going to comment in any race I win. From now till the end of the season, I want to just breathe, take a breath, you know.
Sure,
thank you. Something very bad to me.
Okay, thank you.
Nice.
Thank you very much, Louis.
Well, he gave his no comment to the local team here for SSC, and Louis followed it up with a little bit more detail with Shamila. But there's obviously been some sort of dealing between himself and the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia that's put him in a position where he's not wanting to comment on anything or do anything to help promote the racing here.
Interesting. I haven't seen anything like that before, which is obviously sad to see because we want to hear what Louis thinks about the horse and what he thought about the race and how he's doing this season. He said he's not going to speak to the end of the season as well, so that's a long time. Something must have happened that really annoyed him.
Has he picked up a suspension maybe at some stage
Maybe.
that we don't know about?
Yeah, I don't think we could really speculate, but obviously it must be something relatively strong because he feels passionately that he's been let down by the Jockey Club, so hopefully we find out in time, but sad to not get a bit of a debrief on this horse because he looks very, very good.
Well, this could be the performance of the night.
Yeah, absolutely. He was ridden aggressively, as we kind of insinuated in the preview. Not as aggressively as I was hoping. I thought he was going to go straight to the front, but Louis knew that he didn't have to make the lead in this race. 3 wide at this stage, in second at the moment, and he pushes forward, and he was very good in the closing stages.
Okay, well, Louis on a no comment. I mean, he was very much sympathetic to Shamila's position and our position here. But Shamila, any more news or any more detail on what's occurred?
Well, I am joined by Nicholas Bachelard, who is a familiar face here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So welcome back, Nicholas.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be back. I'm just grateful for His Highness Saud bin Salman to give me an opportunity to come back for him. And hopefully that's the start for a good relationship between all of us.
Well, it's great to see you back here. Obviously, we know each other from the UAE racing scene. So it's good to see a familiar face. And can you tell me a little bit about this horse?
You know, I don't know too much. Honestly, you know, I've only arrived for a few weeks. So I think the trainer before did a very good job with him. And obviously he's a good horse. There weren't too many other races for him to run. He runs back a bit quick, but obviously he has a lot of quality.
Do you think they're going to keep him over 1,400 meters?
I think he might go 16, but that might be the end for him. You know, I think we'll see how he comes back. Either one more race here or keep him for next season.
And will you run him in Taif or keep him for Riyadh specifically?
I think, you know, His Highness will decide and we'll go from there.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Nicholas.
Thank you.
Well, we're no further forward with the Morales, with the story there with Morales, but hopefully we'll find some more out about that as we go through. But let's go back to this winner. He was aggressively ridden, and from the top of the stretch, there was only one winner.
Yeah, he asked for more at the top of the straight. There was a couple of horses in behind that shaped nicely to that point, but we talked about how game and tenacious this horse is in a battle. And actually, he didn't need to get in a battle because as soon as the horse in second, Darmis, loomed up to within a length, Louis shook the reins and he instantly found for pressure. So this horse was way the best today. If anything came alongside him, he would have found more. And he looks like a horse with a big future because he's 2 from 2 now. He's proven himself in maiden company and now in an open race. I imagine they're going to be going to cup races in time and he could really develop into one of the nice 3-year-olds in the country.
That was going to be my next question. I know Sumo hasn't really shown up there. I didn't see where he was in the run. Really concentrate on the winner. I want to see that back in a second. But given you've got 94, 77, he's beaten 70 rated horse there, you're probably looking at a horse who's going to progress into the 90s at the very least.
Yeah, I think he'll probably go around 95, 96. It's hard to suggest exactly what he's going to be rated because Smo ran no sort of race whatsoever. I don't actually know where Smo was at this point. I did look for him in the run. But I still can't see him. So, yeah, I'm not sure how he performed. Nevertheless, he's beaten the others very comfortably, and he looks a horse that could easily be a 100 horse in a few weeks or a few months' time. Maybe with one more start. He just has to prove that he really is that level. He was virtually unchallenged today.
Yeah, and note the numbers down for much of the runners have missed the 3 on the runarounds. I'm not sure where Sumo was. And Major as well, who we had form that ties in with, he's also been down the field as well. So the higher rated horses haven't fired here, but he was the unexposed one in the race. And there is the winning rider coming back. Mystery surrounding Luis Morales and his no comment. He doesn't look a happy man at all, does he?
No.
Be fascinated to find out what's gone on with Louis and the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia. One man, though, who is like a ray of sunshine, always happy, is the Dazzler. And he's got the runners for race 7.
Oh, you charmer. Right, okay, let's go on to race number 7 then. This is the field. Number 1 is Wadu Al Shams and Eddie Castro. 2 is Aishan Noura Abdullah Al Farouz. Number 3 is Ulfar. 4 is Ekshar Mohammed Al Daham. 5 is Mawakit Ricardo Ferrero. 6 S. Tadrak Mohammed Al Yami. 7 is Othubati Yasa Al Bakawi. 8 Zircon Asil Al Sahani. 9 on the card is Al Dukar. And Luis Morales takes the ride on the 9 horse here. That is Al Dukar. We'll have a look at the Al Dukar come up on the shot there. There you go, Al Dukar. Number 10 is Hossein Al Bayan. Number 11 is Maratia Camilo Espina. Moving on to number 12 next, and Mohammed Al Hubail. 14 is Ya Jamalek and Haned Al Shurimar. 15 is Raway Noura, Alexis Marino. 16 Danat Chrome, Tariq Al Hassan. 17 Ziba Al Mukhtara, Ahmed Al Shra. 18 on the card is Niran Wale. 19 is Latifa Abdullah Al Credis. 20 Analine Mohammed Al Nevzi. 21 in the lineup is the only other one in the field is the reserve, Lajaja, and Osama Al Sharani is aboard. Just note, 13 is a non-runner. 22, 23 not required. There are some jockey changes here, or some additional jockeys, and I'm sure Martin will have news of those.
In time, we will do yet to have them confirmed here, Darren. But race number 7, local bred fillies maiden for 4-year-olds over the 1,600 metres. They're still in the pre-parade at the moment. Still waiting for any news to filter through on Louis. Jimmy Sharon has been confirmed as been on board the number 3. That's the first jockey confirmed, number 3, Ulfa. Just waiting for the rest of them to come through. Erdal Tracy is on board the 10. And number 18, and Thala Al-Dahazi rides number 18 as well. That's news hot off the press at the moment. Right, let's just give you the latest on the international market for this. And Mawakit and Seba Algorthara, who you touched on again at the top of the programme. There was 3 horses in the menu. The first one of those won the last race. The second of those was the 17 in here.
Yeah, it's not even really a horse I necessarily like in this race. I prefer one of the others. However, I thought she was going to run pretty well in here. And actually, you know, she bumped into a nice one the last time. It showed a huge margin between the winner and her. I think the winner was Hayley Nabaha when she was second back in meeting 69. And she represents the Red Stable. She's a major player in this race. But as I say, I think there's 1 or 2 that are more interesting.
Mawakit being one of those?
Yes, Mawakit definitely rated 75, the highest rated horse in the race. Sami Al-Harabi, Ricardo Souza Ferreira on this daughter of Distorted Humour, who's a very good stallion. Finished 8th last time, needs to improve from that, but previous efforts suggest she's well capable of winning.
And you say there's more than one you like in here?
Yeah, the other horse I like is horse number 11. It's actually going to be my selection. I'm going to go early on this one. Maratea. She's an interesting filly in this race. You know, maybe she gets overlooked because there are some stronger horses based on figures, the likes of Mawakit. But Maratea, rated just 61, gets Camilo Ospina for the first time, which is an interesting little angle I've got for this owned and trained filly by Salem Al-Khatani. She produced a late run to finish second in a 1400 metre maiden last time. And that run was pretty strong. Now she steps up to 1600. I think Maratea could play a big part in the finish here. And maybe she's been overlooked in the market. I get that Mawakit is favourite. I get she's the horse to beat. But I much prefer the likes of Maratea to, say, any other horse that is shorter, maybe even 17, Sabre Al Mokhtara.
Yeah, and the form last time in behind, Umbra, My Knife, Kamikaze, all reads really well, and that's an international market 7-1 chance. Maratea. Runners coming into the paddock for the next. Let's take you down the full field here. Number 1 is Wadnua Al Shams, 0 from 9.
Unplaced in all 4 runs this year, hasn't progressed from a 3-year-old to a 4-year-old. Just generally hard to fancy in this race. But Eddie Castro is on board. Again, I don't love the inside stall for any horse that doesn't show early speed.
Number 2, winless in 9, also rating of 59.
Tried a variety of trips. Seems to be best when sprinting, so it's a bit odd to me that Connections have decided to stick to the 1600.
We then move on to number 3, Ulfar. Course and distance form from November. That's the only run this campaign.
9-month layoff when finishing 16th that day back in meeting 60. Fair few weeks off the track, 3 months actually off the track since. It's hard to suggest that she's going to improve dramatically for the break.
The international favourite is horse number 5, Mawakit, who's had 5 campaign runs so far this year and drops in grade from open company.
Limited. Wait, was this Mawakit, did you say? Or number 4?
Yeah, number 5.
Oh, we didn't touch number 4, Jcsa. I'll quickly...
Just wait, no chance.
Yeah, limited and won't be winning today. Horse number 5, yeah, Mawakit, definitely the horse to beat in this race. Twice placed in opens, first try in a maiden, down at the ideal trip today. Connections will be hoping that Mawakit can break through.
Estadrak is number 6 on debut as a 4-year-old filly.
Late developing type, seemingly. Small pedigree. Stallion United States is reasonably good with his progeny, but not one of the better stallions here. Again, it's probably a learning curve with her.
Othu Batty's had just the 1 start so far. That was way back in December 2022.
Yes, finished 19th that day. Long break since. Fitness is going to be a big worry.
Big price on the international market at around 40-1. Zircon number 8. I'd give this filly a bit of a chance. She's had 16 goes so far this year. Been held in open company, but you go back and her maiden form doesn't read too bad.
Exactly, yeah. She's a long-standing maiden. She's had 20 attempts to win, but she has placed on a decent regularity in this race, and she has the ability to run into a place. I think there's probably 1 or 2 in here that's a little bit too strong for her, but that isn't to say that she's not going to feature.
She's an 8-1 chance on the international markets. As we continue our run through the field, the pictures there with number 4, which was well, they're slightly behind us there at the moment. Let's move down to number 9, Al Dokar, who has had 1 run back this campaign. But interestingly, Lou Morales, who is on his mute campaign at the moment, he did ride this horse last time out on debut this season.
Yeah, never finished better than 10th, Al Dokar, 17th on the reappearance. Only beat 2 home that day. Lou Morales being on board is a positive, but you'd anticipate that with a mark of 30, she's not good enough.
Number 10 is Hossein Al Bayan, who's got a mark of 40. Another one has got a little bit to find. 19th here a few weeks ago.
Drops down from opens, no idea why she was in an open race, to a maiden, but she's just shown very limited ability. There are others in here with stronger and more pressing claims.
And they include the 11, Maratea, yes, who we touched on, 4 goes so far this year, and that good run last time behind Umbra, My Knife and Kamikaze.
Yeah, I just like the fact that Camilo Ospina's on board. The penultimate second is the most eye-catching piece of form, but last time up she wasn't disgraced by any means in finishing 5th.
Yeah, that run 2 back over 1,400 over the 1,600 today. Over the page we go to number 12 next, who was 4th here at meeting 94 a couple of weeks back, but 0 from 7.
Trending the right way, but yet to suggest that she can win a race of this nature. She's ironically named because when I looked at her, I thought, next.
I think you're going to say because your shirt. I thought you were giving us a sort of insight into your
No.
fashion branding, no?
Absolutely not, no.
Okay, number 14 is Jamalek, 0 from 7 as well, who's been racing over 1400 and 1800.
Improved first to second run so far this term. Needs another step up, but at least this horse has featured in the top 5 recently. Can't say that for many.
No, one of those you can say that for, though, is the 15, Rawi Nora, who was second in a local bred fillies maiden over 1800 last time.
Going the right way, can hang under pressure, not as badly as the horse we saw in the race two races back here today, Nasir Al-Anaya, but is a player if she can keep a straight line.
16 is Danat Chrome.
Yeah, break since the last run. That came way back at meeting 73. Probably not today, but there have been bits and pieces of form to suggest she could play a little bit of a part.
Okay, that's number 16, Danat Chrome. More on this back with Shamila. What's your fancy here, Shamila?
Thank you very much, Martin. It was a very tough one for me in this race, but I've decided to land on Ricardo Sousa Ferreira and Sami Al-Harabi with horse number 5, Mawakit. Rated 75, a really nice looking filly. 8th last time out, but I think we can disregard her last run because she's been very ultra consistent this season. 3rd at meeting 88, over 1600 meters this time. And I really like her chances. She's by Distorted Tumor, and I think this is the race for her to finally break that maiden. I am a bit of a Zircon stan as well, so horse number 8 Zircon looks really well to my eye. Asil Al-Sahani on board, and 2 horses to note for being a little bit difficult to handle and getting very hot in the preliminary stages. It's horse number 14 and horse number 20, but apart from that, I'm putting all my eggs in the basket of horse number 5 Mawakit.
Who is the top rated with a mark of 75. Let's just spin Tom down through the remainder of the field. We're just about to head down to 17 there, who we touched on at the top of the programme. The second top rated in the field, Al Mokhtara.
Yeah, she has a chance on her best form. She's got tactical speed in this race, so I anticipate that she'll be ridden relatively forward in here. She could win. Her figures suggest that she's up there with the best. I just don't really love her in this spot, and there are 1 or 2 that have better claims. You can see her right now. She looks very nice, though.
I would also see her in action as well, finishing 2nd back in November.
Yeah.
Which I think was two starts back.
Yeah. Unfortunately, she was beaten a long way by the winner, which I believe was Hey Nabaha for the White Stable. She was in a league of her own that day. Saber Al Mokhtara kind of just plugs on at the 1 pace. She beats the rest of the field, so it wasn't a terrible run if you take the winner out of the race, and she's won it. But yeah, I don't know. This race doesn't really scream to me, wow, this horse is the next time out winner, or 2 starts, she'll win.
And that was 1800, wasn't it, that day? Yeah,
same kind. Slightly longer trip, but again, that made no difference to the end result.
And then was well held in handicap company last time.
Yeah, and that really put me off her today. I thought she had a good chance last time up. Disappointed.
Okay. When you put her into the menu, I thought this was a horse you were really looking forward to today. You completely bagged her chances.
Unfortunately, we didn't have many options for the menu, you see. I really fancied the horse in the last race that just won, and I don't mind the horse in the last, which was the last horse in the menu. Zocco. Albeit that horse isn't my selection, but it was a toss-up between 2 in that race. This one, I don't love as much.
Okay, and a bit more form we can have a look at as well for Rai Nora as well.
Just took too long to switch leads this day. You can see switch leads by now, but the rider was just anticipating it was going to come a lot earlier. Was leaning into the left. The horse wasn't obliging by switching leads and actually was just hanging instead, and kind of blew her chance in this point. But Gaith Al Gaith, Alex Moreno, a team you should always give a second look.
And again, that was over the 1800, dropping back down in distance. So Mawakit is the international favourite alongside Seba Al Mogatara. They're both around 2-1. Rami Nora is 5s. Maratia at 7-1, 8-1 for Zircon, and it's 10-1 and bigger the remainder. The runners are making their way down to the start. We're around 5 minutes out to post time. Maratia is a 7-1 chance. A rating of 61 does leave your selection with a little bit to find with the likes of Mawakit.
Yes, I'm not adamant that my selection is going to beat Mawakit, but at the prices in the international market, 7-1 is much more fair than 15-8 Mawakit. And also, I think that Maratea is open to more improvement than Malakit is. And that's not to say that Malakit hasn't already shown the level to win this race, because she has. You know, if you're rated 75, you can generally win older horse maidens. All she has to do is replicate that rating that she's currently got, run to the performance that she produced 2 starts back at meeting 88, and Malakit will probably win. But Maratea has that higher ceiling, in my opinion. We don't know just how good she is. Yes, she's got a rating of 61, but she could easily be a 70 rated horse. And Camilo Ospina wouldn't be riding her if he didn't think that, or wasn't told, that she had a chance. And I like that angle.
Yeah, she could be better than she's shown so far. A couple of runs in Taif, and if anything, the 2 runs back here have been improved form, haven't they?
Yeah, they have, exactly. The track here in Riyadh quite clearly suits her. And yes, her first run was probably better than her last run, but on her first run she was coming off a long layoff, and I've already said about how horses can bounce on their second start after long layoffs. I thought she ran fine last time, but she maybe didn't take as big a step forward as anticipated, and I put that down largely to the fact that she was probably still feeling a little bit of fatigue from that comeback. Maybe today we'll see her in real good light. One of my favourite angles is third off the layoff. When I was here with Michael, he was so frustrated I kept mentioning it, but it is one of my favourite angles. I think it's one of the best angles for horse fitness, and this horse is now third off the layoff today.
Would that not depend on trainer and regime as opposed to being a hard and fast rule?
For sure. If a trainer is very capable of getting a horse ready first up, then it wouldn't work. But I wouldn't then use it, if that makes sense. Like if it was a white stable horse trained by Ahmed Mohamoud, I know that horse is probably ready first time to make a winning start. Some of these trainers who are less prolific, I prefer a bit of fitness.
So we're applying that today to Maratea, are we?
Hopefully, yeah. I think she's got a good chance. As I say, I wouldn't be surprised if Malakit proved the best in here, but I'm going to go a little bit left field with the 11.
Yeah, and on the international markets, 5 and 17 are joint. I'd have had 5 above 17 on the prices.
Oh, absolutely. What, they're joint favourites in
Yeah, 2-1 joints.
Yeah, I thought Malakit was definitely the horse to beat. Saber Al Mukhtar needs to improve, whereas Malakit's already shown the ability to win this race.
The 2 top rated in the field separated by £7, and the 2-1 joint favourites. Rawi Noura, number 15, is available at 5-1. Second over 1800 in that local bred fillies maiden last time. Comes down in trip today in similar company. And then Maratea at 7-1. Zircon at 8s, 10-1. And bigger the remainder. Great shots there of Riyadh in the background. Lovely sunset as well. To look at the sky there. Purple, reds.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Looks really nice. As they're down at the start and circling for race number 7. We are coming towards the end of the season, of course, Tom. We've only got a few meetings, I think 3 weeks left after Saudi Cup.
Yes, it's been a long season, but a good season. I've been in and out since midway through the Taif campaign, so I've learnt a lot this year, to be fair, especially about Arabian horses. But obviously in the UK we don't have too many, so coming over here and getting 2 Arabian races per card, get to exploit that breed.
And a proliferation of Al Khaladias.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to get another Al Khaladir winner later. You heard it here first. I know the producer disagrees, but I'm pretty certain that
I think we'll get one in the next race, don't we?
Yeah.
Oh, no, we don't. You were against it, are you?
No, I'm with you.
I'm with you. Al Khaladir?
Yep,
okay.
Horse number 12 in the next. So hopefully we get an Al Khaladir winner, but yeah, the Arabian racing has been the main takeaway I'm going to have from being here, and also the quality of jockey.
We do know you do like a takeaway.
I do like a takeaway, yeah. I am very keen on Hunger Station. There are other apps available, I'm sure, but Hunger Station's the one for me.
And you are back again before the end of the season?
I am, yeah. I think it's a week after the Saudi Cup, I'm back for a week, covering some of the races. So yeah, I'm looking forward to coming back. But first, we've got a few races to cover today, and actually, we've got 3 days together this week, so it should be good fun. Hopefully, some more winners.
Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully, we'll get a winner here as well. I think we're both going in here for Maratea to at least make the frame, if not bustle up Malakit.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully between the 5 and the 11.
Shamila was with Zircon, number 8, who's also priced to hit the frame here at around 8-1 on the international markets. Last couple go forward then. We're at the halfway point in the card, and we go back to Darren Owen here for the call on race 7.
Thanks, Martin. Yes, number 5, Mawakit goes in. So Mawakit favoured on the international markets. Been watching those international markets today. It's horses that have been attracting a little bit of support have been going in, and the one they're nibbling at is number 11, Maratia, in this field. Camilo Espina aboard Maratia. We're looking at Ishan Noura, number 2. There, and there is Maratia in the white and pale blue jacket in the background. This is number 7. Othu Bati, number 2, Ishan Noura going in, trotting towards the gates now for this race over the mile, 1600. That's it, all in, and they're off, quick dispatch. So they go the mile, and Mawakit began really well with Jcsa showing up prominently, and up along the inside is Wadu Al Shams. Wadu Al Shams right there with Ishan Noura in the firing line is Mawakit, and then to the wide outside and showing up prominently is Annalene as they go down the far side of the track. Just off them is Jamalek, who's not too far away. North 2 is Niran Wale. Leaders are being hunted up then by Raway Noura. They're going now towards the end of the back straight, and Wadu Al Shams just being pushed along here. Ishan Noura is right alongside as they leave the back straight behind them, and then coming 3 wide is Annalene, 4 wide in fact Annalene. Mawakit is the one 3 wide, so they're the leading few as they approach the turn for home. Just off those is Raway Noura, who's now trying to move into 4th place as Wadu Al Shams there waves the white flag. Red jacket spot Ziba Al Mukhtara making progress now from off the pace at top of the straight. Annalene is the one going for home. Annalene followed by Raway Noura, with now drifting to the far side Mawakit heading down towards the last 200. Still running on is Ziba Al Mukhtara, running now inside the final furlong. It's Raway Noura having a set 2 with Annalene. Raway Noura and Annalene, these two really locked together. Annalene, and on the near side is Raway Noura. Raway Noura goes on to win. Annalene in 2nd place. 3rd position goes to Ziba Al Mukhtara, and in 4th Mawakit. So it is number 15, Raway Noura, had that real set 2 with Annalene in the closing stages, and the 15 horse Raway Noura, Alexis Marino in the winner's circle once again. This time on Raway Noura, going on to Master Annalene. All credit to Annalene. Annalene wouldn't give in though, went down fighting. So those two occupying the first 2 spots, 15 beating 20. Number 17, Ziba Al Mukhtara back in 3rd. And Mawakit just hanging over towards the inside running rail, finishing in 4th. And Tom's favourite shop next was in 5th place. That was number 12. So it is 15, 20, 17 and 5. 15, 20, 17 and 5. They are the numbers in the frame. 3/4 of a length and 2.5 lengths. 3/4 of a length and 2.5 lengths. The margins. Winner's time 1 minute 41.64. 1 minute 41.64. But those two had a real set 2 inside the final, well, probably 400 or certainly 300 meters, and it was only there towards the finish that Raway Noura, number 15, just got on top of Annalene. A real good stretch duel, as they say, between those two. So 15, Raway Noura, the winner of race 7.
She did well. You know, well done to everyone. That's all. Whatever.
The 7th race is a local bred fillies maiden, and it has gone the way of horse number 15, Raway Nora, giving jockey Alex Marino a double on the day. And we spoke to him after his first win, and we said, was he expecting to get those 2 more wins? And he's got the second one all right. I'm not sure how many rides he has left for the rest of the day, but we will ask him if he is still confident that he will get that treble. So very well done to all involved with this beautiful filly by New Line, Raway Nora, rated 61, trained by the brilliant Gaith Algaith. She was second last time out at meeting 94 and has finally broken her maiden 7th time lucky. So very well done, and well done to the owner as well, Abdullah Al-Ajmi, for that win. She jumped out of stall 15, a little bit of a wider draw, but very good nevertheless. And Alex has just finished weighing out now, and we can go over to him. So this is your second win of the day. Will you get one more, do you think?
Well, I hope so.
And how was she today? She was second last time out, but she seemed like in a good position the whole way through the race.
Well, she break well. She had put in just in a good position. What I can say, she should win today. Yeah.
And what do you think they'll do with her for the rest of the season? Keep her over this distance, maybe somewhere 1800 maybe?
Yeah, she can go. She can stay on 18 or 16. No matter. So I hope she can keep in the same level, you know.
And how many rides do you have left for the rest of the evening?
Well, I think I have 3 more.
And are you super confident about any of them?
Well, no, but I'm trying my best to keep you busy, you know.
Well done, Alex. Very well.
Thank you.
Well, he did promise to try and keep Shabira busy with 3 winners. He's banged in 2 already today, Alex. Not even close earlier on. And Raway Nora here gets the better of a stirring duel down the Riyadh home straight to beat Annalene into second place. They've come clear of Seba Al Mokhtara back in 3rd place. And the top rated horse in the field, Mawakit, was back in behind those. But it's been, I just feel it's been an underwhelming result.
Yeah, I agree. I think all the form horses underperformed, and that's not to say the winner wasn't one of the form horses. She was, but she had £14 to find on Mawakit, for example. So it was hard to suggest that she was really going to beat that rival. She has shown bits and pieces. She was second last time up. She was 3rd back in meeting 13 in Taif. But I mean, the runner-up, Annalene, hasn't done much so far. She was 3rd last time, but in a much weaker race. The 2 form horses, Mawakit was very disappointing after being in a good position here. You can see Blue and White Silk's currently in 3rd or 4th alongside the runner-up.
But never even before that, never seemed to be really sort of grabbing hold of the bridle. She always seemed to be struggling. No.
Yeah, didn't travel. She also hangs in a little bit left when they enter the home straight. Our selection, Maratea, just wasn't close enough to do herself justice. She's just dropped out the bottom of the TV shot right now. She finishes in around 6th or 7th, but again, never really looked like a likely winner. And Seba Al Mokhtara, who was the other form horse in the race, she ran okay to finish 3rd, but she travelled into the race like she was going to play a big part in the finish again, and just at this point, in the Red Silks in 3rd position, doesn't go forward with the effort. She hangs a little bit, and she just doesn't run in a straight line. So, albeit we did get a nice battle throughout the home straight between the winner and the runner-up.
There's a stirring finish between the pair of them.
Yeah, I think it was always evident the horse on the outside was going to just get the head in front, outside momentum and later challenge. It wasn't really between the 2 horses we were anticipating.
No, and she was a strong finisher. She did run over the 1800 last time. And to be fair, they were both horses in form coming into this. They'd both placed last time.
Yeah, they weren't complete no-hopers, there's no doubt about that. But you were just anticipating maybe the handicap ratings suggest that Mawakit was better, Seba Al Mokhtara was better, or there was a more unexposed type that could get the job done. Now, to take nothing away from Alex, another good ride, in-form rider. I think he's currently 3rd in the jockey standings, and he's getting closer to Adel Al-Faredi, who isn't riding today. His eyes will be set firmly on 2nd place, I'm sure.
Well, they were the top 2 to finish then. The market leaders both running down the field, Mawakit and Seba Al Mokhtara, as Raway Nora, who was 3rd best on the international markets, gets the better of Annalene, who was around 16 to 1. Mawakit in behind those. And as you touched on, Tom, the horse we thought might well step up on what we'd seen so far, Ospina's ride, Maratea, even off that home bend, just was compromised by track position at that stage.
Yeah, she was in tight against the fence, but Camilo did ask for a little bit more turning for home. She gave it, but not a lot more. She wasn't able to ever erode the deficit between herself and the leaders. Meanwhile, Alex Moreno, on the eventual winner, Rawaya Nora, made a big sweeping move 3 or 4 wide on the track. And that proved conclusive in the end. As we see the start, most horses broke nicely. Horse number 7, Othubati, was slowly away. White silks with the blue and the yellow. But apart from that, no hard lock stories at the start.
Morrisil could be another one for Alex later on. That's in race number 9. He's got a chance also in race 11, I think, as well. He's on board the favourite there, Kalma Al Mohammedia. So he could well have another winner or 2 as we head towards the back end of the card. Certainly 1, if not 2 more, maybe to come in for Alex, who did promise a 3-timer a little bit earlier on today. Closing stage there of race 7. We move on towards race 8 here in Riyadh this Thursday. Race 8, which is just under 20 minutes away, is an Arabian horses maiden for 4-year-olds and older. They're over the 1,400 metres here. A couple of Al Khaladias to take us through the Al Khaladias and the rest of them. Here's Darren.
Let's take a look then at our 8th race of the day then here for the purebred Arabians, and it is Ibn Duhaim Al Khaladir, number 1, topping the field there, Asil Al Sahani. Number 2 is Arkan Al Gaya and Iyad Al Turisi. 3 is Zahi Paris and Mohammed Al Nevzi. 4 has been scratched. 4 is now a non-runner. Number 5 is Al Bashir Abdullah Al Kradis. Number 6 is Mamoun Al Khaladir and Fahid Al Faradi. Number 7 MJ Taj and Jimmy Carrion. 8 is Elios Al Anaz Al Ansari, Sama Al Sharani aboard. Number 9 is Al Ramis Awam and Fala Al Dahasi. Number 10 is Zaha Al Hakania. Number 11 is Mujnad. On to number 12. Number 12 is Mostabsil Al Khaladir, Naif Al Anazi. Number 13 is Lady Di Nawaf Al Mundani. Scratch number 14. 15 is Al Mazoon and Ricardo Ferreira. Number 16, Hammam and Azuz Aliyesh. Number 17 is Saab Athbar, Alexis Marino. 18, Najdar Al Bari, Tariq Al Mansour. 19 is Maid Soleil, Mohammed Al Daham, and 20 is Bakir Rahid Al Farouz. Note those non-runners, 4 and 14 are out, along with 21, 22 and 23. There will be some other jockey information.
So race 8, a couple of jockeys to fill you in with, and the 10 element of Ali Alamoni, and the 11 Mohammed Al Yami. So they are the jockeys then for race number 8. We're talking about another Al Khaladir winner, and it maybe well does come here in the shape of Mustabisil Al Khaladir, who is number 12 on the race card. Mustabisil Al Khaladir, who was behind a whole host of Khaladirs, got beaten by 2 other Khaladirs here on the return to action at meeting 94.
Yeah, it was a good performance though. Showed good speed that day. Got straight to the front, looked to dominate matters on the front end. Just got run down by 2 horses, but yeah, there were lots of signs of greenness that day, suggesting that he's going to improve a great deal for the run. And Naif Al Anazi, who's done very well for the Al Khaladirs recently, takes the ride today. So I think hopes are high that Al Khaladir will have the winner of the race. Horse number 6 is also interesting, Mamoun Al Khaladir. I know he's not owned by the Al Khaladir stables. This time Prince Khalid bin Sultan bin Abdulaziz and Sons. Similar silks, but this horse is another son of Laith Al Khaladir, one of the best, if not the best Arabian stallions around.
Now going back to Mustabisil Al Khaladir, that was a run over 1600, was beaten just over 7 lengths that day. I just thought, looking back at the performance at the drop-in trip, would look ideal.
Yeah, as I say, made a lot of speed. Made the speed that day, showing a lot of early pace. So if they adopt similar tactics, then sure, this trip is more likely to suit. We'll see the footage of that once we've gone through all the runners and riders and they're going down to post, and you can make your own decisions based on that, but I am in agreement with you.
And the form slightly boosted. The fourth horse from that race was third last week.
Yeah.
It's not a massive boost, but at least you know that they're
consistent and there or thereabout. For sure. And to be fair, the level in this race isn't set overly high. Now, you're looking at I'm sure everyone will be looking at the handicap figures, and they see that Saab Athbar is rated 88. Every other horse in this race is generally rated between 40 and 65-ish. There is one horse rated 75, which is Maid de Soleil. So maybe you're thinking, gosh, Saab Athbar looks like it's going to be a penalty kick. I don't know where they've got that rating from. I watched the runs. I actually watched the Arabian runs from France, and there's nothing there, in my opinion, to suggest this horse is rated 88. So maybe she's too good, but I don't really share that opinion.
Well, I don't think our producer will care too much. He'll just see that Lucas Gaitan and just go, yeah, Saab Athbar, I'm in.
Well, look, to be fair, I can see that angle because Gaitan's record is phenomenal, but I don't see the form case for that horse.
And he had the qualifier for the Arabian Classic as well on Trials Day 2 weeks ago.
Yes, yeah. I mean, Gaitan's there he is. He's actually a shot there on the left-hand side. He is the best, or at least in the top two with Mulab and Mishrif, with Arabian horses. So whenever he's got a horse, you have to pay no.
Well, another one of the Khaladias is Abian Duhaim Al Khaladia. He was 10th here at meeting 97 a couple of weeks back.
Just didn't show any early speed. Was also drawn in gate 1 that day. Just not good enough to win.
That was just last week, finishing back in 10th place. Number 2 is Arkan Al Gaya.
Third quickfire run after running 12th at meeting 91 and 13th at meeting 94. Hasn't hinted at upcoming success.
5-star today for Sahih Paris, number 3.
Only rated 48, inconsistent and lacks speed, all-round speed, early part of the race and to finish.
Scratch the number 4, debutant in the Kingdom at the very least for the 5, Al Bashir.
Yeah, first Saudi run, had a spell in the UAE. I did try to watch some of the runs there, but I wasn't successful in doing so. Horse looks like he'll definitely come on for the effort.
That's number 5. And number 6 is Mamoon Al Khaldi, another one on debut in the Kingdom.
Interesting first-time starter for Prince Khalid bin Sultan bin Abdulaziz and Sons. Mullah bin Mishrif trains, the same trainer as horse number 12. Looks relatively nice in the prelims, definitely shining in the coat.
Number 7's had a couple of goes so far, both over 1600. They've been in Open and Maiden Company.
Didn't come close in either of those two outings. Either this horse is very small or that is the tallest groom we've ever seen.
That'd be a combination of both.
Yes.
Number 8 is Elwar Al Sanari. 2 runs so far, needs to show more today.
Minor improvement from the first to second outing, but it was pretty hard not to improve on that debut 17th. Again, as you say, needs to improve.
Ramis Awam also on debut here.
Yep, debut at the age of 5. Something's probably gone amiss as to why this horse hasn't been seen before.
Number 10, we'll see in shortly, is Zaha Al Anaya, who is not from 6 this year. Down in trip today, but overall 18 starts without success.
Consistent in defeat, regularly finishes in the top 10. Probably will finish in around mid-division again here, between 5th and 10th place. Look, a horse that's not from 18 is not likely to win a race where there are 3, at the very least, potential improvers in here.
And number 11 is Mujna, another on debut here in the Kingdom.
Another debutant, still a colt, which is interesting. Obviously, they'll be looking to future stallion careers with this horse. Arabian stallions do cost a lot of money. Didn't look very fit.
Well, yet to get a rating for the 12, Mostabsil Al Khaladia, but he does bring a good level of form into this from meeting 94.
Yeah, we've already touched on him in a good deal. Showed lots of speed. Was green on debut, going around the bend. You'd want to see a bit more professionalism today, but has a leading chance.
Lady Di was 12th here last time out, but has got form to make it with the 16 Hammam.
Nice US Arabian pedigree. Didn't show up first time. Needs to improve a great deal.
Al Mazoon, number 15.
Interesting jockey booking with Ricardo Souza Ferreira taking the ride. This horse looks like he's lacking a little bit of fitness. Only 0 from 3 so far and no closer than 8th in the career.
Hammam rated 60, 0 from 6.
Midfield efforts recently, another one expected in this race, at least as rock hard fit after several recent runs in Riyadh.
Questionable the mark, as you were saying, of 88 for the 17, Saab Athbar.
Yeah, well, I watched 2 races in France. They came at reasonable levels. He's a nice, imposing looking type, but finished 9th and 8th in those 2 French starts. It just never really looked like playing a part in the finish on either occasion. Somehow rated 88. What is worth noting is the connections.
18 is Jcsa Al-Barry. Has had 8 goes so far this year. Well beaten last time, but the run before that over the course of distance, given what we've been talking about in the final race today, reads quite well.
Yeah, definitely capable of running into the top 5, this horse, the filly, horse number 18, Jcsa Al-Barry. I like the jockey booking as well. Tariq Al-Mansour, only 16, unless he's recently had his birthday, but one of the best jockeys here.
Yeah, and a winner of the apprentice jockeys race of the custodian of the 2 holy mosques. 75 rated Midas Salil's had the 1 go so far this campaign, finished 7th.
Yeah, it was a quiet debut. It's got a fair mark, a mark of 75, so that suggests that she has some talent at the very least.
And back here, hard to assess.
Yeah, very much so. Finished 3rd on the debut a year ago, but that came over 2,100 metres. Now runs over 1,400.
And they are the contenders then for our next, as the bell goes for jockeys to mount. The international favourite. Well, the market was quite slow to form here. And we'll bring you that once it's settled down. Probably, you'd imagine, and yeah, in fact it is open at very short, close on even money for Mostabsil Al-Khaladi. The bell goes for jockeys to mount. Let's nip back and rejoin Shamila.
Thank you very much, Martin. It is our first Arabian race of the day. I've decided to stick with horse number 17, Saab Athba, the highest rated Arabian in this field. I said in my intro that I was looking forward to seeing him, and I'm glad I did because he's an absolute stunner. He was previously trained in France by Jay Bernard, and this is his first start here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and he looks really well inside the parade ring. I think it could be Alex's treble of the day, definitely. I do have to say that horse number 12, Mutabasil Al-Khalidiyah, does look really nice as well. He's partnered with Naif Al-Anazi and by the great Layth Al-Khalidiyah, so you cannot forget those Khalidiyah bloodlines. You cannot not look at any of the Khalidiyah horses in any sort of Arabian race here. They dominate fully, so very best of luck to all involved, but I am going to stick with horse number 17 as my choice for Lucas Gaetana and Alex Marina to get that treble.
And there he is, getting the leg up as well. Alex chasing that 3-timer. Could well have 3, if not 4 winners by the end of the card, Alex.
Yeah, he's riding like a man possessed recently. He's really eroded the gap between himself and Adel Al-Faredi in the jockey standings. 2 winners today. One of the leading fancies in this race, one of the leading fancies in the next race. It's been a good day so far for Alex.
So Mostabsil Al-Khaladi close on the even money favourites, or close on the evens favourites. If you look at the fractions for this first, Saab Athbar, second best at 2-1. Curious how he's so short given there's so little to go on, just purely based on connections, I'd imagine.
Yeah, exactly that. I don't like the French runs, so it's got to be connections, got to be the rating, albeit that is questionable. Definitely worthy of 2nd or 3rd choice in the market, but this horse deserves to be favourite, Mostabsil Al-Khalidiyah. We pick it up when this horse made lots of early speed in the race, put the race to bed, and then 2 horses pounced late in the straight. But it was a fine run. You know, you can't take much away from him. He's produced a good performance on debut. He was green on the turn. He didn't want to take the left-handed turn as Naif Al-Anazi wanted, so he had to issue a reminder. And at this point, the race is already over. He's miles clear of the 4th and the remainder.
And the 4th came out to be not beaten far into 3rd here last week as well. So lots to like about him. I just think he's short on the international markets, but the 2 in behind him are making their debuts here, and there's not a lot to say about them. He's a real stand-up proposition in this.
Yeah, I agree. I do think the 6 is interesting, Mamoun Al-Khalidiyah. That horse would be 2nd in my shortlist, just because of connections, first time up. He's a complete unknown quantity. He's only young and a 4-year-old, whereas Saab Athba is 5 and isn't a complete unknown quantity because we know that he's run down the field in France. So I do prefer the 6 to the 17, but as you say, the 12, Mostabsil Al-Khalidiyah, recent form suggests he's good enough to win. All I want to see is Naif bounce him out, go straight to the front, get to the rail, and then I want this horse to corner more professionally. He hung out to his right, didn't want to take the left-hand turn on debut. That cost him at least a couple of lengths. If he corners professionally today, he's going to be the one to beat.
Okay, and just a word as well, once again, on the 5, Al-Bashir. Another one of those on debut here, but the international market saying he's got a bit of a chance, goes 12-1 into 10-1.
Yeah, it had some runs in the UAE, so I can see why the international market might reasonably like this horse. The form is weak, hence why the mark is 62, but this horse has at least proven himself against similar or better company in his career.
Right, that is the look of things for race 8. Got this Arabian race to come. Race 9, we do have one more Arabian later on. It's the final race on the card. We've got a local bred handicap, 0 to 60 for the 3-year-olds as race 9. Another handicap, this time for the 4-year-olds and older. Pretty much the same conditions for race 10. Race 11 is a maiden for local imported over the 1800. And we're back with the Arabian horses for our final race, race 12. A 0 to 75 handicap for the Arabians over the 2,000 metres to close the card. Zoko, we gave a mention at the top of the programme, but you were teasing us before, saying it's not actually your selection.
No, it's not. My selection, I believe, is ridden by Lou Morales as I quickly go through my form book. Yes, horse number 4, Hadid. I think it's a match between those two in the last race, though. The other Arabian race on the card. They're the two
top rated, aren't they?
Yeah, they're the two standouts on form. Both finished second on their last effort. I just slightly preferred Hadid's run, but it should be between the two there. But we've got a reasonable end to the card. You know, there's some poor quality races, but some interesting and competitive heats as well.
And do join us tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday card does look really, really good quality. Certainly the last 4 or 5 races tomorrow look really good.
Yeah, Honky Tonk Man's up there with one of the better horses on show. There are a few others as well with ratings in the 100. So definitely tune in tomorrow. It's a much better card in terms of quality.
And Honky Tonk Man's becoming a real favourite here.
Yeah, it was
such a good run last time.
The producer's favourite, I've heard. He also represents Jimmy Jerkins, and you know it's great when we hear from Jimmy on the channel.
Yes, and he always gives a bit of insight. Somewhere in his interview, he says something that's really interesting.
This is why I love hearing from Jimmy, because he's not one of those people that gives all the PR talk. Yep, good win. We'll see where we go next. I've always liked this horse. He gives you some honest reaction. Not many people do that in this sport. So whenever we hear from Jimmy, it's always a bit of a blessing.
We are down at the start, confirming selections, and Thomas gets set to load.
Yeah, I'm with you. Horse number 12, Mustabsil Al Khaladia. Get to the front, Naif. Make sure this horse corners well and fend off the challengers.
And it's hardened to close on evens on the international markets. Easy to back is Saab Athbar, just goes out a little bit in price. I guess the most popular against the favourite is the one you said was the main danger, Mamoun Al Khaladia.
Yeah, just because we don't know how good this horse is, and we see so many of these Mutlaq bin Mishrif horses win first up, that it would be foolish to write off the 6. I couldn't select the 6 because it would be a complete guess. There's nothing to go off apart from connections and breeding. So the 12 has to be the play, but do keep an eye out for Mamoun Al Khaladia, especially for next time or the longer term future.
Well, it's all the rage. Mustabsil Al Khaladia. We're in agreement here, Darren. This could be a pretty comprehensive success for the 12. Let's hope so.
Okay, so good luck with that. The runners then moving up into the starting stalls. Mustabsil Al Khaladia then the warm order favourite on the international market scene. There's an issue there in one of the starting stalls. One of the runners just playing up. Might have been MJ Taj. Just caught a glimpse of it there. Yes, it is MJ Taj, number 7. Stall handler in the starting stalls to assist. Jimmy Carey on the jockey. So Mustabsil Al Khaladia around about 6 to 5, 9 to 4. Saab Athbar on those international markets. A bit of support for Mamoun Al Khaladia, number 6. All the others are at big prices internationally. There is number 6, Mamoun Al Khaladia. Mamoun Al Khaladia is in. Mustabsil Al Khaladia, number 12. That's it, we're about set here. 1,400 in front of them, the Arabian breds. Well, number 9, Al Ramisawam, have the gate closed behind at the moment. And also the gate not closed there behind Mostabsil Al Khalidiyah. Now, that's it, they are set. Well, it's quite a long hold here. One or two of them with issues. So Mamoun Al Khalidiyah was getting fidgety. And they're racing. Racing over 1,400 meters, and one of those showing up prominently in the center is Mostabsil Al Khalidiyah. Shows really good early toe with Al Muzon right there with the leaders as well, and coming through to try and match tries them is Lady Di. Lady Di showing up really prominently. Ibn Duhaim Al Khalidiyah is against the running rail, just being nudged along, followed by Al Bashir. The one widest of all is Bakir as they go into the far turn, and into that turn they go, and it is Lady Di who's coming through the match tries with Mostabsil Al Khalidiyah, who's got the rail to run against. They are the leading two, followed by Al Muzon, who's close up in third place. Just in behind the leaders then comes Mamoun Al Khalidiyah, who's against the plastic. Up along the outside of that one is Najdar Al Bari, who's getting a nice split between horses, and the front few now trying to kick on at the top of the home run, and it is Mostabsil Al Khalidiyah with 400 to go, being chased by Najdar Al Bari to the outside, and then between horses is Mamoun Al Khalidiyah. They are the leading few, and they've kicked away. Sab Athbar is beginning to stay on for pressure, but has work to do. It's Mostabsil Al Khalidiyah now kicking away from Najdar Al Bari. Staying on is Sab Athbar. It is Mostabsil Al Khalidiyah who wins. Sab Athbar was in second place, and third was Najdar Al Bari. So victory has gone to number 12, Mostabsil Al Khalidiyah. Naif Al-Anazi doing the steering, and a real good an early set two in the straight with Najdar Al Bari, but this horse has kicked away in the end. It was interesting watching the way Zab Athbar came home there, number 17 in second place, hit the line really well in second, but was never going to get to the winner. So it's 12, Mostabsil Al Khalidiyah the winner, 17, Zab Athbar in second place, third number 18, Najdar Al Bari, and fourth number 20, that was Bakir, with number 6, Mamoun Al Khalidiyah, back in fifth position. 1 3/4 lengths and 2 lengths. 1 3/4 lengths and 2 lengths. The distances, time of the winner, 1 minute 36.60. 1 minute 36.60. 12, 17, 18 and 20 are the numbers in the frame. It is Mostabsil Al Khalidiyah who wins for the first time, second career outing for this horse. The winner of race 8 for the Arabian bred maidens at starting.
Race number 8, the Arabian Maiden, has gone the way of horse number 12, Mustabasil Al Khalidia. Third last time out over 1,600 metres at meeting 94. And that time he was under Naif Al-Nazi as well. So very well done as well to Nasser bin Mutlaq, the trainer of this horse for Al Khalidia Stables. Was a standout for me in the parade ring. I did think the Athba horse looked a little bit better, and he managed to come second. And that was really impressive from the position that he was in as well. So I think that next time out he can definitely go one better. But Mustabasil Al Khalidia was just that good, and over this distance was absolutely perfect. Seemed to have a lot of speed, really nice turn of foot, and really well rode by jockey Naif Al-Nazi, who we love speaking to on the channel. I feel like we haven't spoken to Naif in ages. But as I said as well, you cannot not talk about all of these Al Khalidia horses. They're so strong, especially if they're by Layth Al Khalidia, like the champion Asfan Al Khalidia is by as well. So Naif is just weighing in there, so we'll wait for him to finish weighing in before we get a quick word with him about what he thought about that race as well. And he's getting a lot of rides for the Khalidia Stables recently, and they're teaming up and doing really well. So we'll just let him put his helmet back on, and then we can talk to him about that race. Congratulations, Naif. Another win for you for Al Khalidia Stables.
Yeah, thank you, Shamila. Thanks, God. Second time I ride this horse, Mustabsil. First time he finished with me 3. He's a little bit scared. He don't know about this track too much. Second time today, thanks God, he win. But I know he also scared, because today you see him after 400. I think maybe he's lose, but when his horse come together, he's go. Congratulations for all the Khalidia stable team, for the Prince, for Mutlaq bin Bashir, for all the team for Khalidia.
Do you think he's better in the shorter distances than last time?
Not Shimi, I think this horse maybe, and I hope so, because he's later scared. This horse 1 mile, 1,800, seriously he coming more better. I hope so, inshallah, good future best for this horse, because I love him. I work him in the afternoon sometime. From the beginning, I know this horse, inshallah, he will be, inshallah, champion.
And this is our last weekend before Saudi Cup weekend. Are you excited for that?
Yeah, actually, all the jockey is excited for the Saudi Cup. God save all the jockey ride from Saudi Arabia, from another world. God save him, and inshallah, see perfect years for Saudi Cup. And thank you, Shimi.
Thank you so much, Naif.
Thank you so much.
A good ride. He did what you wanted to do, Tom. He got up there on the speed early.
Yeah, it was aggressive, got to the front, made sure this horse cornered, albeit he didn't really want to, and then kicked on in the home straight. Everything went perfectly for the eventual winner, Mustabsil Al Khalidia, and a fair ride as well from Naif Al-Nazi. Good to hear from him.
And it did look, on paper, as this horse was not a surefire winner, but he was by far and away the most likely winner of the race.
Yeah, surprising early international market. I think that kind of corrected itself towards the end, but he was definitely the horse to beat. Saab Athba did run home nicely for second, but was under pressure from a long way out and didn't ever look like winning. The biggest danger at the top of the straight was Mamoun Al Khalidia, who kind of tracked through the eventual winner, but had nothing left to give once Naif Al-Nazi asked Mustabsil Al Khalidia for more effort.
Mamoun Al Khalidia, one of those who did get upset in the stalls just before the off. You can see the grey horse there up on the speed, has got the lead early. Yep. Didn't have a rating coming into this, has beaten a horse rated 88 into second, the third's mid-60s. Whether the second's worthy of that rating's hard to be sure, but you're probably looking at what, an 80-ish performance from the winner?
I think so, yeah. I think Saab Athba is probably a 70 horse, or maybe a 75, it depends. This also isn't Saab Athba's trip, judging on the effort today. He definitely wants further. So I think Mustabsil Al Khalidia probably ran to maybe low 80s, maybe a little bit better, because he did win quite comfortably at the end. He's a very young horse. He still shows plenty of signs of greenness and immaturity, but he's only going to improve from here. And you know, when you're trained by Mutlaq bin Mishrif and owned by the Al Khalidia stables, you're probably going to take big step forwards and become a 100 rated horse in time. And this horse has shown plenty of signs of encouragement.
And just looking down the bottom of the picture, we'll see, staying on in a second, the black colours with the blue sleeves of Saab Athba, who's run the sort of race you'd expect him much to improve on debut. He'll step forward from this.
Definitely. Figures said he should have won this race. I disagreed on the French form. But Lucas Gaetan is a very good trainer, and quite clearly he wants more distance. The way he ran, he was outpaced at the top of the turn, stayed on very well all the way to the line, and as you can see on the gallop out, he's still eroding the deficit on the eventual winner. At this point, you can just clock Alex Moreno, second from the outside, black silks, check sleeves, light blue hat, currently in around 7th position, already under pressure on the runner-up. So you can tell this horse really lacks middle gears as Naif Al-Anazi is asking for more from the leader, but then erodes the deficit late, bringing that stamina into play.
He's had to come wide, knowing this horse, given he's got stamina to give, this horse is going to be coming back on him, so he's had to go wide for that clear trip.
Yeah, exactly, and jockeys do tend to opt to go wide rather than take the kickback. Kickback here isn't even bad. I don't know why some jockeys don't want to go towards the fence. This is not a criticism of Alex in this race by any means. He went wide for a reason, just in general. But being wide on the track is never really a negative, providing you're not 6, 7, 8 wide. Because of the camber, it works out as like a slingshot into the home straight.
So Mostabsil Al-Khaladia gets off the mark here second time up. Was behind a couple of Khaladias last time out, the 4th, and ran well. And as we said before, that drop back in trip to the 1400 was certainly ideal.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what would have happened if this was a 1600 metre race, because the runner-up was closing ground. It would have been very close. But yes, this 1400 looks absolutely fine for Mostabsil Al-Khaladia today. I think Naif said in the interview with Shamila, maybe I'm wrong here, but I think he said that maybe longer distance up to 1800 would work, which is interesting. But at this moment in time, the sprinter, Mostabsil Al-Khaladia, is working out a treat.
Well, the one thing you can say is he's learning, and his best days are ahead, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. And horses that are by the stallion Laith Al-Khaladia generally want further in time. You'll see lots of the Al-Khaladia stables horses are by the stallion, and they get anything up to 2400 metres.
That was race number 8. 9, 10, 11 and 12 still to come this Thursday here in Riyadh. Race 9 is 15 minutes away. We go here for local bred horses. 0 to 60 for 3-year-olds, the equivalent race for older horses to come. But here's this winner drawing clear, and just watch out for the Lucas Gaetan horse staying on for the minor honours. But the international market got it bang right there in race number 8. So we move on to race number 9, and this, Darren, probably one of the more, well, if not the most open race on the card.
Indeed, Martin. Yes, we're looking at a handicap here for the 3-year-olds. It's over the 1600 metres, the mile trip, our 9th race. And I'm just looking into the international markets, for instance, this race. And yes, it's 9-2 the field at the moment. Let's have a look at the field. Number 1, Galdaran and Mohammed Al-Daham. Number 2, Application, Abdullah Al-Khamis. Number 5, note numbers 3 and 4 are non-runners. They're scratched. So number 5 is Bondok, Osama Al-Sharani. Number 6 is Afdal Yalul and Abdullah Al-Kredis. 7, Marasil, Alexis Marino. 8 is Razi, Ahmed Al-Shara. Number 9, Osula Abdullah Al-Farouz. Number 10 is Al-Hamez and Ali Al-Mimoni. Number 12 is Ashk Bladi and Mohammed Al-Yami. Number 12 is Here We Are. Here We Are, Azuz Al-Yish takes the ride. Number 13, Palance and Naif Al-Anazi. 14 is Mutasare and Eddie Castro. 15, Abu Al-Jamail, Abdulaziz Al-Musa. 16 is Yahum, and that is Mohammed Al-Hubail. 17, Ant Al-Maqsood, Abdullah Ella Al-Hussein. 18 is Al-Hajjur, Thurb Al-Tumiat. 19 is Tazim and Luis Morales. Number 20 is Titha and Tariq Al-Mansour, and note number 21 is in this field, the reserve. That is Kashasha and Youssef Al-Hussein. So 21 runs, 3 and 4 are scratched. Open looking handicap coming up. This is race 9.
And we are indeed on to race 9, this local bred handicap. The runners coming in to the paddock. Just touching on with Darren there as well, this is wide open. It's 5-1 the field on the international market.
Yeah, rightly so. These 0 to 60s are always tough. There's never anything separating the majority of these horses on figures, and obviously in handicaps they'll carry weight allowances to make them basically finish straight in a line. Look, it's a 3-year-old handicap, so these horses are newly turned 3-year-olds at the start of 2024. There's not much form to go off. What we have is very weak.
It is, and we'll go through them one by one. Quick word on the one, Galderan.
Finished 11th last week, £2 wrong at the weights now, only rated 58, revised mark, but it's carrying the weight for a horse rated 60.
Number 2 is Application we can see in shot.
Gone the wrong way since the Taif debut, 8th, finished 16th and 17th in 2 Riyadh starts.
We can take out numbers 3 and 4, both are scratches, which brings us down to number 5, which is Bondok, mark of 60, 0 from 5 so far.
She hasn't been seen since 5 quickfire runs in Taif. She looks okay, albeit her coat is slightly starting to go.
Number 6 is Aftal Yeilul, who was over 1,200 metres in maiden company last time out, but has been in handicap company and struggled.
3rd up in Riyadh, as I say, I like that angle. The wide draw today in stall 18 is a concern.
Morrisil, number 7, was over the 1,400 last time out, comes up in trip and was behind a runaway winner last time.
That winner is now rated 91. This horse gets in a handicap rated 59. Alex Moreno looks for 3 wins on the day.
And he did say early on he would have
3 winners.
3 winners as well. Number 8 is Razi, 0 from 6, over 1,600 the last couple of times, and seemingly has its limitations.
Just hasn't done enough so far to warrant any kind of support in this race today.
That's number 9 there, we can see in shot. That is the international favourite, Usula.
A closer will be coming from way off the speed, drawn wide again, which won't suit. This filly will be wide on the track going into the first turn. Should find 1 or 2 at least too good.
Well, we thought next was maybe an insight into your wardrobe. Maybe Al Hermes is more appropriate.
Very capable at best. Bleak efforts here in Riyadh so far.
11 is a horse who's had 3 starts so far. Did show more last time out over the 1,800.
Beaten by an 80 rated performer and a 70 rated performer last seen. Rated 59. One of the most interesting runners in the race.
12's a handicap debutant looking to get off the mark at the 8th attempt.
Weakened out of things early last time. Didn't beat a single horse home.
Moving on to number 13, Parlance. 6 goes so far. Not been seen since meeting 78.
Comes back from a break today, as you say. Some form there to suggest that he can play a part, but you have to go all the way back to meeting 64.
Montesaro's had 11 goes so far. Ran here last week, finishing 6th.
Gets a nice draw in stall 2. Eddie Castro, experienced pilot on board as well. It's just difficult to weigh up. Had plenty of chances, more chances than the majority of these with 11 starts.
And the other one who ran here last week as well is the 15, Abu Al-Jamil.
Just not done enough so far. I'm happy to overlook this one.
16 in shot, winless in 4 is Yahoo.
Poor effort last week when 17th, meeting 99. I prefer others.
17 will come on to next is Ant Al-Makasud, who again has had 3 goes, well beaten.
Just didn't beat a single rival last time. Enters handicap company off a very low mark.
Al Dejor is number 18, on toes in the paddock, 0 from 5.
Yeah, closely matched with horse number 19, who we'll come to next. Both have very slim chances.
And that 19 is Taya Zim, who was 4th at meeting 91, but ran 9th in a course and distance handicap prior to that. But an interesting jockey booking. On board for the first time, Louis Morales.
Yeah, definitely interesting. As I say, closely matched with 18 based on their runs at meeting 88, finishing 8th and 9th.
Number 20, 0 from 8 so far.
Wrong at the weights in here, rated 43, but carrying the weight of a horse rated 44.
And Kashishar, 0 from 6.
Again, wrong at the weights, only rated 38. Drawn is still 7 at the very least, is a reasonable starting post.
Well, they are the runners and riders. Despite it being a tight event, there is quite a few of these you can knock out straight away.
Yeah, I think the majority of those at the bottom of the weights, obviously, I don't feel like I need to explain this, but for some viewers, if you don't know how handicaps work, because they're not all that common over here or in America if you're watching from the US, the horses at the top of the weights are better horses, the horses at the bottom weights carry less weight, so it's to even it all out. However, in races that are like 0 to 60, if you've got horses rated in the 40s, they generally just don't have any ability, and the handicappers trying to find a spot for them. So from horses 15 downwards, I'm happy to strike a line through them all.
I'd almost go from 10 down, but...
Maybe, yeah, for sure. I mean, I like the 11 as an each-way player, so maybe 10 down except for the 11.
Okay, 12 down then. Anyway, here's Shamila's thoughts.
Thank you very much, lads. 9th race of the evening, I've decided to go with horse number 7, Morrisil, partnered with Alexis Marino. Still trying to chase that treble, so I'm putting all my faith into him that he's going to win this race. He was second in the last race, so hopefully he can go one better this time. Really nice looking colt here. Third last time at a meeting 88, and I really like his chances. He was a little bit edgy in the preliminary stages, however has settled down really nicely ever since Alex Marino has got on board, and I think that they can get the job done. The other horse that I liked is horse number 1, Goldrin, partnered up with Mohamed Adham. Has had a bit of a up and down season, but is one of the highest rated horses in this handicap, and he looks really well as well, no doubt about that. 2 horses for me that are on the naughty list, and that's horse number 2, Application, and horse number 9, Asula, who are being very difficult to handle.
Okay, well, I'm with Shabir. I think she got it on the money here. Morrisil, who's just attracting a bit of money on the international market, 6 into 5.5 to 1. And Morrisil, well, we can see this horse here finishing 3rd last time out. Lightly raced for 6 goes so far. This was improved form last time up over the 1400.
Yeah, as I say, she bumped into a very nice horse this day. Bumped into a very nice horse this day, rated at 91. So take the winner out of equation. You know, he was just way better than the rest of the field.
Daylight second.
Yeah, pretend the horse wasn't in the race, the winner, because there's no point of comparing. You're looking at the remainder of the field, and Morrisil only got beat by 1, and it was a relatively close finish between those 2. Showed good early speed. Alex Marino's a good jockey booking for a trainer in Gaith Al Gaith who's in the top 5 in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So this horse has a huge chance to win today.
And Alex did promise us 3 winners earlier today.
He did, and this looks like the best chance of his remaining rides. Did you say he's got a favourite later on in race 11, was it?
I thought so.
Let me have a quick look.
Yes, yeah.
Ah, yes, Kamrat Al Mohameda. Yeah, well, okay, he's got 2 good chances.
Favourites.
Yeah, 2 good chances then to get that hat-trick up. I prefer this one out of the 2, but hopefully he does ride a 3rd winner, because that would be a nice little sub-story.
It will, and he did promise to keep Shamil Lawrence today with 3 winners. So 9 to 2, so 4.5 to 1 now for Asula. A little bit of support as well for Morrisil, and also for the 20.
So Asula's favourite, right?
Yeah.
Well, look, if you like this favourite in here, you need a bit of luck, because Asula's going to come from virtually last. We haven't seen a single closer from the back of the pack win today so far. So
no, they've all been in that first wave, haven't they?
Yeah, you're riding against the bias. Unless this filly can somehow show some more early speed. She has the talent to win off this mark, there's no doubt about it. It's just the way she races puts her on the back foot early, and it's very hard to overcome that on a track like this.
Lathi Thar, who's right down the bottom there. Tariq Al Mansour on board. 8 goes so far. She's surprisingly short, joint 2nd best in here on the international markets.
Out of the handicap as well. I don't know about that. Maybe trainer jockey combination. Al Mandil and Al Mansour, a very good combo, but hard to recommend otherwise. The draw's good in 5.
And the 19 as well is also up there at around 6 to 1. The more you look at it, I think Morrisil at 5.5, 6 to 1 is almost the wrong price by comparison to some of these.
I agree. I think if there are 3 horses in, or 4 horses, okay, I'll make a short list of 4. Morrisil, Asula, although I don't like the running style, horse number 6, Adfal Yehlul, and horse number 11, Aishq Bladi. They would be my short list. Just to touch on Aishq Bladi, okay, the form figures aren't great, 7.03. Last time I actually ran pretty well behind horses rated 80 and 70, earning a good figure of 57. I think he should be competitive off this mark. When he finished 7th on debut, I was here that day, meeting 56. That was right at the start of the Riyadh season. He played up in the prelims, but he stayed on very well from miles out the back of the shot, and I thought he was a horse to follow. At meeting 69, I was also here, and he was a nightmare in the preliminary stages. He got loose at the start, he bucked his jockey off when they went down to the track as well. He was still able to run, but he wasn't all there mentally that day. So I can put a line through that. I wouldn't rule out the 11 running in the frame here, but he just hasn't done enough so far to suggest he can beat Morrisil.
Well, they are circling, ready to start loading for race number 9 of the evening, coming towards the back end of the card, first of 3 days racing. And a short pause before the Saudi Cup weekend. There's 14 jockeys announced yesterday for the International Jockeys Challenge. Full details on the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia and the Saudi Cup Twitter feed as well. Twitter feeds that will only, or X feeds they are these days, aren't they, Tom?
We'll stick with Twitter.
Hey?
We've got to call it Twitter.
I don't understand when you've got such a well-recognised brand that is so synonymous with one thing, why you change the name of it.
Elon Musk. That's all I'll say.
It's like you changing your name. Everyone will be confused. Speaking of brand names, Darren Owen standing by with the call here on Race Now. Masula is the clear top pick. We have still 4 minutes to post for this this next. Tom, just confirming, you give us a short list of 4, but Morris Hill your top pick?
Morris Hill will be my top pick. Aishq Bladi is the biggest danger to me. I would have the 7 definitely favourite in this race rather than the 9.
Well, it nearly is 6 into 5 to 1.
Okay, fine. That makes more sense. Yeah.
I'm with it. You're with it. Shamila's with it.
Got the whole team on. Will Darren be with him?
I don't know about the producer though. He's not kind of come in with his selection.
Hopefully he's not with him.
No, hopefully not. No. He goes for number 11. He's pointing out he did have the winner in the last race, but as we said to Roy last week, every clock's right at least twice a day. So he can probably have one more winner before the weekend's out.
It's very true.
So he's with the 11, the producer. Maybe you can give us any reasoning for that, or I'm not sure.
Just looking in the comments, David Bolland says number 14. That's a horse we haven't really talked about.
Go on in.
Mutasarray. Eddie Castro. We haven't heard from him for a while. Did we get any winning interviews when I wasn't here from Eddie? Can you remember? He's had a pretty barren spell over here. He rides the odd winner, but I think he's got a good chance actually later. Is it the next race? Maybe race 11. But Eddie rides, and he's had over 2,500 winners in the US, so one of the better riders here. Just doesn't get the opportunity. This horse is drawn well at least, so David will be hoping that Mutasarray will get into a nice prominent position. And it looks like Samir says...
He knows, Samir knows.
Yeah, 7. Morris Hill again for Samir.
And also MD Rafi going with number 12, Here We Are, who's on handicap debut, having ran well down the field here last week. So a minute or so to post time. We can head back to Darren. It's a nap hand around here. Everybody, Darren, apart from the producer, which doesn't really matter. We're all here on the 7, Morris Hill. What do you like here, Darren?
And that's the one nibbled at internationally. Number 7, Morris Hill, looking for that first success. Alex Marino aboard with Usula top in the market, round about 9 to 2, 5 to 1. So it shows you how open this race is. So they are loading, very much on its toes. There is Tazim, number 19. This one in shot in the blue and orange is Yahoom, number 16. Now Yahoom will go into an inside stall number 1. Remember, this is being a handicap, of course. They have the draw for their positions. Normally they line up in race card order. This is number 7, Morris Hill. Blue and white checks for Morris Hill. Just 2 or 3 more to go. Number 15's out of line. That's Ant Al Maqsood. Number 2, Application, is moving into place. That's Application. And that was Tazim. Still number 13 is to go forward. That's Palance. And we are ready. This handicap for 3-year-olds. They're all in. Still number 12, Palance, getting worked up. Number 16 is out of line. Number 16 is out of line. That's Yahoom, who should have been in stall 1. That's been taken out of the stalls. And 13, I'm hearing number 13, Palance, who was getting worked up, Palance, in the starting stalls, has been taken out. So currently, just to highlight that numbers 13 Palance and number 16 Yahoom are not in the stalls. They're just being looked at by the vet. So we're standing by. They're still out of line. So 13 and 16 are out of line as Latitha rears in stall 5. Now the horse going into stall 12, Palance, that's horse number 13. Maybe taking part, is it? No, it's not in. It's not in. So we're still waiting on those two then, number 13, Palance, and number 16, Yahoo. They were the two taken out of the stalls. The vet looked at them both. We're looking at Palance now, edging towards the stall, so this could be a positive. That's not positive though, is it, when the horse decides to shy away? Jockey reunited, Naif Alanazi with number 13, Palance. So they're trying to get Palance in anyway. Palance is in. Just to confirm, number 16, Yahoo, is not in this field. They're off. They've gone without number 16, Yahoo. Yahoo was not in the starting stalls. That horse is not with them. Application began sharply. And also right there is Latitha in the green jacket showing up well with Jcsa, one of the greys for prominence. So too is Morasil as they go down the far side. And here we are is showing up. That's the horse who was drawn on the wide outside and is now about 5 wide, but showing plenty of speed to take them on. So out in front it is Morasil up along the wide outside. Here we are with Application against the rail, and then comes Jcsa. They are the front wave of 4. They're a few lengths on from Latitha. That's one of those in the green jacket with a noseband, and just in behind that one is Mutasare as they approach the turn now into the straight. Heading now towards the turn in. Ishq Bladi is fairly wide. Is trying to make ground on them as well as they approach the turn with 400 left to go. Just in behind them then is Galderan, but it's here we are in front by 2 lengths from Morasil in second. Here we are, and Morasil, they turn in front. Ishq Bladi is to the outside, and now beginning to stay on is Palance on the extreme outer. So it is Ishq Bladi who now takes over. Ishq Bladi, here we are, has dropped away. Palance is staying on behind it. Ishq Bladi is the one to catch and surely will not be caught now. Ishq Bladi drifting left, drifting right, goes left in the end. Ishq Bladi beats Palance. Here we are, may have just clung on for 3rd place, but it's close for 3rd. So it is number 11, Ishq Bladi, goes on to win. Mohammed Al-Yami in the saddle. Number 11, Ishq Bladi, going on to win. Went right, went left. Now, was this a producer's tip, do I hear? Was it? Yes, it was. The producer, he's gloating. 13, Palance in 2nd place. Here we are. Came out of stall number 20. Showed really good toe. Good effort. Here we are, finishing in 3rd. Let's get 4th because number 9 really ran on towards the finish there. That was Osula, just behind number 20, Latitha, who had been handy. So let's confirm those numbers. 11, 13, 12 and 9. 11, 13, 12 and 9. Ishq Bladi, the winner. 3 3/4 lengths and 2 3/4 lengths. 3 3/4 lengths and 2 3/4 lengths. The margins and the time 1 minute 42.33. 1 minute 42.33. It was an open looking race on paper. The 11 horse Ishq Bladi has gone on to take the money.
Well, as we say, even a stopped clock is right twice a day, and the producer fires in a second winner. Ashek Balardi, who goes on to win. There was promise, though, last time out, stepped up to the 1800, though.
Yeah, if you go back to meeting 56, I said this horse would win in the future, and I've gone against him today. He was on my shortlist.
You did give him a good play, though.
I did, yeah. I gave him a good talk up, but I just went with Morrisil instead, and now I'm regretting it. Ashek Balardi had a nice profile, and you can just strike a line through that run at meeting 69. So there was a strong case to be made for him today. Just narrowly preferred Morrisil. Wasn't to be for that runner. He was in a good position, but Alex just couldn't find any more in the straight when he asked Morrisil for maximum effort.
He did take a long time to come over and get the rail proper, but you can't use that as an excuse. If anything, he just probably hasn't seen out that longer trip as well as one would have hoped.
Yeah, he was done at the top of the turn. He looked like he was going to re-rally, but he didn't switch leads, and he just got very tired on his right leg going into the middle part of the home straight. The runner-up was the 13, Palance, ran pretty well, played up in the stalls beforehand, Naif Alanazi, and the 12 was third, I believe. Here we are. There was a good shout out in the comment section for the 12. So, yeah, interesting. Who was fourth? Asula, the favourite, but the late closer in the race. It's just, horses like that are never going to win unless there's a huge pace blowout.
You're looking for the orange colours?
Yeah, Blue Star, midway through the pack, directly at the bottom of your screen right now. How you just can't win from there on a track like this unless they go ridiculous fractions. And in a 0 to 60 handicap where these horses don't have that much speed, it's not going to happen. She did very well to finish fourth, but she's going to regularly find herself in third, fourth, fifth, and she's going to find herself at the top of the international market and get beaten virtually every time.
So what's going to be her ideal setup to see her marriage to have a winning chance?
She's going to have to drop back in distance to 1400, where they go harder up front and hope for a big pace collapse. Over the mile, they're never going to go sub 11 second sectionals. It's not going to happen for her. She has the talent to win a race like this, but because of the position she's in, she cannot do it. Unless the trainer decides to try and get some more speed into her through training and therefore allow her to sit close to the pace. Otherwise, she's just going to, as I say, find herself filling out the minor places. She's nowhere near the shot right now. You'll see her in a bit come into the picture in the orange and blue silks, but look how far back she is. Still not in the shot.
She must be 15 lengths off them.
Yeah, it's impossible to win from that far back. You cannot give the leaders on a speed favouring track that kind of advantage.
And what was it you saw from this horse back at meeting, 56? So just the beginning of the Riyadh season.
Yeah, it wasn't the best of maidens, but I watched the race over my shoulder rather than watching it on the monitor, which we have here in the studio. And I watched them as they passed the line, and Ashek Balardi was last in the early stages and moved through into 7th late. As I say, closers don't generally tend to fare well on this track, and the fact that he made up all that ground suggests that he had some talent. Then on meeting 69, he just, as I say, he wasn't there mentally, so line through that. And then he raced more prominently last time, so there was a suggestion that he could play a part in the early stages. And you can see right now, he's travelling by far the best. White cap, white sleeves, black body at this stage in third. Just needs to be asked for maximum effort, and he goes away and wins this race well. Back in the pack, you can just see the gold silks, blue cap of Asula, probably 10-15 lengths behind, does run home for 4.
And it picks up well for pressure, as Asula often does, backing up after that run here last weekend, making up late ground. But the winner's got a progressive profile.
Yeah, I think it's probably better than a mark of anything below 60 as well. Look, he drifts in and out. He's not the most resolute in a finish, but he does fine under pressure. He'll probably go to a mark of maybe 62, 63 after that, and then connections will find it slightly tougher unless they can get into one of the rare 0 to 65 handicaps that are occasionally scheduled. Difficult to get into a 0 to 70 with a mark of just 62 because of the amount of horses that qualify for a race like that.
Well, you often see the field separated by 3 or 4 pounds.
Exactly.
The very top rating band, don't you?
Yeah, I would say the most congested rating numbers between 60 and 70 here, so it's pretty tough to get into those races. You do see a lot of horses go for like opens because they just cannot get into these handicaps that see them competitive.
To give us your selection, as we say on YouTube, if you're watching there, head to the chat section, give us your selection, tell us where you're watching from, and praise the producer if you listen to his last 2 winning tips. We move on though to race 10. We stay in handicap company once again over the 1600. This is a local bred horses handicap, this time for the 4-year-olds and older. Again, quite a tight ratings band again, but let's get the full field back with Darren.
Thanks, Martin. So, yes, let's have a look at this latest handicap on today's programme. Another open-looking race, and the lineup is headed by number 1. That is Tho Al Nurain and Fahad Al Faradi. Number 2 is Nazarat and Fawas Wanas. Number 3 is Baidat Al Marami, Abdullah Al Tradis. 4, Anna Al Wafi and Luis Morales. 5 is Shihanat Gala and Iyad Al Turisi. 6, Razia Yasa Al Bakawi. 7 is Molemar, partnered by Asil Al Sahani. 8 is Yasser Al Baal and Mohammed Al Hubail. Number 9 is Soat Al Rahej and Youssef Al Hussein. 10 is Ala Jabo and Mohammed Al Samari. 11 is Ako Sita, Fala Al Dahazi. 12, that is Alatam Osama Al Saharani. 13, Fayar and Thurb Al Timiyat. 14, Hathloom Nawef Al Mudani. 15, Zajran Tariq Al Mansour. 16, Bab Al Hazam and Jimmy Carrion. 17 is Esther Hughes. Number 18 is Halat Al Muqtara Ahmed Al Shara. 19, Meishakat Al Riyadh and Abdulaziz Al Musa. And number 20 is Sheikh Al Zamar. So no need to call in the reserves here. So we've got 20 of them going a post 1600 metre handicap. Currently no changes to the card. It is another open looking race internationally on those markets. Current favourite is number 18. That's Halat Al Muqtara.
Currently around 3.5 to 1 for Halat Al Muqtara. And Al Wafi is around the 5 to 1 mark. Ala Jabba is 7s. And it's 8 to 1 and bigger the remainder. Just before we start going through them one by one, Tom, your idea of the winner of this race?
Alajabo, horse number 10 for me. Look, it's a handicap where you've got lots of horses that have never won before and had plenty of attempts. You've just read out the top 3 in the international market there. Second favourite, Anna Al Wafi, is 0 from 22, and my selection is 0 from 20. However, in races like this, it pays to follow horses who have shown recent form. And Alajabo was a good second last time. We'll see the footage of that after the runner by runner, and we can talk through it, but I thought that was the best piece of recent form on offer.
And in contrast to that, the international favourite is an unexposed runner who's hit the frame in the last 2 starts.
Yeah, could be open to more improvement, drawn nicely in stall 3 as well. Good place on the last 2 occasions, as you say. So I can see the case for Halat Al Muqtara. She looks the obvious one in here. I didn't love the run last time, I have to say. It was fair, but I didn't love it.
And she will need luck. I mean, she does come from way behind.
And that's another reason why I don't love it, yeah. I've just basically spent about 10 minutes talking about how I hate closers here, so I can't be choosing a closer in this race.
OK, well, they're coming into the paddock there for this local bred handicap here. The 1600 metres is the distance. We'll take you through them one by one as we come to the back end of the card. Jockeys are in the paddock. For this, we'll soon pick up number 1, which is Theo Al Norain, who's had 4 starts so far this year. Overall, though, Tom is a 13 race maiden.
Yeah. Before I get into horse number 1, is it interesting how the top 13 horses in this race are all carrying the weight for a horse rated 60? The majority are rated 60, but a handful of them ran last week, so their figures have slightly changed, but they're still carrying the weight for a 60 rated horse. That shows how difficult it is to get into a 0 to 60 handicap, for example. 13 of them are rated just 60. The bottom weight is rated 56. One of the reserves is 56 and can't get it in. Only £4 below the threshold.
That just typifies what we're just saying, doesn't it? How tight the handicaps are.
So competitive down at the lower level. Just to even get a run, it's difficult. Back to horse number 1, as you say, Tho Al Norain. Was 9th in this grade last time up. That came just last week. Was in a very good position, turning in, and just weakened, out of contention. Subsequently dropped £2 in the ratings, but that doesn't reflect on the weight carried today. So this horse is £2 wrong at the weights.
Number 2 is Nasrat, who's winless in 11 starts so far. Ran here last week in one of those race course final races, but was only 16th.
Yeah, previous efforts to that weren't good enough either to win this race, and is another horse that is £2 wrong at the weights. Now officially rated 58, but carrying the weight of a horse rated 60.
Number 3's had 5 goes so far this campaign, but overall, without having had to win this campaign, is a dual winner and was in course and distance company and handicap company as well, meeting 79.
She seems past her best now, but at least she has won races in the past, because the majority of these haven't.
Number 4, Anna Al-Wafi, towards the top of the international market. Louis Morales on board, not from 22 though here, and not from 12 for the year as well.
This is her grade, his grade. He will win a race of this nature at some point in his career, but he's so often placed that I have to look elsewhere.
The intriguing thing I thought with that was that Morales rode last time and is back on board again today. That was maiden company, switch back to handicap.
Yeah, very interesting indeed.
Number 5 is Sherat Galar, not from 7.
Consistent, fair efforts in Taif, but not seen since the layoff. 50 meeting layoff has to be a worry.
Number 6 is Razir, course and distance runs over the last couple of starts in maiden and then in handicap company.
Step forward last time up, could definitely play a role in this race.
And was caught out wide last time out, wasn't totally a disgrace. There are a couple of gentlemen who may well be here for one of our races tomorrow. More on that shortly. Number 7 we can have a look at though is the grey here, this 7-year-old. He's had one run back this campaign, finished 10th here 2 weeks ago.
It was a quiet reappearance run, may still need another run as well, had a long layoff before that.
Number 8 is Yasser Al-Baal, who has had 7 goes in the career. 1,400 metre return last time out in a maiden.
Finished 5th that day, had 23 months off the track prior.
Number 9 is Soat Al-Rahij. Another one has had a couple of goes this season in maidens over 1,600.
Took a backward step last time up after a promising reappearance when 5th. Rated 58 again, drawn wide, not ideal.
The 10 has found it hard to win, but did run well over the course and distance last time.
Yeah, the best piece of recent form, Alajabo, so has to be my selection in this race. I know this horse has plenty of chances, but is at least pretty consistent if you just strike a line through that performance at meeting 84.
Yeah, beaten just ahead last time out. Akosita, number 11, steps up in trip.
Creditable return to action when 4th last time meeting 82, but is an 8-year-old now and has big questions to answer. 0 from 11 as an 8-year-old, not a promising strike rate.
As is 0 from 9 for the 12, Alatan.
Placed at this level before, it was also a better run last time up when 6th. I can see this horse finishing in the top 5.
Fire's had a couple of wins so far. The most recent of those back at meeting 55.
Has plenty of speed, but doesn't show it for all that long.
14 is Hathloom, 2 runs back this campaign, both underwhelming.
Not beaten a single rival, in fact, this season, and I don't think he'll beat a rival today either.
15 Hadran has had 1 win from 16, but that sole win came 5 years ago.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. Another horse that's probably regressing at the age of 8.
Okay, well they are the main players. We haven't touched on the international favourite, who is the 18, and maybe Shamila, that's your pick.
I am not going with the favourite for this race. I am indeed going for horse number 15, Zajran, who will be partnered with Tariq Al Mansour, one of our star apprentice jockeys here. A lot of headgear on this horse, fluffy noseband, cross noseband, and a flare strip as well. But I really like the way he was going around the parade ring. I probably watched the horses go around here 3 times, and he was definitely the best looker to my eye. I do have a few other horses noted down here, but he's probably the least red flag of all of my selections for this contest, so I'm definitely going to be sticking with horse number 15 and Tariq Al Mansour. I do have to say horse number 4, Anna Alofi, bless his little heart, 22 runs to his name and he is still a maiden. Hopefully that can change today, but I do not think so. And horse number 5, Shanat Gala, looked really well in the preliminary stages as well, but haven't been seen since meeting 50, so that was a little bit of a red flag for me, and I have decided to stick with horse number 15 for this.
Zadron then for Shamila, horse number 15, just the 1 win in 16 starts. But just touching that win came so long ago.
Yeah, it really did. And for a horse that is very in and out this year, I find him hard to support. But the jockey booking of Tariq Al Mansour is definitely a big positive.
Alatal Mokhtar we've touched on as well. The 19's gone through. Shot in the shot that we can see the 20, who's not from 16. 2 runs back this campaign in Riyadh.
It's just a really bleak performance last time. I always think Connect's progeny are generally better early in their career, so the fact this horse is now 5-year-old without a success would make me worry.
out of Kelly got Frosty. That surely can't be right. I've never been called Frosty. Been called many things in my life, but not Frosty. Right, runners coming out onto the track then for this. This is race number 10, this locally bred handicap. International markets. Well, Halat Al-Moghtarah is at 3.5 to 1. A little bit of support for the 4, Anna Al-Wafi. Let's take in some form clues for this. And this is the horse you like, Ala Jabba.
Yeah, the inside, black and red silks, makes a big run to the inside here, quickens up nicely under pressure, which you don't see from too many horses rated 0 to 60. Looks like...
Coming with the winning chance,
looks like he's going to win. It really does. He kind of surges and puts his nose in front there, and then the rival on the outside battles back.
Which has been the story of his career, really.
Yeah, to lose in this manner is not ideal, but he showed that turn of foot. And if I watched all, well, I did. When I watched all of these horses on their last effort or last 2 efforts, the majority have no turn of foot whatsoever. So maybe that will stand him in good stead.
Okay, and one more to look at as well. This is a run back in December of Jcsa Al-Bahal.
Had 23 months off the track before this race and just didn't look overly fit that day. Ran okay, is on the wrong lead though and doing a lot wrong in the race. As you can see, he's just striding awkwardly at this point. The jockey's so adamant to change leads, and the horse does oblige, but at this point he's very tired. He's not for me. I think he might bounce as well off the break, second off the break, sorry. So I'd be looking elsewhere.
I'm just trying to find his price on the
It's got
international
to be a big
market.
price.
Big price, yeah, 20s.
Yeah, I don't like him at all in this race.
No, neither does the international market. And nothing really been supported. A little bit of support around for the 15. Zausharan, 10s into 9 to 1 for Tariq Al-Mansour. That was a Shamila selection in the paddock. So once again, Shamila has spoken and the market has reacted. Given the run style of Halat Al-Moghtarah, would you think that the price at 3.5 is short enough?
Yeah, I think so. Look, this filly could easily improve and become a lot better than these. She's rated 57, but she's only had the 3 outings. She's the most unexposed horse in the race, but she needs plenty to go right during the run. You know, she's drawn inside in stall 3, which would generally be a positive, but when you're on a closer, you need a bit of luck if you're inside, because horses can congregate across and make your trip a lot tougher, as we can see some saddle adjustments there for the 7. I think it's probably fair that she is favourite, but I think she's beatable. That's not to say she will be beaten, but she's beatable. And therefore, I had to look at one at a slightly bigger price that was more trustworthy and more consistent. Trustworthy insofar as what we're going to expect from her, from the horse. So Alajabo is the horse for me on that basis alone, just because I think he should be in the top 3 no matter what happens. He's also drawn well. He's very consistent in how he runs and how he races. So I think he's more likely to be a placed performer, and I think the 18, who is the favourite, is either going to win or blow out and not place at all in this race.
Well, it was a run over 1600 the course and distance when finishing second here at meeting 83.
Yeah.
Beaten 4 lengths that day over the course and distance. Bit of an eye catch up off the pace, and then was beaten over the 1800 last time. Comes back in trip. They've kind of worked their way up from 12 to 16 to 18 and come back again.
Yeah, that's a bit of a worry as well. Why? If you've gone up to 1800s, why wouldn't you either continue to go up in class or up in trip, or stick to that trip? It's
because the best run was over 1600 the run before that.
Yeah, but they obviously thought he wanted further, right? Otherwise you wouldn't try him at 18, or they would just try. Or
they've tried it and thought, no, actually we're going to the best route is to go back, trial and error.
Yeah. Do you think he didn't stay last time?
She didn't stay. I think it was a reasonable run, but I thought the better form was over the shorter trip.
But is that because she didn't stay, the longer trip, or was it just that she didn't run as well?
Just didn't run as well, I don't think.
Yeah, so her future probably lies over further. They're just trying to find a race, I think. I could be wrong.
And the Red Stables have gone close with a couple of place
2 seconds today. They'll be desperate for a winner. It's been a pretty luckless day for them so far.
Yeah, at least this isn't poor old Jimmy Jerkins, though.
Yeah, he's probably gutted. He had 2 great chances of having a winner, and neither had an excuse either. You know, they were both out there in front and weren't able to hold on to their position. So tough day for Jimmy, but he'll be hopeful of success tomorrow.
With Honky
Tonk
Man.
Yes, Honky Tonk Man.
Who goes later on the card. That back end of the card tomorrow is worth joining us tomorrow for. some really good horses, including Honky Tonk Man in action for Jimmy Jerkins. And we'll hopefully have news tomorrow of the likely fields for the Saudi Cup meeting. We had the jockeys announced yesterday, and hopefully likely fields will be coming your way tomorrow. We'll have a good idea of the runners for those races, including the $20 million Saudi Cup. Panthalassa won last year for Japan, again just really sort of highlighting the rise to prominence for Japanese racing.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure they're going to have plenty of chances in the Saudi Cup and Saudi Derby this year. I was obviously on I say obviously, not obviously, but I was covering the US action on Sky Sports Racing back at home, and there were a fair few horses that were given the go-ahead to come to Saudi Arabia for the Saudi Cup day. Not for Saudi Cup in general, but the Saudi Derby, one of which is a horse called Bentinato, 3-year-old, won 4 of his 5 starts. He was supposed to run on Saturday, but got scratched because they're coming for the Saudi Derby. Interesting horse, lots of early speed, should be well suited to the track. But you know, you're going to have local challenges, Japanese challenges, a fair few Americans. It's going to be a very good day of action.
Well, Yoshito Yahagi took 3rd last year with Continua. He's bound to have something in the mix as well. Of course, he trained Panthalassa, and he's been one of the big flag bearers for Japanese racing. For sure. And quite a colourful character as well. Shamila's with the 15 here then. Zajran. Tom, you are with
10, Ala Jaba,
who is attracting more money, has gone 7, 6, 5.5 to 1. The international favourite, Halat Al-Makhtara, the 18 for me. I'm hoping, Darren, you can pick this one from the back of the field, weaving its way through to, I don't know, win by 12 or something.
Awful lot, do you? You don't want an awful lot, Martin. So, right, they are moving up. So, Halat Al-Makhtara then at the top of the market at around about 130, with Ana Al-Wafi around about 11 to 2. The money horses, the 10 Ala Jabot into 11 to 2 from 7 to 1 now in those international markets. So, runners going in for this handicap, second of our handicaps today over the mile. This is number 4, Ana Al-Wafi. Grey then, the red and yellow jacket. Going into the stalls. Number 9 still out of line, Sowat Al-Rahej, and so too Ala Jabot. There's Ala Jabot in the black and red. Last one's about to go in. Meishukat Al-Riyadh goes into stall 10. We are about set now. They're ready. And they're off. Good start for Nasserat in the multicolored jacket, showing up brightly in the early stages, and Zajran just tucked in behind them now, having started well. Another one who started pretty well was Akosita as they form their early order. So they go on down the far side, and it is Al-Atam there to the wide outside is coming through to take them on. So at Al-Rahij to the inside, and the leaders being followed down the back in the early strides by Ana Al-Wafi, and right there to the wide outside now is Sheikh Al-Zamar. Sheikh Al-Zamar is on the sharp end. So too Yasser Al-Bal, orange silks for Yasser Al-Bal, who's just off the leaders there by about a length and a half. So it Sowat Al-Rahej on the inside just being pushed along. Ana Al-Wafi is alongside, though Al-Nurain is just in behind them now, coming there 4 wide in the grey and white checks. And here comes Halat Al-Makhtara on the wide outside in the red jacket, heading now towards the last 400, and it is Al-Atam at the top of the straight trying to kick away. Al-Atam the leader, being chased in second place by Yasser Al-Bal on the wide outside. Here's Halat Al-Makhtara. Halat Al-Makhtara is coming over well. It's Al-Atam the leader by several lengths, with Halat Al-Makhtara trying valiantly to close but can't close. Al-Atam just being kept up to its work, and Al-Atam wins. Second place, that goes to Halat Al Muktara. One horse who was running on at the death was Estahus. So it is number 12, Alatam, who goes on to win. This grey, who came out of one of the wider stalls, Alatam. Alatam coming out of one of the wider berths, showed really good speed in the early strides. Stall 19 it came out of, Alatam. And Alatam has taken it. The jockey Osama Al-Sharani really enjoying this moment as well, punching the air with delight. So 12, Alatam the winner. Second place goes to number 18, Halat Al-Muktara. Ran on, but was never going to get there in second position. As we said, Esther, who's stayed on, number 17, for third. That one coming down the outside and never near a third, the 17 horse, and a whole host of men behind for fourth place. 2 lengths and 3/4 of a length. 2 lengths and 3/4 of a length. The margins. Number 10, Ala Jabot, has picked up fourth spot in the end. That's number 10, Ala Jabot, in fourth. So 2 lengths and 3/4 of a length the margins. 12, 18, 17 and 10. 12, 18, 17 and 10. The ordering. It's the first success here for Alatam, number 12 on the card.
Race 10 here at King Abdulaziz goes the way of Alatam, who's around a 10-1 chance on the international market. Sees off the favourite, Halat Al Muktara, into second. Third, Esther Hughes, and Tom selection Ala Jabor back in fourth place. The international market leader, the red colours there, didn't break too badly. Actually gets a little bit further behind than I thought and ends up pitching wide for the challenge.
Yeah, both of our selections were further back than I was anticipating. If anything, I thought your selection was probably in the right spot. Halat Al Mukhtar just couldn't produce that burst in the straight to go past the eventual winner. My selection, Al Ajabo, last time was ridden up near the speed. This time it's not even in shot, it's so far back, but made a big run around the inside and just couldn't sustain it inside the final 200 metres. Both of those horses ran well from off the pace, but they couldn't claw back Alatam, who was always up near with the speed.
The early pace then coming from 14 Hathloom was up there also.
Alatam's in the lead already at this stage of the race.
Here's Jan. And stays there.
Yeah.
You can see the international market leaders coming up on the outside. You've got about 8 lengths to make up back on the rail, the black and red colours.
Yeah, and Al Ajabo at this point, as you say, black and red silks in around 8th place, has to try and find a gap and kind of loses a little bit of momentum moving 3 wide around Anna Al Wafi, who again has been beaten for the 23rd consecutive time. Al Ajabo at this point is trying to make a run. So is your selection, Halat Al Mukhtar, both of which are moving up and eroding the deficit, but it's just slowly. Alatam just keeps going on the front end. Big win for the jockey. He was very, very pleased and proud about the success.
Well, the 12 was prominent throughout. I mean,
another race where speed is held up.
It is, and that's a good run in the end from eye-catching over the course and distance previously, the 18, and again eye-catching again today.
Yeah,
there's got to be a bit like the Red Stable horses early on today. They've hit their frame, not managed to win, but there's going to be other days for them.
Yeah, they've all shaped well. Both of Jimmy's horses went straight to the front and showed good speed before being collared, and this one, ridden slightly differently, was wide on the turn and could never really get in touch with the eventual winner who made all the running. They've all shaped nicely, but they will favourites. So, you know, when a horse gets stuffed as favourite, you should treat them with a little bit of caution going forward, because they were expected to win their races. But this horse has performed nicely, Halat Al Mukhtar, just not good enough to reel in Alatam, who, to be fair, has continued to roll all the way up the straight. The other pace horses have backed out of things, but Alatam just wanted more and made it 10th time lucky.
And Shamila's selection, side Toronto, we can see the blue with the white sleeves towards the outside. He locked on and came with his challenge off the bend. He's not performed too bad, actually.
No, he hasn't performed bad at all. Neither is the 17, who really flew. Look, white with the blue and the white stars there. That horse made up the most ground of anything. That was Esther, who ran pretty well for 3rd. Look at that celebration. For a 0 to 60 handicap, you love to see it.
Yeah, it's obviously meant something to the winning rider. Alatam beating the international favourite Halat Al Mukhtar, and Esther Hoos finishes back in 3rd place. Okay, we're coming towards the back end of the card. Still 2 races to look forward to, though. We've got a maiden and an Arabian handicap as the final event, but this time we're over the 1800 and it's a maiden for 3-year-olds, fillies and colts in action. Full runners and riders with Darren.
So let's take a look at the lineup then. Number 1 is Aldi 1, and this one partnered by Ricardo Ferreira. Number 2, Abu Tayeb and Mohammed Al-Ubail. 3 is Flash 11. Osama Al-Sharani takes the ride. 4 is Saudi Anna. 5 is a non-runner. 5 is Scratch. 6 is Bint Masa Rahid Al-Farouz. 7 Storm Wing Jimmy Carrion. 8 is Talab Mohammed Al-Ajmi. 9 Mabrood and Azuz Al-Yish. 10 is Rindley Asil Al-Sahani. 11 Batil Mohammed Al-Habib. 12 is Al-Baroni and Yasser Al-Bakawi. Number 13 is Kamara Al-Mohammedia and Alexis Marino. 14, Al-Mohareb and Ali Al-Mironi. 15, Survivalist Fawaz Awana. 16, Manshood Luis Morales. 17, Mabina Di Castro. 18, Sheikh Al-Kia and Khaled Al-Mimoni. 19 is Swehabi and Naif Al-Nazi. 20 is Mushtaz Abdullah Al-Farouz. Just to confirm, 21 is in the field. There is a reserve. The 21 horse Gaspar Gabrielli is in the lineup. Just to confirm, 5 is a non-runner, as well as, of course, 22 and 23. Coming up, a maiden for 3-year-olds.
And Kal Muhammad and Mujtaz are the 2 international favourites, both at around 2-1. Bath Hill 5 alongside Mobeen, 7-1 for Al Diwan. and bigger prices the remainder. Maybe some of the best form actually is down towards the bottom end of the card in this.
Yeah, I think so. Aldewan being the one exception at the top. But yeah, I think you can focus on the second half of the race card here, maybe from Bat Hill down.
Karma Almo Hamadia is number 13, yet to win in 7 starts, but the last 2 have probably been the best, including a run in 0 to 80 handicap company.
She stays very well, and the placed efforts really do warrant respect in a race of this nature. She's a contender in here, represents Alex Moreno, who told us he's going to have 3 winners, and is sitting on 2 right now.
This could be the one. Also prominent to the international market, to the joint favourites, number 20, Mushtars, who's just had the 3 runs so far. Got a peak rating here of 75 as well.
I've got written down here, much better last time for the son of Munnings. Chance if he gets fair position. He's drawn in still 20, that's a big concern for me. It's okay to be wide on the track, but you don't want to be 6 or 7 wide. If you're 3 wide, 4 wide, that's okay. He may burn a lot of energy on the turn.
Let's go through one by one then for this race over the 1800. Number 1 is Aldewan, 0 from 2 so far. They've been runs over shorter.
Yeah, 2 sprinting efforts. I have huge stamina concerns for him. This horse has been basically waning in the closing stages over 1400, so why would 1800 suit?
Abu Tayyib ran here on January the 11th over 1600, sole start to date.
It was an okay debut run when finishing 7th. Needs a big leap forward, but that's eminently plausible.
As the last of the runners just make their way into the paddock, we'll try and catch them up and go through them numerically. We touched on the 1 and the 2. Post time for this is just over 10 minutes. We'll get Shamila's selection as well. So if we look at the international markets, Tom, we've got joint favourites currently. In fact, no, the 20 Mushtars coming in for support, now the clear market leader.
Interesting, very interesting. He's got a better pedigree than the other market leader, Kamra Al Mohammedia. I like Munnings, especially his progeny over this kind of distance. They stay very well, so I can certainly see the case for Mujtaj. And that run last time was pretty good, rated 75, so £5 superior to Kamra Al Mohammedia, if you're taking that as literal.
Let's hope we can take you through the field numerically. Number 1, we've touched on Aldewan, who's had just the 2 starts so far. The eye-catching thing there was Ricardo Sousa Ferreira on board.
Yeah, exactly. He's one of the best riders here. The inside stall would be a problem for some, but this horse has lots of early speed.
2, we also made a point of, ran over the 1600 here back on January the 11th, comes up to the 1800 for the first time. 3 is Flash 11. He was here over 1600 2 weeks ago.
Just didn't do enough first time up to suggest a win is coming.
Number 4 is Saudi Anna, 3 runs so far. Fahad Al Faradi confirmed as the jockey on 4.
Very good trainer, Gaith Al Gaith, good rider as well. Precocious pedigree, being by Connect, but just no shows so far.
5 is a scratch. Number 6 is Bint Massar, 2 runs to date.
Again, not good enough on what we've seen. 12th last time up was a minor step forward after the debut 17th.
Number 7 is Stormwing, again, 2 runs so far. They've both been over shorter.
Tailed off on both outings. They're looking now for something to produce improvement, and they've gone up in trip.
Number 8, Talab on debut in the Kingdom by Free Eagle.
Bred to stay far, being by Free Eagle, as you say. He had a great battle with the Grey Gatsby once. I'm sure the British and Irish watchers will remember that. Maybe his future lies on turf.
Mabrood is the 9.
First timer who will learn a lot today. The bar is set reasonably high with a couple of horses rated in the 70s.
10 Ring Lead ran over the course and distance on January the 20th.
Small pedigree and didn't do much on that debut run. 11
is Bath Hill, local bred maiden win back in January of 2019.
Wanted
no. So I'm talking utter nonsense. Ran the local bred maiden here on January the 19th.
Yes, wanted absolutely no part of a sprint on that debut run. Better expected today.
We move on to 12. Al Barioni, 0 from 4 so far.
Only rated 39 and needs a miracle.
We then have the 13, who represents Powerful Connections and was 3rd here over the 1800 last time.
Strong stayer. Alex Moreno's an aggressive rider. If she's there with a chance turning in, she'll be hard to pass.
And has got some pretty good back form as well. Number 14 we can then come down to. Almoa Ereb, who's had 2 starts to date, was 2nd last time out over 1200.
Now steps up in distance, and quite markedly so. I'm not 100% sure that's going to suit.
Was always handy last time up as well. 15 is Survivalist.
Midfield on both efforts so far. Finished last on the only start for James Tate in the UK.
Right, we've looked at a fair few of these. Let's see what clues we can gain back with Shamila.
Thank you very much, Martin. It's our penultimate contest, and I've decided to go with horse number 1 in this 3-year-old called Aldiwan, who is partnered with Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, hoping to give Ricardo his first win of the weekend. Really nice type by the Factor, and he just looks really well. I'm a sucker for a grey anyway, but he's definitely one of the bigger horses in the parade ring, and I just love him. He looks the part, and he definitely is deserving of a winner, and he is improving upon every start. Only 2 starts here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It was 4th last time out of meeting 92, and I think that he can definitely go a few places better. Well, fingers crossed anyway that I can find you another winner. I've only had 1 today, I think. A few more horses noted down here as being eye catchers. Horse number 20 for Abdullah Al Fayrouz, and horse number 13, Alex Moreno, still chasing that treble. And 1 horse for a negative is a debutant, horse number 8, Talab, who just looks to be carrying a little bit too much condition for my liking.
Thanks, Shamila. Okay, the grey horse at the top there, give it a good mention. Aldiwan, lightly raced, just those 2 runs so far. Ricardo Sousa Ferreira on board. 17's worth mention, Mobeen.
Yeah, it was a really good run last time up. I was pretty impressed with how this horse stayed on late in the day when finishing 4th at meeting 94. There's a good chance he improves for the extra distance based on that run. By Awesome Slew, very good sire. I think he's got a great chance. He's overlooked in this race. You know, he's only rated 70, but he's racing horses who are rated 70 and 75, who are the market leaders. So Eddie Castro's mount shouldn't be dismissed.
I think he's got a big chance. Sayek Al-Kir, number 18.
Not done enough to really warrant any kind of support in this race. At least is taking a small step forward lately, but again, only rated 54 and has to improve upwards of a stone.
We saw number 19 there, Swahi, on debut. And we get down to 20, Mujtaz, who has got the top rating of 75 and ran at a course and distance maiden last time up.
Lots of support as well in the international markets from what I can see currently. The support continues. I can certainly see it, but I just don't like the draw.
Yeah, and just got word out of it late last time up. But Al Mu'arab, we can see number 14 here, and we can have a look at this horse who has got a lightly raised profile, steps up, was always handy this day.
Travelled really nicely, Al Mu'arab, in the red silks, just passing Aldiwan at this stage, who does fade out of things. That horse I have real stamina concerns about, stepping up in distance, you can see why. Just watch the grey fade in the latter stages. Al Mu'arab doesn't exactly stay on powerfully. He also steps up from 1200 to 1800. Another concern for me.
Yeah, it's a big jump up in distance for that horse. And then we could also have a look at the horse in shot there as well, which is Mujtaz. Mujtaz, who we touched on right at the bottom, number 20, ran 3rd here last time out, and certainly that was a big step up from meeting 1776.
Yeah, he's on the wrong lead though. Look at this, front right leg being put down first. If he's on the right lead here, he can go away and win this race, but he gets stuck. And now when he's stuck on the wrong lead, he couldn't switch up and therefore loses all momentum, wastes a lot of energy and gets tired. Eventually the Sheikh Abdullah Al Malak Al Sabah horse pushes his way through the gap, and you know, Mujtaz has to settle for 3rd. It was a fine run against better opposition, but he's drawn wide, and if he's on the wrong lead, going wide on the turn and then into the straight, he's going to lose energy 2 times, going wide and from not changing.
And how would the level of that form of that race translate into this?
I think it's a little bit better than this, but he was drawn a lot better that day than he is today.
Well, he's the new international market leader, number 20. Mujtaz, just under 2-1. Drifting out is Karma Al Mohammedia. We then have Bat Hill, around 5-1. Mobeen at sort of similar price as well. Aldiwan at 7s, and bigger prices, and bigger the remainder. So would you agree with the international markets we're looking here at 13, 20, 11 and 17?
I think Mobeen is slightly overpriced, but other than that, they are the 4 main players in here, definitely. I can see the case of Bat Hill. We haven't really touched on him too much, aside from the fact that he just wanted no part of a sprint on debut. He's basically an unknown quantity, the 11, because as I say, he wanted no part of distance, so you can basically strike a line through his finishing performance there. Jimmy Jerkins trains. We know that Jimmy gets a lot of improvement out of his young horses from first to second start. He's an unknown quantity in this race. The other three at the top of the market have all had a little bit more experience. I think there are more negatives than positives for Mujtaj. That's not to say he can't win, but I prefer some of the others. Kamra Al Mohammedia, she's the strongest stayer. If she's within a length, I expect her to run them down in the straight. But I'm going to stick with Mobeen. Again, I think the stamina will be there for this colt. And he's got lots of early speed as well, so hopefully Eddie Castro can use his US tactical nous of getting near the front and then really exploiting that stamina late.
And he's back into 5-1 as well. Batil, just watching that video back, you say that was 1,200 metres. He was second last off the turn.
Yeah.
But he really picked it well.
Yeah, he's got some stamina. I'm not surprised that they're taking this big, drastic step up. He could be a major player in here. I'm hoping it's not going to be his day, just because I haven't selected him, but I wouldn't be surprised if he was in the top 3.
And it's a giant horse. Just looking at him down there at the start, there's plenty of him.
Yeah, exactly that. This horse looks nice as well, horse number 21. Gaspar Gabrielli, first time out, son of No Nay Never. He looks very nice right now. I'm not suggesting he's going to win by any means, but he could be a longer term project to keep an eye on.
I'm just looking down the international market. He's one of the outsiders of the field at 40-1. So they're arriving down at the start, penultimate race of the night. 20 the favourites from 13. 11 and 17 both at around the 5-1 mark. Alduan Shamila's pick at 7s, and it's 11-1 and bigger the remainder. And there is the one Alduan arriving down at the start. Ricardo Souza Ferreira is on board. Alex Marino said he'd have 3 winners today, 2 so far, and his final chance of winner comes here aboard the 13. Who's easy to back though, 2nd and 3rd on the last couple of runs. Can that horse show improved form again today to take out the win? One more race to come on the back of this. This features another horse that Tom highlighted at the top of the programme, Zorro, who's been progressive, 2nd the last couple of runs, goes up in distance again today. So Zorko. Zorro was somebody else, wasn't he?
The legend of Zorro.
And what was that?
A video game and a programme, yeah.
Okay. Well, I've heard of it, but I don't know anything about it. Know nothing about it. Right, approaching post time then for the next. In fact, no, it's still, yeah, we're bang on post time. They're just slightly late to post here for the penultimate race of the night. Of course, 2 weeks out from Saudi Cup weekend, 23rd and 24th. And hopefully we'll have news of the likely fields for that over the course of the next couple of days. And Jimmy Jerkins looking for a win here for the Red Stable, who've hit the crossbar a few times today. 3 times second.
Yeah, it's been a luckless day for them. Jimmy will be hoping for a bit of luck in this race with Batil. Definitely the interesting horse in here in terms of completely unexposed, and we don't really know what to expect from him.
And if he doesn't manage to win today, surely tomorrow with Honky.
Tonk Man, yes. Yeah. He's got a great chance. One of the leading horses this week, so keep an eye out for him. Definitely join our coverage tomorrow.
Just really acclimatising to racing here in Saudi Arabia, Honky Tonk Man.
Yeah, exactly that.
So Shamila with the 1, Alduan. I'm gonna go with the 17 and Mobeen. I think the form looks pretty good. And let's not forget, in fact, his 4th place finish last time was in behind the horse who bolted up in race 6.
Yeah, Mobeen for me as well in here, horse number 17. Hopefully Eddie Castro bounces out and gets to a good position.
Okay, 17 for the win, loading up then penultimate race of the night in the company of Darren Owen.
So, loading up underway then for the 11th race, 1800 metres. The trip 7-4 favourite or thereabouts internationally is number 20. That is Mujtaz ahead of number 13, Kamara Al Mohammedia, who shows at 9-4 internationally. And then it's around about 5-1 Bat Hill and Mobeen, numbers 11 and 17 respectively. So runners going into stalls, Bint Massa there in the green and brown. This one we're looking at in the purple and yellow is Mabrood, number 9, newcomer to the game. That's Mabrood in. Number 4 about to go in, that's Saudi Anna. Saudiana in place. Watching Talab. And the newcomer, Talab. This is number 8. And number 11 there in the black and red jacket. Sorry, number 21 that was, Gaspar Gabrielli going in. Nice type, as the guys described, Gaspar Gabrielli, the debutant. Here's number 11. This is Bat Hill. So stand by for a start. Bat Hill going in for race 11 over the 1800. All in, ready. And they're off. Poor start from Rindley, coming out of stall 10, missed many lengths, having reared as the gates opened. Away smartly was Aldi 1, who's sitting up along the inside of Abu Tayyab, who's showing up prominently, and Al Moraeb at number 14, going there from a wide draw in the red and white jacket, edging over to the inside running rail. So it is Al Moraeb now heading over to the fence and has got the lead, with Sayak Al-Kir racing prominently to the outside. Survivalist is showing up there as well, along with Sweha B. Just in behind them is Aldi 1, the grey and the light blue jacket. Then reading out to Mubin, who's run about 4 lengths off the speed as they go on down the far side. Kamra Al Mahabadia is just in behind them, then several lengths away to Al Baroni, who's back in mid-division. They swing away from the back. Manshuda's got a bit of work to do. So heading now towards the turn, and the leader up along the inside is Al Moereb, now just being overtaken by Survivalist. Survivalist is in front by around about a half length. Coming there between horses is Sheikh Al Kir in the brown hoop jacket, then Kamra Al Mahabadir coming 3 wide. The leaders are being hunted up into the straight by Mabeen. Now Mabeen's beginning to run on there in the light blue jacket to the outer, and they're homeward bound. The one over in front by around about 3 or 4 lengths is Kamra Al Mahamadir, and is quickening right away. Mabeen's now moved into second position from Sheikh Al Kir in the 3rd place. Trying to run on from off the pace is Bat Hill, but oh, so much to do. It is going to go to Kamra Al Mahamadir. Kamra Al Mahamadir is home. 2nd place goes to Mabeen. 3rd position in the end to Sheikh Al Kir, followed by Bat Hill. So it is number 13. Kamra Al Mahamadir has gone on to take it. That was a really good win with authority. Alex Marino doing the steering. Another winner for Alex this evening. This is a horse that was really prominent as well. In that international market, was 2nd favourite just before the off. 2nd place, number 17, Mabeen. 3rd, number 18, Sheikh Al Kir. 4th, number 11, Bat Hill. And number 20, Mujtaz, was best of the rest in 5th. So it's 13, 17, 18 and 11. 5 3/4 lengths and 3/4 of length. 5 3/4 lengths and 3/4 lengths the margin. So that was a very, very good win there from this daughter of Malibu Moon. 1 minute 54.13. 1 minute 54.13 was the time of the winner. Number 13, Kamra Al Mahamadir, the winner of our 11th race.
Double today.
Thank you, Saleh. Congratulations to the Prince Mohammed Sultan bin Nasser, Gate Al Gate, Michelle, the team. You know, she was pretty good.
First time.
Yeah, she's good, you know. She was traveling well. I just sitting behind the pace, you know, last 600, she tried to go. I just let her run, you know. You know, just congratulations to everyone. Thank you, buddy.
That is a treble for jockey Alexis Moreno today on our first day of racing this weekend. And he did promise to Martin Kelly this morning in the gym that he would get a treble today, and he absolutely has got a hat trick today. This time on the penultimate race, I think this is his last ride of the day as well, on Camera Al Mohammedia. And she is one of the only fillies in this contest, and it was absolutely no bother to her whatsoever. She was last seen out at meeting 88, coming third over 1,800 meters over the same distance. So a very well done to all involved there, and the owner, Prince Mohammed bin Sultan Abdulaziz, as well. And that is another winner for Gaith Al Gaith. So Gaith Al Gaith did have another winner earlier on today, and Alex Moreno also rode that winner. So very well done to everyone involved, of course. And Alex is just getting some waters, which is very well deserved for his 3 wins today. Really nice filly by Malibu Moon as well. Jumped out of stall 13, but she has finally broken her maiden. 14 times lucky, and you were so right. You did get that treble today.
Well, I was lucky today, you know. Well, she was good. She was running well. She just let her run, you know.
And did you watch back her other races? Because I mean, she'd run 13 times and still hadn't broken her maiden.
Well, actually, I don't like to see this video of this kind of horses, you know, because I don't know how they like to run, because sometimes they run in the front, sometimes they come from behind in the middle. So I just break them and keep in the pace, you know. That's what I do.
And she was one of the only fillies in this contest, jumping out of stall number 13. What was your plan going out of the stalls?
Well, I just want to be behind the pace 4th, 5th, until she wants to go.
And every time you team up with the trainer Gaith Al Gaith, you seem to do pretty well.
Well, he starts to give me some chance, so I just take advantage of that, you know.
And do you think you're going to get another treble tomorrow?
I hope so.
Well, good luck, Alex.
Thank you.
Well, he was right. He said before racing today he'd have 3 winners to keep Shamila busy, and he has done so. And that's probably his most easy win of the day.
Yeah.
Well, it's not probably, it is his easiest win of the day.
Yeah, I said in the preview, if this filly's within a length turning in, she wins. She was actually in front, so that was game over. She was never going to get caught. She had stamina for further. It was a good ride from Alex. He had her up into a nice position, and from there, she was never going to be beaten. Our selection, Mobeen, ran very well in second, was always up in a good spot. Had to go a little bit wide around the turn under Eddie Castro, but, you know, it was just no match for this winner today. The favourite, Mujtaz. I realised halfway through the race, I can't see this horse. What's going on? I know he's a deep closer, but you know he's way too far back. Well, I've just watched the start again. It was a horrendous start for this son of Munnings. He basically just didn't jump. He took a hop at the start, didn't find any gears, landed on all 4s. Had to make a big run just to get into this spot. You can see him at the bottom of the screen right now in the blue with the white stars, and just used all his energy to get there and could never play a part in the finish.
And you commented at this stage it was developing down to a head-to-head between Alex and Eddie.
Yeah, and it kind of turned out to be that way, albeit it was very one-sided. Eddie finished second on our selection in the light blue silks.
Even more so when you see the overhead there.
Yeah, had to go wide and kind of got inconvenienced to this stage. But Alex stole maybe 2 lengths as he surged through a gap, whereas Eddie was wide around the turn. But that gap just lengthened and lengthened and lengthened all the way to the wire. This filly was the best horse today, and she finally gets off the mark at the 8th time of asking.
Yeah, she wins by many, many lengths. Not winning out of turn as well. She's been keeping good company. Most notably that run in 0-80 handicap company was probably the stand-up bit of form in this.
They'll probably go to a 0-80 again, I imagine, with her, because she's currently rated 70, but she'll get a few pounds for this victory. She beat Mobeen, our selection, who was also rated 70, off level weights by maybe 6 or 7 lengths at the least. So she should be rated 76, 77, around there. Go straight to a 0-80 handicap with her, and she'll be a major player.
And you're happy with Mobeen over the 1800?
I I don't love him over the trip. He's probably a 1600 metre horse, but he just doesn't switch leads. That's the main issue with him. He loses so much ground because he's on the wrong leg, and horses get tired when they're on the wrong leg, especially when they come off a long sweeping bend like here in Riyadh. So he looked very tired late on. I do think he stays, just not as well as the winner.
And look at those red colours flashing through again, the red stable. Yeah. It's not been their day, but that horse has again shaped well over the longer trip.
They tried that horse over 1,200 metres first up. Not the right trip.
No.
That was quite clearly just a prep to get rid of some rust and get in some more knowledge about how to race. Next time, they'll go over even further than this, I'm sure. 2,000 metres, and we'll see Bat Hill go very close.
It's been a day of nearly. If you're compiling a list of horses to follow who have been beaten, it'd be full of red stable horses today.
It would. Bat Hill, I think, is the most promising of all of them, though.
And I like the way he strides out as well.
Yeah, exactly that. He hit the line powerfully, which is crucial. The other red stable horses, the last one hit the line okay. The previous two for Jimmy were collared late. That horse there flew in the dying stages.
Don't be scared of your pen. Right then, 12th and final race of the day. We go up to the longest trip of the day, 2,000 metres. Maybe what Bat Hill's going to appreciate at some stage here. We've got an Arabian Horses Maiden. This is a handicap 0 to 75 company. And once again, the full details. Back with the Dazzler.
Cheers, Marty. Yes, let's have a look at the lineup. Number 1 is Dira Al Khaladia and is partnered by Abdullah Al Saidi. Number 2 is Jumana Iyad Al Tirisi. 3, Alpha Mega and Alberto Ramos. 4, Hadid and Luis Morales. Number 5 is Naham and Jimmy Carrion. 6, Bint Jalan, Tariq Al Mansour. 7, Zoko Rahid Al Farouz. Number 8 is Parks Lights. 9 is Al Mohandes and Abdullah Al Credis is on the 9 horse. And then we move down to number 10. Number 10 is Jalma de Violette and Turkey Alofi. Turkey Alofi takes the ride on number 10, Jalma de Violette. Number 11 is Tahel Al Khaladia and Faras Al Suniyatan. Number 12 is Jawad Al Khaladia, Mohamed Al Shamani. 13, Muta Farid and Yasser Al Bakawi, and 14 is Aldam and Abdullah Ella Al Hussein is aboard. So the Arabian breds in action. So maiden handicap this one, 2,000 metres.
And Dira Al Khaladia, we've already had a Khaladia winning early on. It was Mostabsil Al Khaladia in race 8. Dira Al Khaladia makes its way into the paddock. Heads the field of 14 for the final race of the day. The international market has us between 7 and 3. Zocco and Alpha Mega, who was 2nd and 3rd when they clashed here very recently. Hadid is a 4 to 1 chance. Dir Al Khaladia, who I just touched on, is 7 to 1. 8 to 1 for Naham and 12 to 1 and bigger the remainder. Before we go through them in race card order, do you have a top pick here?
I'm just struggling to work out why Alpha Mega's 2nd in the market. That makes absolutely no sense to me. I think it's between Hadid and Zocco.
Because Wiggy's on board, that's why.
Well, is that a positive? Wiggy's ridden him before several times. This horse is rated... Okay, here's my reasoning for saying Alpha Mega shouldn't be 2nd in the market.
I agree with you, by the way, but...
He's rated 67, but he's carrying 56 kilos. Hadid is rated 75, carrying 55 kilos. Now, Alpha Mega's rating has come down due to a below par effort last week. Hadid's rating's gone up due to a positive performance last week. Hadid is basically rated £8 higher than Alpha Mega, carrying 1 kilo less, but is a bigger price. Why? That makes no sense to me whatsoever. Hadid should be 2nd favourite, Zocco should be favourite, and then maybe you can talk about Alpha Mega there with a couple of others, Naham, etc. So I just don't understand why Alpha Mega's, what price? 130.
Well, on top of that, he's got the form in behind Zocco. He's got to turn that around.
Yeah.
And he's got the trip as a question mark as well.
Yeah, there are big negatives for him. I don't like Alpha Mega at all in this spot.
As you speak, just drift out from 3 to 3.5 to 1 on the international market. Zocco was one of those horses we highlighted at the top of the programme as well.
Yeah.
And of the 3 we've highlighted, we've had a winner in a second.
Yeah, exactly. And Zocco should really be in the top 2 in this race as well to maintain that list. look, I can certainly see the case for him winning. He beat horses number 3, Alpha Mega, horse number 5, Naham, and horse number 11, Thahel Al Khaladir, last time up when he was second at meeting 94. It was a good run. He can hang a touch, and when horses hang, I'm generally a little bit cautious with them. We'll see the footage and you can make your own decision about whether he hangs or not, but it was my opinion that he hung last time. Therefore, I am going against him, but if he wins, I won't be surprised at all. He's unexposed, probably open to the most improvement of any horse in this field.
Okay, 7, 3 and 4, the top picks on the international market. Fourth best, though, is horse number 1, which is Jcsa Al Khaladir. Second over the course and distance last time up, but a distant second.
That second came behind an 80 rated rival. Does Jcsa Al Khaladir deserve a mark of 75 on the basis? Probably not. I prefer the 5, Naham, to him. They ran against each other. Naham was third, he was second. There's an 8 kilogram swing in the weights.
Number 2 just went through a shot. That is Jamama. 4 wins so far. 4 goes so far. 7th here last week. Alpha Mega move on to number 3, who we've touched on.
Alpha Mega, again, I don't like in this race. He can go forward, should be in a prominent spot, but there are several others with better chances. Jamana has early speed, but lacks a finishing kick.
Hadid is top rated in the field, dead heated for second over the 1600 metres in maiden company.
This is going to be my selection in the race. He might get away with the trip. I don't think he wants 2000, but in my opinion, he's the most talented horse.
Naham, number 5 in shot, another grey, third over the course and distance last time out.
As I say, behind horse number 1, Jcsa Al Khaladir last time. Wasn't much separating them, but there's an 8 kilogram swing in the weights.
Number 6 is Bint Jalan, 0 from 7, second over the course and distance, 2 back.
Yeah, in a maiden. That was a fair effort. Should have won that day, though. Just idled when he hit the front.
Number 7, we'll see in shot in a second, is Zocco. Really progressive, 2 runs so far, up in trip again today.
This is the horse to beat, providing he doesn't hang in the closing stages.
Number 8 is Parklight, who we saw here last week, running 8th.
Struggled recently. I've got big question marks about the distance for this filly as well. I think she wants shorter.
Almohendas is number 9. We've not seen this since meeting 5 at TAFE.
This horse has lots of early speed, but just won't stay. I will go down on my own sword on that statement. I don't think Almohendas wants any part of 2000.
The 10 doesn't find winning easy, and it's hard to recommend Jalma de Violette on recent form.
Very fit. That's the only positive that I have for you.
Number 11 is Thahel Al Khaladir, 0 from 20, rated just 55.
Behind him, a selection of these on the penultimate run. Lacks the ability to win off this mark. 0 from 20 as an 8-year-old. Doesn't make good reading. Jcsa
Al Khaladir, winless in 8 and well beaten last week.
I've got the same statement written down here for the last 3 runners in this race card. Out of the weights, should struggle for both 12, 13 and 14.
And that was 16th in that race that contains Thahel Al Khaladir, Jalma de Violette, and also Naham and Deer Al Khaladir.
Yes, exactly.
So contrasting form lines as Zocco heads the international markets from Alpha Mega, who continues to drift. Supported is the 4. Hadid comes in from 4s into 3.5 to 1. Jcsa Al Khaladir around 7s. Naham around 8s, and it's 12 to 1 and bigger. I just think Zocco's got that really progressive profile. They started off over 1400, ran a good second, stepped up to the 1600, ran a good second on that occasion as well. Up in trip again today. Just shapes as though the longer trip could be the key to the win, really.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me by any means if Zocco does get the job done. Good efforts so far. You like to see that from a horse young and early in their career, so definitely a major player.
Alpha Mega, Wiggy. And this could be his only a potential ride that was a scratch. It's his first ride of the day, isn't it?
I think so. He hasn't been getting many rides here, that's for sure. I wonder if Shamila will select Alpha Mega.
I couldn't personally have Alpha Mega in this contest whatsoever. I didn't like him in the parade ring, and I didn't like him last time at a meeting 98 either, so I'm definitely not an Alpha Mega fan. I am, however, a Hadid fan. Horse number 4, that is my paddock selection for this race. Louis Morales has already had a winner today, so he is chasing a double. He was this horse was second last time at a meeting 97, one of the highest rated horses in this handicap at 75. Just has everything going for him, a really stunning gelding in this contest, and it was a flip of a coin between him and horse number 9 as well, Al Mohammadi's, a Qatari bred horse, fourth in his last 2 starts. One of the older horses in this contest, but I think I will be sticking with Hadid. I just thought he was really good looking in this contest. I did fancy Zoko and Bint Jalan as well, but there's only 14 runners in this race, and I don't want Tom to tell me off for picking every single horse for being good looking, so I will be sticking with horse number 4, Hadid.
Which backs up your selection, Tom?
Yeah, I like to hear that. Hopefully this colt will run well. I do think it's between the 4 and the 7 in this race, and I was going to say we've already heard from Lou Morales, we didn't really, but hopefully he can have another winner today. As we watched Zoko last time, look, this is what I'm saying about he hangs under pressure. Hopefully we can see it now. He ducks in a little bit to his left. You can see his jockey's trying to keep him straight with that right hand. Nothing too marked at this stage, but he's still hanging in a touch. They switch the whip, hangs in behind the other horse, and then switches the whip, and then he starts to drift out in the closing stages. It's not marked. It's not huge drifting, but he's not running dead straight and forward. And I think around the turn there was a bit more. Do you not think
you're
there's
being a bit
enough in
harsh?
there?
You're being harsh there.
Okay, maybe I am, but I was trying to find faults with all.
And he's very lightly raced as well.
He is.
He's got to keep on maturing with his outings. But here we go. They talk us through Hadid second.
Again, I don't love this performance either. I think it's between the two, and neither really wowed me in this effort. And again, this horse does hang a touch into the left, but I think that's mainly due to reacting to the stick, negative reaction, rather than ungameless in the closing stages. Because as you can see, when this horse looms up on the outside, he picks up the bridle and starts to try and race that horse. So I don't know. I think he's open to more improvement. If it comes to a battle between Hadid and Zoko in the final 100 meters, I'd rather Hadid, but it might not get to that point.
Well, he's now the clear second pick on the international market. Hadid into 3-1. Zoko, rock solid. The one that's very friendless is Alpha Mega. It's gone out to 4-1, which is kind of...
This makes sense.
Yeah, from what we were saying before. You think there's plenty of knocks to Alpha Mega.
Yeah.
Most notably the well-held second in behind Zoko last time. So you and Shabila both with Hadid. I'm with Zoko to round off the night with a win. We are back tomorrow with 12 more races. We'll have a look back to Tom's highlights of the evening as well very shortly. And we're back again on Saturday with 12 more. Then you're back off home again, are you?
I am indeed, yeah. You're sticking around for the Saudi Cup and a week gap in between, but I am back off home. I'll be watching the Saudi Cup and the brilliant day of action from my sofa, hopefully, in the UK, before coming back out here for the week after the Saudi Cup.
I just can't believe how quick. I've got 5 weeks here in total. I'm nearly halfway through. It's just flown by.
Yeah, it does go quite quickly. These days can feel relatively long with the 12 races, but before you know it, you're already through the week of action, and then you're building up to the next week.
And it all starts building up after these 3 days to the Saudi Cup weekend as well. Damon Oliver and Ryan Moore confirmed for the International Jockeys Challenge. But for the final time today, with our thanks, we go back to Darren Owen, who's got the call here on race 12. Have a good evening, Darren.
Yeah, cheers, Martin. Thanks, Tom. Yeah, it's been an enjoyable day, enjoyable show. Let's have a look at the Arabian Breds as they go in for the final time then today. 12th race coming up, 2,000 metres. Last few are moving into place. We are looking there at Thahel Al Khaladia. This is number 11. Zoko, the 13-8 market leader internationally. Alpha Mega 4-1. Been support for Hadid. Hadid's the one they're coming for. 3-1 chance internationally now, Hadid. So standing by for this maiden handicap. Here we go for the Arabian Breds, and they're off racing with Naham beginning well from stall number 1 as they form their early order, going on through the early strides with Dira Al Khaladia showing up well as well in the centre, and racing prominently to the outside is Muta Farid coming from a wide berth, that one now going forward into a prominent role. So they go on down the far side, right there as well with the leaders is Parks Lights, as they link onto the main track, and it's Parks Lights with Naham and Zoko just in behind them in the black and yellow diamond jacket. Now to the outside, Zoko. They're the leading few as they continue their work down the far side. Hadid, the well-supported Hadid, is currently racing in 4th place, being followed by Alpha Mega in 5th. And this little cluster now have got away from the others. The others are currently being headed to the inner by Dira Al Khaladia. Further back to the outer, that is Germana with the blue and white colours, followed by Bint Jalan. And moving towards the end of the back straight, it looks as though the back marker is Aldam, but it's Alpha Megas coming through with Zoko. Those two now, Zoko up along the outside, Alpha Mega to the inner. They're the leading two, with Hadid poised just behind them, and then a few lengths to Dira Al Khaladia, who's beginning to stay on, passing horses left, right and centre, followed by Germana. They're heading now towards the turn, and it is Zoko who's going to turn in front. Zoko, the leader, leads by about a length and a half to Hadid in 2nd place, with Dira Al Khaladia coming to their outside in 3rd and really staying on, heading down towards the last 300. Dira Al Khaladia, 3 wide, has hit the front from Hadid in 2nd place. Zoko's in 3rd. These have kicked away from Alpha Mega, heading now inside the final 200, and Dira Al Khaladia is in front by 4 or 5 lengths and is striding away. The further this horse goes, the better the winning margin will be. Dira Al Khaladia, the winner. Hadid in 2nd place. Zoko's in 3rd position, and several lengths to the others who are probably headed by Alpha Mega. So victory goes to Dira Al Khaladia, number 1 on the card, has taken out the money in this maiden handicap from the top end of the race card. First win having had 4 previous goes at troubling the judge. So that's 1, Dira Al Khaladia. The winner. 2nd place went to number 4, Hadid, who was supported internationally, that horse. 3rd, every chance, but just couldn't go with the winner there. Zoko, number 7, in 3rd position. And number 3, Alpha Mega, as we stated, in 4th, with number 2, Germana, in 5th. So the numbers in the frame are 1, 4, 7 and 3. 1, 4, 7 and 3. The distances, 4 3/4 lengths and 1.5 lengths. That's 4 3/4 lengths and 1.5 lengths. Time of the winner, Dira Al Khaladia, 2 minutes 20.95. 2 minutes 20.95. Dira Al Khaladia, the winner of the finale.
Thanks, Daslia, the 2nd Al Khaladia winner of the evening, and Dira Al Khaladia 2nd over the course and distance last time, beaten 6.5. Was a horse, Tom, who was proven over the trip and has really seen out the 2000 strongly.
11-year-old first victory for this horse. It just shows that Connections have just waited and persisted with this horse and really now profited, winning that first prize money of 19,000 Saudi Riyal. I couldn't have him in this race. It was a good run last time when he was 2nd, finishing ahead of Naham. But as I was saying in the preview, when they ran last time, Naham was 8 kilograms worse off and wasn't beaten by far. Today, that form has really been reversed. Our selections, Hadid and Zoko, finishing 2nd and 3rd, unfortunately.
Yeah, Zoko off the turn had that sort of run around up on the wing, looked to hold every sort of a chance, but just maybe hasn't seen out the 2000 as well as I thought he would.
No, I don't think Hadid really stayed either. Both of them made a move into the turn, but kind of cried enough, didn't they, at the top of the turn, and Dira Al Khaladia just moved further and further clear.
Yeah, 2 Khaladia winners on the card. Do you have a good evening, Shamila?
Yeah, really good, thank you, Martin. It's been a lot less cold than it was last weekend, so yeah, not freezing to death out here. It's always a good thing.
And your highlights would be?
My highlight was in race number 3 with Camila Ospina. I thought that was a perfectly timed ride. So yeah, big fan of Camila's rides as well. So yeah, definitely Rez for me.
And maybe the performance of the night came in race 6 for Louis Morales, who interestingly wouldn't talk to the local broadcasters, and with yourself as well. He said no comment to the end of the season. Seemingly some sort of discord between himself and the jockey club here.
Yeah, he wasn't so happy about Camilo and Adele being chosen to ride in the International Jockeys Challenge on the Friday, as they've ridden in it before. He's never ridden in it, and he's 4th on the jockeys table this season, so he thought he was deserving to probably get an invitation.
But I think the thinking behind choosing the two they have is that they're the two top jockeys right here on the standings at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And Camilo and Adal, for the whole season, they've been it's been a good battle between them. So I think that it probably makes sense to have both of those as the jockeys from the local side.
And one is the reigning champion, and the other is an 8 times champion here
Absolutely,
as well. So you could see why the decision's been made.
Yeah.
You could see why he might have a grumble at the jockey club, but I think it's a little bit unfair on the viewers and the fans of the sport to draw a veil down and say, not talking.
100%. I mean, it could just be still sore for him. So maybe in the next few weeks he'll cool down a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit churlish. Hopefully he does come round. But there is compensation. He is your highlight of the day, Tom.
He is, yes. Race 6 on Ualfa Alak. It was a great performance from this horse, who's still unbeaten, 2 out of 2 so far. Louis wasn't as aggressive as he was on his debut, but he got 3 wide on the turn, kicked clear, turning for home, and this horse really just exploded in the straight. A rival came up on the outside and he just waved goodbye to that horse, and it was game over. He looks like a really nice prospect, probably a 100-plus horse in time. And it was quite sad that Louis didn't tell us about the horse, because I think he's open to plenty of improvement. Could be a cup contender at the end of next season, maybe. A bit early in his development right now for this season.
And it would have been good to know exactly what Louis thinks, because this horse has got a big future, Shamila.
Absolutely, and Louis Morales actually gives us such good interviews post-race and tells us what the horse will be doing in the future and how he genuinely was during the race. He gives us fantastic insight, so hopefully Louis Morales will come back around for us in the coming meetings.
And Rory was highlighting just how well bred this horse is by Medagliadoro, out of a Breeders' Cup winner as well.
Yeah, brilliant pedigree. You know, a horse that's got this pedigree, who's now 2 out of 2, sky's the limit, right?
And as regards the future trip for this horse, I mean, we might not see it again this season. I think the opportunity is going to be limited.
Yeah.
But next season, we're going to be looking at 1,600 or even plus.
Well, I think they've got to aim him at the 2,000-metre races. You know, he's got that stamina in the pedigree. He quite clearly stayed well today. He gets the mile with ease, so a little bit further will be no problem.
And one man who gave us a promise before racing today come good, Alex Moreno, he did get his 3 winners here
He
today.
eventually got his treble, and I chose all his wrong horses when he came second on them, so yeah, I'm absolutely fuming.
My question for you is, are you going to be seeing him in the gym tomorrow, and will he tell you how many winners he'll have then?
We didn't make it a date to do so.
Right.
It was a fortuitous sort of passing in the corridor. Maybe we'll see him tomorrow and get some more tips. Maybe tomorrow we'll actually ask him for the exact horse he's got to win on, not just the generic 3. Anyway, that was racing here today from King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Thanks for your company. Thanks to Shamila. Thanks to Tom. We're all back tomorrow. 12 more races here on Friday to guide you through.